Whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E he ake ana e te atakura, he tū, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauriora. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai haere mai Environment and Climate Change Committee. I'm Richard Hills, and thank you all for coming to this meeting today. Thank you to all our members of the public and people presenting as well. It's good to see so many people here. We have apologies first. We have Councillor Sharon Stewart for lateness, Councillor Philippina for absence. He's unwell, but he wants to Skype in, but hopefully he rests. Independent Māori Statutory Board member Karen Wilson will be early departure, but we'll try to come back after another meeting on council-related business, I think it is. And was there one more? Oh.
If you're still going, I have to go somewhere. I have to have a meeting just outside between 3 and 4, if we're still here.
Potential for early departure from Councillor Desley Simpson and Councillor Angela Dalton will be Skyping in. Yeah. So I'll just move the apologies. Second from Tracy Mulholland, Councillor Mulholland. All those in favour? And for electronic attendance, we have to accept those people who want to come in via Skype. So I'll add Councillor Philippine to that list as well, in case he does. Yeah. And the Mayor Goff is on his way, but we will just put him in there in case he Skypes as part of this meeting. Thank you, Councillor Simpson. All those in favour? Are there any declarations? Nope. Confirmation of the minutes, a mover, Deputy Chair Pivakum, and seconder Councillor Casey. Was there any questions or comments on the minutes? All those in favour? Anyone against? No. There are no petitions. Public input. We have a number of public input items today. We have one decline request based on time and relevance to this agenda. So Richard Hursthouse from Forest and Bird on tree protection. I've spoken to Mr. Hursthouse in face-to-face the other day, and I'm going to meet with him to discuss this further. Our accepted requests in this order are the Sustainable Business Council, Kate Ferguson, Kane Titchener on water fluoridation, Dr. Matthew Jones from the New Zealand Institute of Landscape Architects, Hannah Blackmore, the Weed Management Advisory, CRS Mutz Kennedy from For the Love of Bees, Dr. Muriel Watts for Weed Management will be Skyping in, and Andrew Brown from Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. So that is a warning to everyone that we are supposed to have half an hour for public forum, but we will do our best to keep close to that window. I assume we will go over that window, but just a pleading from me that we keep it tight, ask questions, don't give comment. We want to get questions so the people presenting to us can comment instead. So I don't have to accept those at this stage. So the first public input item is Kate Ferguson from the Sustainable Business Council. Thank you very much. And if you just press the button in front of you there so we can hear you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Kate Ferguson, toku and goa. It's a privilege to be here today. Thank you for having me. I manage the climate programme for the Sustainable Business Council. We are a division of Business New Zealand. We represent over 100 businesses, collectively about 28% of private sector GDP, and the employers of 160,000 full-time equivalents. Climate change is their top sustainability priority, and it's my role to help them deliver on the ambitious targets that they've set, but also work together to go further, faster, to progress New Zealand's transition to a low emissions economy. 13 of our CEOs collectively established the Climate Leaders Coalition, which was launched in July 2018. That has much more representation from business. It's an issue that they were really drawn towards working together on, and it's fair to say that their role has been quite high profile, particularly around bringing about the Zero Carbon Act and the establishment of the Climate Change Commission. Recently, we've developed a briefing to the incoming government that captures 26 recommendations around climate action priorities. We were asked by several of the political parties to put forward a consensus view. So we understand that having a collective view from business around opportunities to progress climate change that are important was really valuable to them. So we were happy to play that role. And it's really heartening to see that several of our common areas of interest are what's been highlighted in Tarakia Taupiri, Auckland's climate plan, and specifically accelerating transformation across the light and heavy transport fleets, and also scaling up the uptake of energy and process heat efficiency and encouraging switching to renewable fuel sources for things like boilers. Our document kind of outlines the supporting frameworks and policy settings that central government could consider to further those actions, and it's kind of important to note that local government can play a role in supporting some of that stuff too. And I think for me, from a transport perspective, things like low carbon transport zones send a really clear signal to freight movers around the future of the city and how we see it going, and all of those levers are important signals to encourage businesses to change their behaviour. Congratulations on signing up to really ambitious emissions targets. You're in a really similar position to a lot of our businesses, which is they're under scrutiny now to deliver. We don't have a huge amount of time left to get meaningful emission reduction activity underway. And that's not to mention some of the adaptation considerations that we'll need to be actioning fairly soon, particularly in areas like the Hauraki Gulf. So for us, it's about the way of working as much as what's being worked on. So we're really clear that our role is to help businesses work together, to share knowledge, but more importantly, to collaborate around initiatives. And we want to extend that focus to working with central and local government around looking at what some of the initiatives, plans and supporting frameworks could look like. And yeah, I'm happy to take any questions around our work or what that could involve.
Deputy Chair Pipakun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe, Kate. Thank you for coming along to present today and to just get an update. Is there anything you actually would like to request of Council, or are you here purely for an update, which is just lovely as well?
I guess my request would be just, you have outlined some ambitious targets. It's great to see. It's very heartening. There are businesses who are, in the same position as you. Just progress with what you've outlined, and don't be, reach out if you think there's things that you need from the business community.
Councillor Walker.
Just got a question. Given that the council informs itself based on advice from various quarters, and that includes the International Panel on Climate Change, in a situation where there is real-world data that is more current around temperature, around storm events, around methane emissions, around dramatic ice melt, do you think that council should be assessing risk much more currently in order to inform our position?
Absolutely, businesses are. So there's been a huge movement in the last 18 months around using the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure to help businesses not only understand the risks, but value what that might mean. Climate change is impacting businesses now, right? there are a whole load of businesses in Napier over the last couple of days who've just lost a lot of money. So I think what's very front of mind for businesses is having a much broader understanding of flooding, drought, sea level rise, increase in storms, starting to project what the impact could be around their distribution, the areas that they operate, and just starting to build in a bit of a plan for how they might deal with those risks. A really interesting example has been COVID-19. So we had a lot of businesses who'd already started factoring in a carbon price in their profit and loss statements in anticipation of the ETS ramping up and having to make more payments for carbon. And those businesses found themselves in a really fortunate position post-COVID because they had a bit of a financial buffer. And I think the ability to understand climate change risk will position those businesses much better. So absolutely, it's a strongly emerging tool that will be very helpful.
Thank you very much. Member Wilson, you have a question?
Kia ora, Kate. I just really briefly, I know we're all strapped for time at the moment, but I was interested in terms of the briefing that was undertaken to the incoming government. What one thing do you believe struck resonance with, if you can even tell sometimes when you're presenting? So what do you believe of all of those priorities that you put before them had resonance?
Transport. Without a shadow of a doubt, transport. So we knew from a Labour perspective that they were really interested in the domestic freight sector as a key opportunity area. From National's perspective, it was around electric vehicles, and the Greens was kind of looking at more of that integrated intermodal approach and how we think more about transport as a system, which is probably more consistent with the business, how businesses think about it, because they have corporate fleets as well as moving freight around. So I think when you look at New Zealand Inc.'s emissions profile, transport is the area that we need to focus on if we're serious about bringing our trajectory down, because it is the area where we do have a lot of solutions already openly available to us that we need to start taking up and scaling.
Councillor Henderson, last question.
Thanks, Chair. So the government has just announced, as you may know, a $70 million fund to help business switch from fossil fuels to clean energy. Do you think this is going to get good take-up in the business community?
I anticipate it will, yeah. And I think what's been really heartening about that programme is how quickly it's come about. So the fact that it's going live, it's gone live, and they'll make the decisions around who gets the funding in January or February, I believe. I think that's exactly the type of role that central government can play to unlock capital, because at the moment it is still more expensive to make those decisions.
Thank you. And just one last question for me. I guess I get a lot of, not pushback, but questions around if we are trying to push business. But your members are everyone from banks to Downer to Fletcher to Fisher and Paykel to Fonterra to Sanford, like every major, even petrol station, Sky City. So I guess you're a, how can you elevate your voice as or all those businesses? Because I think a lot of the time people perceive government or council as pushing business in the wrong way when you're all far ahead of us in a climate perspective.
It's a really interesting context at the moment, because I think my sense is that we're moving away from a need to push each other and almost moving to a sense of we're seeing signals from all sectors now. So the business community, we were intentional with the Climate Leaders Coalition because we knew we needed some profile 2 years ago. But what we're seeing from media, so Stuff have taken away their comments platform for climate change deniers. We have the school strikers representing youth and coming out in, what was it, 170,000 of them last year. We have Generation Zero, who've always been really vocal, and we're seeing great things coming out of local government too. And central government has been really clear about, this is the term of delivery around climate change. So I think it's less of a question of who do we need to push to lead. It's more just a normalisation piece around getting in behind what's been laid out in the Climate Change Act and working together to deliver some ambitious plans and initiatives.
Thank you very much. Awesome to hear from you today. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank
And
you
thanks
for
to all
having me.
your members too. Cool. Thank you. Do we
Thanks.
need to? Could I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Coombe and seconder, Councillor Collins. All those in favour? Those against? Perfect. Next up we have, oops, sorry, Kane Titchener to talk about fluoride. Hi, Kane. Cool. Welcome. If you just want to hit your microphone there and maybe bring it a little bit closer.
To do that, apologies. I'm just here to briefly discuss the new NTP, which is a National Toxicology Program draft report on fluoride's neurotoxicity. Just a quick update for those who don't know, I spoke in 2015 and stopped a move to fluoridate Onehunga. And I've also reduced the fluoride levels to 0.7 parts per million based on the latest research. 2016 I presented a petition to stop the expansion of fluoridation in Auckland. Who is the National Toxicology Program? They're an interagency program whose mission is to coordinate, conduct and communicate toxicological research in the US. They're effectively the equivalent of the Ministry of Health in New Zealand. On the 16th of September 2020, the NTP released a systematic review of all published studies. There's the research there. They came to the conclusion that fluoride is presumed to be a cognitive neurodevelopmental hazard to humans. It's presumed because it's the highest level of confidence rating possible, because humans cannot be experimented on. When considering all the evidence, including studies with exposures to fluoride levels higher than 1.5 milligrams per litre in water, the NTP concludes that fluoride is presumed to be a cognitive neurodevelopmental hazard to humans. This is the single most important thing I'd like you to see today. The EPA used a factor of 10 when identifying what the safe level of a neurotoxicant is or should be. So at 1.5 parts per million, which is what the NTP draft report has identified, the safe level for everyone in the population, the maximum, is 0.15 parts per million. So based on that, the fluoride level at 0.7 in Auckland is 5 times over that maximum level. Just to add weight to this, on the 7th of October, Linda Birnbaum, who is a retired NTP director, wrote a op-ed about this, saying that it is time to protect kids' developing brains from fluoride. You've got the link there, and it should be in front of you as well. Within this NTP study, there are a number of major studies since I spoke to you in 2016 pointing out that fluoride is a major concern. I'd like to briefly discuss Green 2019. All of these are government-funded National Institutes of Health researched papers, peer-reviewed. This Green et al. Was covered in the JAMA Pediatrics paper in the journal, and it's the association between maternal fluoride exposure during pregnancy and IQ scores in offspring. What the editors came back with was the editors expressed how very concerning and startling the evidence against fluoride is, and how the neurological damage is on par with lead. Lead reduced IQ, as you remember, between 3 and 5 IQ points over the population. In an interview between the two editors, I just want to paraphrase this quickly, just asking what would they be advising the mothers to do. I think I would advise them to drink bottled water or filtered water, because it's not a particularly odious thing to do and potentially does reduce the risk. You know, the other thing is that some people may not be able to afford bottled water. It could be financial burden to some low-income families. We need to think about that as well. The problem we've got in New Zealand with that is just warning people isn't enough, because fluoride is actually a compulsory medication per the Supreme Court. So I've got 2 requests for council today, and that is implement an immediate moratorium on fluoridation, and secondly, urgently request an investigation into safety of fluoridation for all of the population, including these risk subset groups, including pregnant mothers, kidney impaired people, infants and high volume water drinkers. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much, Kenny. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do I have any questions? Councillor Walker.
So I've just got a question around point 2 there that goes to risk. And my question is, do you consider that Auckland Council, and effectively the council-controlled organisation that is supplying the water, which is Watercare, is exposing parts of the population, especially pregnant women, babies and infants, to a high level of risk through exposure to fluoride, against a background where there may not be adequate warning on the part of either Auckland Council and or Watercare?
Yes, there's obviously a massive risk with this as a result of this new research. I think it should be taken into account
Okay,
urgently.
thanks.
urgently.
Are there any other questions, members? No? Thank you very much for that presentation, Kane.
Thank you.
Cool. Do you have a mover?
Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Sayers, Councillor Walker, second. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? No. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Dr. Matthew Jones from the New Zealand Institute of Landscape Architects. Cool. And sorry, I don't have the name of the other person presenting. Rebecca Jerem? was it?
Great.
Cool.
Rebecca Jerem.
And thank you very much. You've just got 5 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
There should be a slideshow, sorry.
Those slides.
Thank you.
Up.
Kia ora koutou katoa. My name's Matthew Jones and I am the branch chair of Tui o Pito Ora, the New Zealand Institute of Landscape Architects. I'm joined today by Ms. Oh, sorry, let you introduce yourself.
Kia ora e te whānau, ko Rebecca Aho, Rebecca Jerem. I'm a registered landscape architect, part of the Auckland branch and also the Auckland Climate Response Group for the Institute.
Yes, so we've had a climate change action group as part of the Landscape Architecture Institute in Auckland for around 12 months, looking at various issues which I'll raise today. And we are representing that group and also the wider New Zealand-based landscape architects. So what we're trying to achieve is to continue to get landscape architecture and what we do in our design and sustainable management of our landscapes to the front of mind of Auckland Council and bringing it to the fore in terms of the future projects. So a number of the issues that we'll quickly cover today and how landscape architects have addressed them include stormwater and flooding, sea level rise and coastal erosion, what is called an urban heat island effect, and soil runoff and biodiversity loss. I'll quickly run through a couple of projects, a couple of issues that have come up related to those. So massive extreme weather events. These will all be very familiar to you, such as the king tides involved with extreme weather and sea level rise, such as Tamaki Drive in 2018, and this is not a one-off occurrence. The Great Flood of New Lynn 2017, which was a stormwater management related matter amongst a number of other issues. Sea level rise and coastal erosion. This is a really interesting image because in August 2020, there was a storm event which involved a lot of wave surge, and you can see here you've got significant erosion to this particular part of the beach, which at some parts was up to 1.8 metres high where it had scoured in. But if you look to the bottom and to the top, where there had been revetment in place, the coastal edge had actually managed to hold its own, and this is in relation to an engineered response, but it was also designed with landscape architects to provide a more natural response to that environment. And also what is called an urban heat island effect, which is around where materials absorb heat during the day and it's released at night, and this is a factor of high levels of those materials which absorb, but a lack of vegetation. Looks like we've lost the image there, but that's an image of high intensive land farming on Waiheke Island. So examples of some landscape architectural design responses include
So this is a project which Auckland Council will be familiar with. It was run by the Development Programs Office, the DPO, and Dismiss Group, together with other engineering firms. The brief here was to protect Sakaria Stream, which ran through the area of the Westgate or Northwest, you'll notice Northwest retail development area, which is quite significant. So the landscape architectural response to this was to effectively expand that stream into a series of detention ponds. And so this is not only providing an amenity and a recreational landscape, but we've got the integrity of the project is really to biofilter all of the stormwater and runoff from those hard surfaces out at Westgate.
Sorry, and then, so second one is in relation, is Doherty Street, beautiful little amenity, but it's in terms of intensification of our waterfront in Wynyard Quarter, but actually subtly, this is a low impact design through sustainable infrastructure, which treats the water on site and allows it to flow out to the coastal edge in a more cleaner manner.
Again, the council will be aware of this project. So this was to daylight a utility underground stormwater pipe and create a natural riparian habitat. So that's a stream, creating a stream, and then a series again of wetlands which absorb that runoff from these urbanised areas. That is an example there of raising a boardwalk. So the freeboard or height above the surface of the pond is allowing for major storm events that come through Browns Bay by about 1/2 metre.
It's not even spelled properly.
We've got Greenslade Reserve, which is a recreational space, which is actually, sorry, it's a stormwater detention area, which actually disguises an open space and field. This is a project that Isthmus did with Pānuku. It is the whole level was dropped down to cope with the stormwater management, but also enhance the amenity and daylighting of a stream. Taumanu Reserve in Onehunga. This is a reclamation resulting from the works to the upgrade to the State Highway 20, coastal remediation, and was designed with coastal erosion processes and sea level rise in mind.
Again, another project council will be aware of, but these are important projects in urban areas. So heavy infrastructure is sending the stormwater at some speed, as you know, out into the foreshore and beach areas. These are slowing that water down and absorbing it back into the ground.
Oh, I've lost the images again. So this is Ofonaki, which shows the intensification of the farming practices over the last 50 plus years. But through the late 90s and 2000s, we had a heavy revegetation process through a subdivision, which was a policy-based process, which was undertaken by DJ Scott Associates. And then a small, really nice piece of infrastructure which was put in, which was for addressing reduction in pollination and services and biodiversity loss in Auckland through a small space in Grey Lynn. And happy to take any questions as I realise the bell has rang. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Only 10 seconds over, so there was really a lot in that presentation. Are there questions? Councillor Bartley.
So I guess the point of adding these into the presentation is just to give it that real-time impact. The council is already involved in these projects, but there is so much more that can be done. And I guess it's to reinforce that leadership that you're already showing as kaitiaki, whakamaru o whenua, o moana, o moanga. So essentially, we are an industry that is supportive of those same things, and we have the capacity to build those softer responses to climate change, including those projects.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Coombe.
If I'm on the list, I'll just quickly say that it was just fantastic to see all those images. Thank you. Really appreciated, and it's good for it to be reminded just how many different projects council is involved in and just the opportunities that are there still for us to be responding to climate change and a whole lot of impacts in this way. So, tēnā korua.
Thank you.
Member Wilcox, Councillor Walker, then Councillor Cooper, and then we'll finish there. So Member Wilcox.
Am I on? Yep, okay. how do you go about engaging with Māori and tangata whenua, specifically when you're doing this kaupapa? Because I didn't see anything there about it or in your kōrero.
There is involvement with mana whenua. You're quite right. These are co-design processes that need to occur. It's a question of governance and it's a question of outcomes for sure. So the Te Aranga principles, design principles that Auckland Council has put together are consistently reinforced to the membership of the Institute. We're not here presenting on behalf of any one company. We've just finished registration for this year, and that was a key topic, was how are each of those candidates seeking registration for our Institute dealing with mana whenua. So it's about early discussions and early consultation, and then building in those mahi toi and Māori and the other concepts.
Can I just ask a little supplementary? So, hakamarama tia your name, Tuia Pito Aroa. Ora. Tell me what Tuia Pito Aroa means.
So it's about binding or weaving of threads, and this was we consulted with Māori around that naming. So it's about pulling threads of things together, and as I say, that's the maunga, it's moana, it's the whenua, it's the people, tangata whenua, and Pākehā and other citizens. So that name is the binding of the ropes, and that's our accepted te reo name for the Institute.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
A couple of real quick questions. Is the Institute of Landscape Architects concerned about the lack of blanket protection for trees across Auckland and the impact that's having on the loss of trees? And related to that, are you concerned about the lack of protection for the scheduled trees across Auckland that make up some of the most significant trees, and the lack of budget around that currently?
Yes.
We were absolutely concerned with how that process was undertaken, and we encouraged our members and the companies involved to submit where possible around that process, but also the Institute submitted on the recommendations of the protection of the trees, but more so around the scheduled trees in relation to their significance and what they do for our city in an enhancement centre, but it also, in fact, in its visual and its amenity and its, it's the natural factor. Excuse me.
Thank you. And last question, Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora. I think you were saying you're a new institute. No? Oh, you were talking about registration. Okay, so I guess is really your purpose of coming here is to kind of build that relationship with our units, our staff, and us.
Correct.
And work together more closely.
So, based on the back of Councillor Bartley's question, was in relation to these are the issues we're facing. This is what landscape architects have done in time. We see a huge opportunity here to continue this relationship, and we want to be part of the conversations because we understand there's an Institute of Architecture, there's engineers, there's planners. We want to be part of these conversations. You can see to demonstrate what we're doing, what we are capable of assisting with, and bringing all these entities together to make a better Auckland. So bringing that front of mind for the committee today.
That's very well. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you very much. And I know it's hard to try and fit everything into 5 minutes. And I know whenever we send out those warnings to presenters, it's probably a bit disappointing. But thank you for trying to fit as much as you could into that time. And I'm definitely keen to continue those relationships. So thank you for the work you've done already and what you're doing. So mover in this situation. Councillor Cooper, Councillor Bartley, all those in favour? Aye. Those against? No. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, thank you.
Have a good day. Hannah Blackmore. Cool. Yeah. Thank you. I'll just. I think Suad's going to. If you could switch off your other microphone, and then turn on that one. Otherwise, the sound will just. And then switch on the microphone in front. Yeah. Thank you.
All this technology.
And we're just getting your Suad. Is the presentation ready for? Oh, she.
No, it's different. Okay.
Has that been passed? It's different than what was given to you this morning. Has that gone to everyone?
Is this for your item, Sarah, or Hannah's?
No, sorry. I've put I've given two items to Suad for you to have on your. But I've also put some hard copies of some material that
We'll just get your.
for what I'm speaking to right now.
We'll just get your presentation. So Sandra's not here. It was on a stick. Sorry, Hannah, we're just getting
That's
your.
okay. It's not a presentation. It's press.
Okay, you did you have a presentation or just the hard copy?
No, I've no presentation.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
just handout.
Apologies. I thought the stick was the
No.
presentation. Sorry. Go ahead, you've got 5 minutes. Thanks, Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would like to do to focus on the real concerns about today's proposal is to go back 7 months. 7 months ago, I wrote to Mayor Goff, a copy to all of you, and I would like to take the time to read this to focus again. Dear Mayor Goff, it has taken the COVID-19 lockdown to bring into sharp focus the fact that whilst we are doing everything to protect our children from this virus, we are utterly failing to protect them from the toxic pesticides they face every day on their roads and parks and playgrounds. The thought of returning to the same old unnecessary poisonous regime after this pandemic is over is abhorrent. As we note in our children's campaign launch, this lockdown has given us all time to reflect on the past and contemplate the future we need, not least a future where all our children are safe from the actions of their own council. Dear Mayor Goff, as you know from all the presentations, petitions, submissions and appeals, the Weed Management Advisory, together with PANANs and tens of thousands of Aucklanders, has been working tirelessly to achieve positive change for decades. In spite of all the promises and chemical reduction plans from your council, it hasn't happened, and that is utterly disgraceful. In 2017, the Weed Management Advisory appealed to you, Mr. Mayor, to transition our city to non-chemical public spaces immediately to protect our children, in accordance with the Council's weed management policy. We pointed out that the city had wasted 4 years, now 7 years, since the policy had been passed that could protect them, and that every year another vulnerable and precious 20,000 babies are born in Auckland. That is now 140,000 extra babies this council has put in harm's way. This poisoning of our children must not continue, Mr. Mayor. Every week brings more expert scientific evidence of the detrimental impacts of pesticide exposure on vulnerable developing children's bodies, including on their immune systems, making them more vulnerable to infections such as COVID-19. What makes this such an emergency is that these frightening effects are evident from lower and lower levels of exposure, such as those in the sprays your council uses on roadsides, parks and playgrounds. Sprays you blithely assume to be safe, contrary to an overwhelming mass of independent scientific studies. Dear Mayor Goff, we appeal to you to take the time to read the evidence in our Protect the Children from Toxic Pesticides campaign on our website. Not only have we been researching and documenting the adverse effects of toxic pesticides, but the solution. The fact is that Auckland has the ability to maintain the entire city's roadside vegetation non-chemically, and over half its children in wealthier suburbs have actually enjoyed this for 20 years. But for the children, it is a different matter. Over half Auckland's children live in lower socio-economic areas where they still endure toxic pesticides on roads and parks that they cannot avoid. This inequality is an iniquitous situation that should have been remedied long ago and something you could change tomorrow, Mr. Mayor. Basket Tunkak The UN Special Rapporteur on Toxics said in 2016, children in low-income, indigenous, minority or otherwise marginalised communities bear a disproportionate burden of our inaction on toxic chemicals, implicating the human rights principles of dignity, equality and non-discrimination. In my view, the only solution to this injustice is the prevention of exposure. Please, Mayor Goff, this is an environmental health and human rights emergency and children cannot wait any longer. We need to get toxic pesticides out of their lives. We cannot continue to poison their future. We appeal to you to make the shift to non-chemical methodologies now, so that as we move out of lockdown, we can continue to keep our children safe, so that when they go back to school, it is not via streets have been sprayed with chemicals that can impair their ability to learn. We stand ready and willing to work with all and everyone to support you in bringing this about, Mr. Mayor. We have a moral responsibility to act when there is doubt, not when victims emerge. So what we have here in front of us today, bringing us up to today, is absolutely abhorrent. I cannot even begin to say to you how disappointed we are in what's happened here, and I plead with you to please do not endorse this proposal, because what this proposal is will take toxic chemicals into every child's street, every child's path. And the fact of the matter is that the iniquitous situation that we identified, which is children and their health, all of our health, has somehow been turned into an inequality of budget. So please, sorry, I have to just sort of make this point, Mr. Chairman, is that under this proposal, everybody will be far worse off, and that the iniquitous situation that the local boards, particularly in the poor areas, have, is that they cannot afford to fund non-chemical. So the same situation will remain, that the rich suburbs will be fine, the local suburbs and the poorer suburbs will be yeah, I'm sorry. It really...
Thank you very much, Hannah. We have two questions so far, one from Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've got a question for you, Hannah, and essentially the context is that your organisation helped to actually put together the council's weed management strategy. So do you think that this agenda item accurately reflects and assesses what we're doing against the stated 8 objects of the weed management strategy, particularly as it goes to ensure public health and safety?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. No.
Okay.
This basically, this proposal completely negates everything in the policy. It's not a question of implementing it. 7 years we've waited for this, and the first thing they do...
Sure, got that. And the other question I've got goes to the legacy position of the whole cluster of North Shore local boards, previously North Shore City, that have non-chemical use, and Auckland City. When those legacy councils made the decision to go chemical-free, my understanding, because I was there and I'd just like you to corroborate that, is they based that decision partly on medical advice that was provided on the part of people in the community affected by chemicals. Can you cast any light on the medical situation across Auckland as it currently stands?
Yes, almost certainly everything that was done, and we're talking about going back 30 odd years, that was precisely the reason why we went non-chemical, why councils chose to go non-chemical, was because of the health effects. Now, and I'm sure you'll be hearing from Dr. Muriel Watts after myself, is that now we have a situation that the evidence is overwhelming that the lower levels of the chemicals that are sprayed on our road have an effect, an endocrine disrupting effect. It's not just cancer. It is, and I have included in your little thing just quotes from some, in the last 5 years, from eminent scientists, professors, all of them saying we must take this chemical out of the public sphere.
Thank you. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, and I just need a very quick answer to this, Hannah, just a yes or no, really. In 2016, Professor Bagley of Auckland Cancer Society presented to the Aoraki local board, and he said, in respect of what you've said today, because human cancers take a long time to develop, exposure of populations to a low dose of glyphosate over a long period of time represents a more significant risk than exposure to a high dose for a short time. Isn't this proposal going to do exactly what Dr. Bagley fears here, that you will have all of Auckland exposed to low dose over a long period of time, and that's actually more risk than a high dose over a short period?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to, I'm just looking at our report, and our report said that the EPA considers glyphosate to be safe. So how are we supposed to listen to you and not the EPA?
Oh no, I'm not suggesting that I should listen to the EPA, or even that you should be listening to the EPA, because the fact of the matter is you should be listening to the experts, and I think you'll be hearing some more about that. The EPA cannot say, and should not be saying, that anything is safe. They cannot say that, and this is your decision as councillors. You have to make the decision. And as countries and cities across the world are following, the banning of glyphosate and pesticides, they're not abiding by they're taking a precautionary stance, and that is really what is important for council to do.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you very much for all your information, as always. Could I please have a mover, Councillor Walker? Councillor Watson would like to second. All those in favour? Aye. And against? No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And now we have Sarah Smuts-Kennedy from the Love of Bees, or for the Love of Bees, sorry.
Yeah, I would much rather be here telling you about the amazing projects that we're doing that are awesome for the city, but I'll have to book another time for that. Just to say that I am the vision holder of a project called For the Love of Bees. We have activated thousands of people across Auckland, with the well-being of the bee being our kind of central focus. But that brings us today to your vote that you'll be doing this afternoon. I've written this down because 5 minutes, when you feel so intense about something, feels incredibly intimidating. There is so much to talk about, and there's absolutely no capacity in 5 minutes to do that. So I'm just going to talk to a few things. Today, you'll make a decision that affects the long-term plan that will impact on the next decade of Aucklanders' lives, a time when we must make headway in regards to biodiversity and climate change and human health concerns. Your criteria for choosing a weed control strategy has been presented to you via 2 headlines: cost and emissions, with a funding cap that keeps changing. 2 weeks ago, it was 6.5 million, today it is 5 million. We and thousands of Aucklanders see it as a pre-climate change, insect decimation and human health crisis accounting proposal that conveniently does not include any hidden costs, including those to humans and the wider ecosystem. As an environmental committee, you will signal with your vote if you are serious about protecting the citizens who elected you from further environmental harm. We know that natural systems of which we are a part do not operate in silos. Everything is interconnected. Harm is exponential. It builds on itself silently, creating disease until boom. Systems on a human, biological, or planetary scale are broken. When the EU considered glyphosate, they made recommendations. One was to get it out of public and urban spaces. The Environment Committee must be smart and not allow your fixation with carbon emissions reduction calculations to override actual health to ecosystems and humans in our streetscapes when they are being encouraged to spend more time in these very streetscapes biking and walking instead of driving. And in fact, we are encouraging for them to grow food in urban farms to deal with food security issues. The costs per kilometre in carbon in this proposal, I believe, is misleading. The per kilometre costs quoted for thermal and mechanical in no way reflect the actual costs to deliver. Actual thermal contractors have given council quotes that are competitive with chemical and could be done within the original funding cap. The emissions, climate and environmental calculations of benefit versus harm are so narrow in this proposal and are so misleading, I don't even want to bother now with my precious 5 minutes to debate them, as I cannot do justice to it in this time frame. Auckland's council's comfort in using these materials comes from the NZ-EPA authorisations. But the EPA have never actually made a risk assessment of glyphosate themselves, let alone an assessment of mixing glyphosate and fatty acids together and the other mixes that are being used by contractors currently across Auckland. Does anyone else here like me find it astonishing that in the 30 years it's been used in New Zealand, it has never had a risk assessment by our own underfunded EPA? As the elected councillors who will vote yes or no, you need to think carefully about precautionary principle, which states that in the case of uncertain but compelling evidence, you must act in the public interest to prevent harm. There have been 3 court cases in the USA in the last few years for glyphosate, and in each of these cases, the court found that glyphosate and the formulation had caused the cancer in claimants. The discovery process showed that Monsanto and Bayer already had evidence that their products caused cancer, and they knew this risk. Evidence easily supported a conclusion that Monsanto was more concerned with tampering down safety inquiries and manipulating public opinion than it was with ensuring its product is safe. Importantly, the court cases used independent scientific literature that was published in scientific journals, as well as data that was supplied by the industry. This is why the International Agency for Research on Cancer's finding is important. It used publicly available data to arrive at the probable cancer cause of finding. Bayer and Monsanto have stopped contesting the decision that glyphosate herbicides cause cancer. Their challenges are now about how much money they have to pay victims. Where is New Zealand in this? No risk assessment has ever been undertaken. The EPA has listed it as a priority, but boatloads of evidence continues to be published that continues to be ignored. And when will there be enough evidence for risk assessment? Our Singer Cancer review was based, as New Zealand scientists said, on a flawed overseas assessment. The European finding has been reviewed recently with a more precautionary stance. For example, the EU only approved it for 5 years, not 15, and that is coming to an end in 2 years. It is now recognised that glyphosate not only causes cancer, but it causes effects connected to other human health problems. The World Health Organization found it caused oxidative stress. This is important because oxidative stress sets the stage for many other diseases. There is now a large body of evidence demonstrating glyphosate and its formulations cause endocrine disrupting effects. This is known for 30 years that it damages fertility, and more evidence shows that it alters the microbiome and that glyphosate exposures cause neurological damage and disorder. Increasing evidence links glyphosate to autism, ADHD, Parkinson's, and it damages how neurotransmitters function. This implicates glyphosate and depression. If your certainty of safety is based on MPA approvals, then you who vote today need to know the EPA has done no such assessment itself, and the territories that it's basing its assessment on are now banning it. I'm running out of time to give you my thing. You've been sent it, so please read it. It is so complicated. We know that the contractors can deliver it. What we've done is we've created a podcast that you can listen to in depth, that you have been sent, that actually pulls experts who have not been curated out of this conversation to actually give people a chance to actually listen to these things in full. We have, you have also been sent a letter by the Auckland businesses who, and I will read to complete, I'm sorry I'm going over time. We want our communities to be safe for, because this is what I believe Auckland is and the people I represent feel. We want our communities to be safe for growing food, for children and adults to play in, and for native flora and fauna to thrive. We don't believe the world's most livable city will be one that sprays its streets with synthetic chemicals.
Sarah, just to be fair on all the presenters so far, we'll just have to, but if you could send us that information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've made recommendations which you have been sent.
Cool. Thank you, Sarah.
Primarily, our recommendation is that there shouldn't be a standardisation.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Sarah, that 5 minutes can whip past very quickly, can't it? But look, you had a lot of information to impart, and you did well. So I just wanted to pick up on one of the things that you shared with us. That was right at the start of your presentation. You said there was amazing other projects happening across Auckland as well. So the way I'd like to frame my question is, do you have any comment about today's proposal and how it could be affecting or even in conflict with other programs the Auckland Council might be involved with and running?
Yeah, so thank you very much for that question. Absolutely, that's one of our biggest concerns, is that I know that you have funding issues and you are spending money at the moment to actually get some really good outcomes. You know, I really do believe that Auckland Council wants the best for Auckland. There's money being spent on the harbour restoration. You know, glyphosate in our streets runs down into our stormwater, right into the harbour, where it does massive amounts of damage. We have communities as a result of COVID, thankfully, looking at growing food all around the city with very real need. This spray goes vast distances, it doesn't disappear. It's a chelator in soils, which means that it has a soil life. There's a real concern that as we make one step forward in one ecosystem space, be it urban farming, be it harbour restoration, that we actually still continue to have a chemical in that's so pervasive in our streets. It's everywhere. That is actually disrupting our capacity. So in fact, it makes our spend negligible. It certainly takes us backwards. We want there to be an efficient spend when money, resources are limited, and we believe that the Environmental Committee needs to be looking at these things through a holistic perspective. And as David Attenborough said, we probably won't mitigate climate change, but we can repair ecosystems and biodiversity. And these chemicals are massively detrimental to biodiversity opportunities.
Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you,
Walker.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sarah. Do you think that Council should be informing itself around a risk-based assessment on the use of glyphosate, informed by scientific papers that are available on this subject, as it goes to both human health, but also the known impact on killing bees and other organisms, and the known environmental effects? And in that respect, should that risk assessment, especially as it goes to use of glyphosate across all roads in the urban corridor, which is proposed, should also be informed by the increasing use of that space by council strategies that Councillor Sayers referred to, that encourage people to use that space through walking and cycling and recreating, and the increasing biodiversity use of that space?
Auckland has made an amazing stand on biodiversity well-being, and I'm expecting that you will be wanting to grow that space. So absolutely, you need to be looking at scientific papers. You need you can't create well-being and kill well-being at the same time and expect to be moving forward. It really does have a massive, glyphosate is known to have a neurological toxin, damages the brains of young humans and the brains of young bees and other invertebrates. It damages honeybee navigation. It affects larval development and alters their teeny tiny microbiome. These happen at sub-level lethal levels similar to environmental levels. Yes. Yes. And you know, the technology is there with thermal. I think one of the major issues is that you've already got contractors in place. They are not advocates of the new technology. That is your major issue. The technology is available. It is available at the price that you need it. It actually isn't as carbon emitting as you have been led to believe, and there are all sorts of innovations that can very quickly streamline that. You have the capacity to become a livable city. And what we did this week is that we reached out to an international community who made posters for us, and I cannot tell you how many people said to me, "Oh my God, Green New Zealand, are they still using this terrible toxin that's gone from the rest of the world?" We're spending money on the America's Cup because we know that it's going to actually be good for Auckland, and it's good for Auckland's brand. This decision will be a terrible marketing decision for Auckland.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Newman.
Good morning. It's very interesting. Two quick questions from me. You referred to the litigation on this matter from the United States.
Yeah.
Has there been any awarding, beyond a declaratory judgment of a court in the United States, has there been any judgment in relation to cost, punitive damages? I'm hearing references about this, but beyond the declaration, what happened next? And has this been addressed by federal government? Have they banned it?
That's a very good question to ask Muriel, who'll be speaking next, actually, who's actually an expert in that field. She's going to speak more in that space, so she is the perfect person to ask that question of.
Okay, well, while I've got you, one more question then. You've made some reference to the Environmental Protection Agency. I accept that that's an argument, but given the way in which the EPA has investigated this, you appear to have come to the conclusion that they've effectively engaged in a desktop study and that their conclusions are not worth anything. So is it would it be your contention that actually as part of that the EPA itself as an agency needs to be overhauled if it's not conducting the level of investigation to the standard that you consider?
We know that it's a priority on their list and they're massively underfunded. So yes, I would suggest that.
Okay, thank you.
And I just think it's really important that, so the question that I was going to put to you if I got to the end, it really speaks to that, is like, New Zealand public laws guide you. It says you must broadly consider all issues. You must not narrow your scope. The criterion for public interest as a yardstick of indeterminate length is well known in public law. So tell me, if you
Sarah,
ignore...
we've just got another question from Councillor Mulholland, and you have sent us, I think, that information.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Councillor Mulholland.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I do want to, and I don't have to declare an interest like this, but I am enrolled in a apiculture course, so I do want to mention this, that it's incredibly important to me, and I want to acknowledge Walter Dendall for his amazing work. Not that I would say I'm the best student in the team, but I try. So Sarah, kia ora, and thank you for your presentation. And I'm very mindful of the challenges faced by us as a governing body and our communities and residents on the $1 billion budget shortfall, and we need to be mindful of that. Also, I'm very mindful of having been involved in workshops and hearing about the EPA's views, so that too conflicts, and I just want to share with you and maybe get some thoughts on that from yourself. But the question I have for you is, has the Auckland beekeeping apiculture sector fed into your I was going to your Facebook today. I'm sure they've fed into that. But to your feedback today, kia ora and thank you.
Just so that you know, For the Love of Bees is actually, while we do run beekeeping schools in the city, our focus is on broader ecosystem well-being. So our priority is that when every bee flies to a flower, that flower is free of toxins. So in that sense, I suppose, yes, but I can't sit here and say that I'm speaking on behalf of them.
Well, thank you very much once again, Sarah, and thank you for all the information you've sent us and that you've presented here today. Could I have a mover, Councillor Collins and Councillor Mulholland to second? All those in favour? Aye. Against? Cool. Thank you. And
Use your vote wisely.
Now we have Dr. Muriel Watts, and we've got you online, so we'll just check if we can hear you. I'm not sure if we can see you.
Good morning. Just see if you can hear me.
Morena, we can hear you. And you have 5 minutes to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kia ora tātou. Incidentally, I do like the spelling of my name. It's not quite correct, rather French, but that will do for the moment. So my name is Dr. Muriel Watts. I am the Science and Policy Director of Pesticide Action Network Asia and Pacific, the regional hub of a global network of more than 600 civil society organisations in over 90 countries, working to replace the use of hazardous pesticides with ecologically sound and socially just alternatives. I represent the entire network at the United Nations Chemical Convention's meetings. I'm also a consultant to the United Nations Environment Programme and the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organisation, and author of a 70-page monograph on glyphosate. I'm an Aucklander living on Waiheke Island, and there's just a few points I want to make, mostly about the impacts of glyphosate on the environment. The United Nations Environment Programme released a report in September this year stating that glyphosate is a chemical of global concern, that it can persist for years in soil and seawater, that it is toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects, and poses significant threats to aquatic plants, particularly the seagrass beds such as we have around Waiheke and elsewhere in the Hauraki Gulf. That every formulation tested in France was found to be contaminated with arsenic, that it is transported through the air and comes down in rainfall, water that many of us rely on for drinking purposes, and the surface water contamination with glyphosate is ubiquitous globally. That same report also stated there might need to be a legally binding treaty to assist the global phase-out of such pesticides. You also need to consider that in 2009, NIWA, the National Institute of Water and Atmosphere, determined that glyphosate is a chemical of concern for Auckland because of the significant deposits of glyphosate and its breakdown product in the marine environment, in Auckland Harbour and the Hauraki Gulf as a direct result of its use on roadsides. The NZEPA should have told you all of this, but as you already heard, has not yet undertaken a full risk assessment of glyphosate, let alone assess the risk of spraying it in public places. The Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act, under which the EPA operates, does not permit the EPA to decide whether a pesticide is safe or not, only to decide whether the benefits of its use outweigh its risk. So it cannot, based on law, tell you that it is safe to use in public places or on the streets of Auckland, and not least because it actually has not yet assessed all those risks. As the NZEPA has not assessed glyphosate itself, it bases decisions on those of other jurisdictions, most notably the European Union. And as you've heard, when the European Union assessed glyphosate recently, it chose to reapprove it for only 5 years rather than the usual 15 years. Meanwhile, many EU countries have taken action. Italy has banned its use in public places. Austria, Belgium, the Czech Republic, France, Germany and Luxembourg are all in the process of banning it completely or severely restricting its use. Other countries that have taken action include Argentina, Australia, Bermuda, Brazil, Colombia, India, Oman, together with 5 other countries in the Persian Gulf, Sri Lanka and Vietnam. Thailand should be added to that list. They tried to ban it, but Trump threatened Thailand with a trade war if they went ahead with it, so they withdrew. Whatever decision you make about the ongoing use of glyphosate is one that you will have to be responsible for the rest of your lives, and this is important for you to consider. When the rest of the world is moving away from using glyphosate, it is utterly important that you think deeply about how well this will sit with your conscience now and into the future. Do not be distracted by what farmers say. This decision has absolutely no impact whatsoever on the ability of farmers all over the country to continue to use glyphosate. No impact whatsoever. Do not be distracted by a report that claims using hot water has climate change impacts. That same report failed to identify the climate change impacts of the manufacture and transport of glyphosate and therefore cannot be seen as anything but prejudicial. You can choose to believe me or not, but you cannot unknow what you've heard today. If you agree to glyphosate use on all Auckland's roads, you will be knowingly exposing every Aucklander, including all your own families, to a chemical the World Health Organization has classified as a probable carcinogen. And the marine environment to get the chemical that the UN Environment Programme has called a chemical of global concern. It does not matter what the underfunded New Zealand EPA says. Much higher authorities with greater resources and greater expertise say differently. And you cannot hide behind what the EPA says, that they told you that it was safe or that we didn't know. So I urge you to reject the proposal to return glyphosate to every street. Put aside the view of EPA and instead pursue one of the many effective and efficient non-chemical technologies available to you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Watson. We've changed your name on the screen. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, you have a question.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Dr. Watts. So in the countries that have now stopped using glyphosate, what effective process do they use for managing weeds? Or do they not manage them?
No, they do. They use the thermal technologies that are being rejected by Auckland Council.
So places like India, how is that sort of monitored and enforced?
India was not one of the countries that I said banned glyphosate. India has significant problems with glyphosate use, and there's just been a major report published in India about the problems with glyphosate. One of the problems being that it's one of the highest causes of deaths from suicide with pesticides in India and in Sri Lanka. But that's, of course, not of relevance here. But they in fact, are not one of the countries that have banned it.
Thank you, I misheard. Thanks very much.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Watts. You're the Director of Science and Policy for this action network over Asia Pacific, including 600 civil society organisations that interact with the United Nations. In light of your submission to us today and your position as that directorate, and also, I guess, in light of statements from people like Professor Bagley of the Auckland Cancer Society, what would your view be of the balance, the rigour, the precautionary approach to the report before us today, which has one oblique reference to health, and that reference being, quote unquote, there are members of the community that believe glyphosate should not be used by Auckland Council. That's the extent of the health concern, Dr. Watts. Do you think that's a balanced approach?
I have to say that I think the report was extremely poorly written. It has chosen to ignore hundreds, nearly thousands of published scientific papers indicating significant health effects from glyphosate. I understand that there's nobody in the staff in the Auckland Council staff who has the expertise to make such an assessment of the health effects, but that does not excuse them for failing to acknowledge them, nor the environmental impacts either, for that matter.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Walker.
Muriel, quite obviously you're suggesting there's a risk to the population at large across Auckland through the use of glyphosate in every urban street. Are you also concerned about the impacts on the workers that apply glyphosate? And do you know of any testing that's been done on the part of Auckland Council or its contractors around the health effects of those people that Council effectively contracts to use glyphosate? And also the effect on people like myself, who is dependent on roof water, and the potential risk that I might face through Council using toxins that are carried by the wind and can impact on my water supply and the water supply of the 50,000 odd people on tank water in Auckland, and also drawing water from rivers and other sources that are being exposed to glyphosate.
Okay, I don't think I can remember quite all of your points, but I'll address the last one first. Yes, I'm very concerned about the issue of tank water, partly because I drink it myself. Some years ago, I carried out some calculations based on findings in the United States about glyphosate coming down in rainfall. Glyphosate can travel in rain up to 50 kilometres, so anything that's used in Auckland will be coming over to Waiheke and the other islands in the Gulf and landing in our rainwater and in our drinking water tanks, and likewise up where you are as well. I can't remember the exact figures, but it was an astonishing amount of glyphosate that is likely to be ending up in our rainwater every year. This is a risk that is not taken into account by the New Zealand EPA or even the European Union, who don't actually drink rainwater, generally speaking. So it's a significant problem. It's also a problem for the environment. All that rain is also getting dumped on the environment, and each time it does it, diluted levels of glyphosate are going everywhere. Now, I'm sorry, I forgot the first part of your questions.
Risk to workers.
Oh, yes, risk to workers. It's interesting, workers are often regarded as the most vulnerable because they're closest to the spray. But workers, in fact, should be wearing full protective equipment to prevent them being exposed. So those who are going to be more exposed are other people in the environment, bystanders, people's pets, small children walking by. I'm not aware of any studies having been done in New Zealand about exposure to workers with glyphosate.
Cool. Thank you. Councillor Sayers, last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doctor, I'd like to ask you a question about how long the chemical stays active and harmful in A, soils, and B, water. And also, if you wouldn't mind, because it's not in the report, and I certainly would like to understand that, so I'd also like your comment about that data being omitted from the report. Thank you.
Yes, I can't give you exact figures on this. It can be persistent for years in soils. It really very much depends on the nature of the soil. Clay soils will have higher levels of persistent than soils with high levels of organic matter in them. In terms of seawater, what generally happens is it will settle out into the sediment, and it'll become persistent in the sediment, and then reactivated again as the sediment stirs up. So this is one of the reasons that seaweeds are particularly susceptible to glyphosate, not just because it's a herbicide, but because they're usually rooted in the sediment and are absorbing it through the sediment. So I'm sorry I can't give you an exact date, exact time frame for that. It will vary under conditions of pH, light, temperature, and all of those things. Can I just answer one question that was put to the previous speaker about whether or not to carry out a risk, whether or not Auckland Council should carry out a risk assessment?
Yes. Yes.
My view is that no, Auckland Council should not. For start, Auckland Council doesn't have the expert staff who could do it. They would need to get consultants to do it, and it would be hugely expensive exercise. There are thousands of papers that would need to be reviewed. When I wrote the monograph on glyphosate, it took me the best part of a year to do it. It's not a subject that can be dealt with lightly. There are new papers coming out 2 or 3 times a week. So it's a massive subject, and I think it's well beyond the scope of the council. But the council needs to look beyond the EPA, who has not assessed it properly and is not funded to do so, and look at what's going on globally and the kind of assessments that are coming out of organisations like the United Nations Environment Programme and the World Health Organization.
Thank you very much. And just one last question for you, Dr. Watts, from Daniel Newman, Councillor Newman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Watts. I was hoping for two, but one will do. It's a follow-up on the question that I asked previously, which was going to be referred to you, about how the the litigation in the United States beyond a declaratory judgment in relation to glyphosate and causation, if there have been any punitive damages awarded. So are you able to comment on any of that?
Yes, I can. In each case, there have been hundreds of thousands of dollars of punitive damages awarded. And I believe there was more than 1,000 cases before the courts. But the company that owns Roundup now, Bayer, having bought out Monsanto, have now decided to settle out of court because it's just costing them so much money. So they're acknowledging that they have to pay out to well over 1,000 claims for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma as a result of exposure to glyphosate.
Any comments on the rigour of the Environmental Protection Agency in the United States federal government?
Yes, I can make a comment on that, and I'm going to divert slightly by talking about a different chemical called chlorpyrifos, an insecticide. The EPA in the US decided it should be banned. That was minutes before Donald Trump was elected as president. The proprietor, Dow Chemical, paid $1 million to Donald Trump for his inauguration ceremony. Donald Trump ordered the EPA not to ban chlorpyrifos, and it hasn't been banned. During that time, the EPA also reassessed glyphosate and gave it the green light. I'm sorry to say that the US EPA's judgments are highly politically based at the moment. We hope this will change very soon. But the outcome of their assessments shouldn't be used in any way as a yardstick for what New Zealand should do.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watts, for all that valuable information and the answers you have given. Could I please have a mover to thank Councillor Watts and Councillor Mulholland to second? All those in favour? Aye. Those against? No. Thank you. Next up we have Andrew Brown from Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei and member. Oh, cool. Thank you.
Ka te kororo a ngā mātua tūpuna, tukuna ngā kororo piroto i ngā kaunihera, kia hakatū i ngā ture mō tātou katoa. Nō rei roto e tēnā, kawe mai ngā kororo, kawe mai te āhua ngā mātua tūpuna hei rungi o Pukuhiwi, kia pai te haere kia tauterangi Māori ki wai ngō tātou. A kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora, thank you very much. And kia ora koutou, kia ora korua. Thank you for the welcome. I see you're well over time, so I won't keep you very long with what I have to say here, but Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei became aware of this kaupapa only a few days ago for the first time. We've not heard about it before then. So it caused us some concern, and I wish to highlight 2 points. I've circulated a letter, which will take as read, so I won't go into the detail of that, and I won't keep you for the full 5 minutes. But there are really 2 concerns underpinning my appearance here on behalf of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. As you can gather, I'm not personally Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, I'm speaking on behalf of. This proposal really introduces a wholesale chemical weed control as the default management technique, and this is contrary to the kaitiakitanga of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, who are mana whenua over a large swathe of the Auckland area. The kaitiakitanga is really set out in our iwi management plan, where we have what I would call basically a presumption against chemical control wherever possible. But it's not an absolutely dogmatic stance. We do acknowledge that there are instances where chemical control might be appropriate. The key concern here is that there is simply not enough information available at this time to make an informed decision, certainly for Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, and I think on the basis of the report that's been given to you, not for the committee either. The proposal's base as safe is touted on an organic plant-based compound, which sounds very nice, sounds very safe, but there is no real information as to the toxicity of this. Safe to say there's one throwaway line that it has an acknowledged toxicity for aquatic life. And that causes us a great deal of concern because the quality of water in Auckland has become a shocking issue, an issue of paramount concern, and something that Council is well aware of and is committing quite a lot of resource to start to try and resolve after a long period of gross neglect, really, it has to be said. So the Maori of the Wai is a paramount concern for Ōrākei, and you're being asked here to really balance a judgment heavily based on carbon and climate impacts, as well as cost, and balancing that against the local impact on the quality of the water. And I wish to make this committee fully aware of the significance of that water issue, if you're not already. It's supported by the recent National Policy Statement, Fresh Water Management, produced by the government, where the central principle, of course, is te manaro te wai, which puts the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems as being the paramount concern in water management. There is one line in your report which acknowledges aquatic toxicity of this biosafe product, whatever it is actually chemically known as, nobody knows, it's not in the report. It's not taken further, there's no assessment of what that actually means. We do not see how a decision can be actually made in light of that. Now, the second concern, and in many ways the most concerning, is the fact that we found out about this on the grapevine a few days ago. We have not been consulted properly and have had no opportunity to engage. Now, Auckland Council puts a lot of store in building the partnership with Mana Whenua and managing the environment in particular in all aspects of the council. There are numerous references through the headline council policy documents, several of which I've quoted in the paper there. Perhaps I'll just quote one of them. Mana Whenua, this is in the Auckland plan itself, Mana Whenua are key partners in the ongoing protection and enhancement of Auckland's environment, as Kaitiaki Mana Whenua have responsibility for ensuring that the spiritual and cultural aspects of resources are maintained for future generations. This involves the ongoing protection of Maori from damage, destruction or modification. Now, we have not been engaged. We cannot make a call on that at this stage, and we think it is entirely inappropriate for this decision to go forward absent that thorough discussion with the kaitiaki of the whenua. So what I'm asking from you today is to acknowledge that there isn't sufficient information on the table, and acknowledge that there has not been sufficient engagement with the Mana Whenua of Auckland, of Tāmaki, and therefore to put this decision on hold for the time being, pending the information being received by the committee. I'll leave it at that. Safe to say, I'll put a footnote on the paper there, that I have some concerns regarding the way the information has been presented. You've heard this before, but the carbon impacts I don't think are a thorough representation. There's no evidence of how they've been worked out. It's very easy to calculate the carbon impact of boiling some water, but it's not so easy to calculate the carbon impact of manufacturing and transporting chemicals. That's all hidden and again is not in front of the committee. I'll leave it there and welcome any questions.
Kia ora, and thank you very much, and thank you for your letter, as I do have serious concerns around the Mana Whenua engagement when myself and actually Member Wilson a number of weeks ago asked for further Mana Whenua engagement, and we were told that would be happening, so we're still, we will be asked officers to explain exactly how that has been undertaken, and I have resolutions, my chair's resolutions, which are different to the what's in the agenda coming up at the item, that I want to encapsulate that before any changes are made across the city. So we've got some other questions from Member Wilcox.
Kia ora, Andrew. I just want to ask, did you speak with whānau at Henderson or Newland?
No, this is coming from the Iraqi body corporate, the Ngāti Whātua Iraqi Trust. So it's based on the governance of Ngāti Whātua Iraqi rather than a detailed whānau consultation. We heard about the proposal on Thursday last week, so it's not terribly long to engage in a widespread consultation.
Okay. So do you have any idea what whānau in Waitakere or at Te Atatū are saying?
No, not at this stage. That is in many ways the whole point.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Coon.
Tēnā koe, Andrew. Thank you for coming along today. As the Chair has highlighted, we've got an opportunity now to actually undertake further engagement and actually to look to a decision today where we standardise the budget but continue the conversation about what will actually happen on the ground, and also to reconfirm that we want to move away from agrochemical use and do that in a way that's consistent with the weed management policy. And I just wondered, are you aware of had any previous involvement with the development of the weed management policy?
No, not personally. I should point out that I'm here as a last choice, if you like. I wouldn't be the natural spokesperson for Iraqi in this basis. We would have people with more detailed ecological knowledge in particular, but unfortunately they're not available today. So no, I haven't had any personal involvement with the development of the weed policy.
Right. Because that's potentially where we've got an opportunity to ensure that we implement shared goals in terms of the management of the road environment. So thank you for coming along today, but I do think this is the start of the discussion rather than the end point.
Yeah.
Kia ora.
Member Wilson.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
It was a bit of humour around the representation as you present here today, but I think that the question is still valid that I'm posing to you, and that is, when you talk to a lack of engagement, you're talking across mana whenua, or are you talking specifically for Ngāti Whātua Iraqi?
I can only answer specifically for Ngāti Whātua Iraqi. Apart from that, all I have to go on is what's in the committee report, which is that the item was presented to a hui sometime in October, I believe, and it would depend on who was at the hui. So I can't speak on behalf of any other iwi.
So just to confirm, you're encouraging the engagement on behalf of Ngāti Whātua Iraqi? Individually?
No. I think, given that we have heard nothing about this kaupapa at all since last week, it's quite likely that other iwi haven't either. So there needs to be a comprehensive engagement of the iwi of Tamaki Makaurau to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to input. Yeah.
Excellent. That sounds like across all of the ngā mana whenua Tamaki Makaurau.
I'm just assuming that if we haven't heard about it, it's quite likely some others haven't as well.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for your presentation, Andrew. And would I have a mover, Councillor Simpson, and Councillor Walker to second? Sorry, Tracy. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Thank you very much for your presentation and for your letter. Yeah. Cool. So we have Kath Handley can't be here yet from the Waiheke Local Board. She will speak at the item on the consultation of hard to recycle plastics and single-use items later on in the day. But now we will have Chair John Gillen from Kaipātiki Local Board to present. So that's the finishing of public forum, and now we're in the Local Board input section. So thank you. And after the Local Board input, we will be taking a short break.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Mr Chair and Committee, for having us here today. I'm John Gillen, Chair of the Kaipātahi Local Board, and I have with me here Victoria Short, Deputy Chair of the Hibiscus and Bays Local Board, and John Turner from the Puka Te Papa Local Board. And apologies for Deputy Chair Danielle Grant of Kaipātahi, who couldn't make it here today, which is a shame because her family are beekeepers and she would have had a lot to say on that. Before I start properly, can I just check, has the local board...
Can I just to check, so we've only had requests from John. Is everyone speaking, or is there a request? Or okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before I start, can I just confirm, has the feedback of the 21 local boards actually been distributed to all committee members? Because in the report is only a summary of the feedback, and the wording of feedback is carefully selected, debated and adopted at board meetings, and I'd be a bit concerned if you hadn't seen it. So could I please have an answer to that before I continue?
It was sent to us originally and through the local board workshop, but it's not on the agenda, which I would have preferred, but it is not there.
Okay, so it has been seen.
Through you, Mr Chair, I have a copy because I requested it. My understanding is that councillors have not received the individual feedback from the local boards. The item in the agenda, however, does contain a very brief summary. That is my understanding. I could be wrong.
So Emax will confirm if that came to us. I thought it did through the workshop, but maybe it was in that high level description. So we'll get that circulated if possible now.
Thank you. And if it could be taken on board, please, in these sort of circumstances, if local feedback could be included in the agenda, because I mean, the public also haven't had the opportunity to find it unless they search for 21 individual minutes from across the board. Can I please have my time reset? Thank you. So we are here today because we are very concerned about the quality of the agenda report and the lack of information in certain areas, and it is not showing the complete picture, and you've heard a lot of that today already. We urge the committee to not adopt the recommendations to standardise the methodology used for weed control in our road corridors across Auckland, and I'm going to touch on a number of reasons why. For over 20 years and perhaps 30 years, the North Shore area and part of central Auckland has used alternatives agrochemical control in our road corridors. We have used hot water or foam or mechanical methods, with chemicals only being used sparingly through the spot application on specific weed species. Our roads and pathways have effectively been chemical-free for decades, but that didn't happen by accident. It was a result of enormous public pressure from protests, public meetings, newspaper headlines and medical evidence presented to councillors from adversely affected people. Yet I can't find anything in the report on the health impacts or on the background or context on why the Northern and Central Board areas use alternative methods. This is really important to understand before it is taken away from us, because we could very well have history repeated on us. Now, when the Super City was created, it established 21 local boards to ensure that local views were not lost and homogenised. Variation between the local board areas was expected and encouraged by the creation of local boards. And yet the proposal in front of us is to actually override local variation decision-making and impose a regional methodology by default. There's nothing wrong with local variation, and we already have it, and it should be supported. And I'll come back to this in a moment. Recommendation A on the agenda, and I acknowledge that that may be changing later, but what's in front of us, Recommendation A, refers to achieving equitable weed management through standardisation of methodologies. I assume from reading the report that equity in this instance refers to budget, because all parts of Auckland currently do achieve equity in the service. We're all getting weeds removed, just different methodologies are being used. So if we're talking about equity of budget, and I can't find anything in the report about the total budget overall or the proposed new budget per local board area. I can only find that it is cost neutral overall, which I guess is because funding will be taken from the northern areas and redistributed elsewhere. I also understand that Wakakatohi NZTA subsidises weed control in the road corridor, but I can't find reference to that in the report at all. And it isn't clear if this is reflected in the different costs of the different methodologies per kilometre. Now, if this proposal is accepted today, then a regional level of service will be implemented that is a lower level of service than the northern area has had for decades. The option given in the report that any local board that wants a higher level of service than the new low level of service will need to find the difference from elsewhere. However, I know that Kaipātahi local board's LDI OPEX is very tight and could well be reduced next financial year due to the situation in the economic situation we're in at the moment, and we could not realistically afford it. We have the option of introducing a targeted rate, which is mentioned in the report, but would effectively be asking the community to pay additional money for a service that they've already been receiving for decades, and that will not go down well with the community. We will actually have no viable choice but to accept the lowest standard of service, which brings me back to local decision making. We are having the rug pulled out from under us and being forced to accept a set methodology and lower service level. Now, I have a letter here, which I believe will be tabled later on today, from Metro Care, which is a former contractor to the north and west areas. And they say that they can achieve a thermal method using rainwater or grey water and carbon neutral, and they cost approximately $852 per kilometre, which is cheaper than most of the prices quoted in the report. So I don't understand where this inconsistency is coming from. Perhaps they were a subcontractor and we were paying a higher rate to a contractor who then employed them. So someone's creaming it, but we are able to achieve cheaper costs here. And if that's possible, then we should be able to offer that across Auckland. Now, lastly, I will put to this committee, and it has been raised already, that this proposal is inconsistent with the 2013 Auckland Council Weed Management Policy for Parks and Open Spaces. The policy supports minimising agrochemical use, not reducing, but minimising. It recognises that, and quote, agrochemicals can be harmful to human health and the environment. It also states, and I quote, the simplest way of achieving an overall reduction in agrochemical use is through restrictions on the application of chemicals in specific areas or at specific times, which is what we are achieving in my local board area, these guys' local board areas as well. If this proposal were to be adopted as it stands, we would be seeing an overnight increase in agrochemical use in our road corridors, not a minimisation. We would be moving away from the weed management policy. That's all I have to say. I'd just like to check whether Victoria and John would like to add anything to that.
Your 5 minutes is up. If you have a brief...
I'm happy to move an
I'm happy
extension
to
of 5
second
minutes.
an extension of time.
So a couple minutes extra. We don't need to move it, but if either of you would like to speak as well.
So in the Hibiscus and Bays Local Board area, we use the thermal method, and I don't want to see that go. You know, we have children walking to school every day, and as you all know, AT are encouraging children to walk to school, use the walking school bus, and I think you guys are doing the walking challenge as well. So, you know, why can't we make sure that these streets that these kids are walking in are safe and that they're being tested chemically? I just don't think a blanket solution is the way forward. In fact, I think we're going backwards.
Kia ora koutou. For the Puki Tāpapa local board, the public feedback from the People's Panel was strongly against using glyphosate in our area. We see a change to using synthetic herbicides would be a reduction in service levels. And one thing that's coming up is the governance framework review, which would be looking at changing how local boards are funded. And so I think saddling us with something like this before we do that is possibly a step too far. So that would be our position.
Thank you very much. Cool. If we could get... Oh, so you have more questions. We have Watson, then we have Councillor Filipina and Walker, and then Councillor Newman. So Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, local board spokespeople. John, and I've got your local board agenda here. During the consultation process for the thermal technology that you're familiar with, I see that the quoted cost is $3,485 per kilometre. You've mentioned one company that is, by all accounts, under $1,000. Would it surprise you to know that there is actually other thermal companies that quoted costs that are a third to a half of that quoted cost that you were consulted on?
Well, that is actually, in some ways I'm surprised, in some ways I'm not. I mean, that information should be in the agenda if that is correct, and I know that from what information I've got in front of me, that is correct for at least one company. So I don't understand why we're not seeing that information, why you are not seeing that information before you make this decision.
Okay, just a very quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. In terms of this information that went to local boards, were local boards made aware of the exact nature of the NZTA subsidy, which in some years extends to $4.4 million a year for weed and vegetation control?
No, that was not mentioned at all. I only found out about that very recently.
Finally, were you made aware of the path to carbon zero from one of the companies? Was that made aware to you that one of the thermal companies has got a path to carbon zero?
No, again, I only found out about that very recently. It wasn't presented to us.
Right. Would appear the local boards didn't get told a lot of things.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Filipaina, online.
Tēnā koe and tēnā koutou katoa. Look, just a question. I've got two very short ones. The first one is, I'd be interested, John, to find out what your thoughts are about having a regional approach. So then at least we have a standard. So that's one question, and then I've got another one after that, John.
So the issue with the regional approach is what methodology is selected. We don't want to change the methodology we're currently using. And also the budget. It's not clear what the budget will be. So if we have a regional approach but our budget is reduced and we can't afford to maintain what we currently have, then I absolutely would be opposed to that. And our local board does have a resolution opposing a regional approach because of that. If, however, as we're discovering that there are cheaper ways of obtaining a chemical-free methodology, and council is able to roll that out across the board, then that would be beneficial for everyone. So I'd be supportive of that.
And just last question, John. So, I mean, I'd be interested to see what your thoughts are about South Auckland at this stage subsidising the shore in regards to the weed management.
So the South is not subsidising the shore. The South is being hard done by council by not being paid enough, not having enough money allocated to it at the moment to be able to achieve a decent level of service. That doesn't mean that the North should not have the level of service it currently has.
Yeah, that statement's a bit misleading, but Chair, I'll wait for the item.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Sorry, Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I'm assuming you've read the agenda item, John. The agenda item covers off budget, but does it give you any indication of what the budget is available for your local board and any local board across the region? That's the budget available.
No, I could not find that in the report, Councillor Walker.
Okay, fine. So we have no idea of what the budget is available. Secondly, can you confirm that hot water was used successfully in the Northwest contract that includes the total area of your local board, which is Kaipatiki, and also the total area of Upper Harbour, and that it was used successfully and it met the outcomes for some years?
Yes, absolutely, for decades. And just noting, as I mentioned, that particular hard species of weed do get spot application of glyphosate. So that is acceptable in certain circumstances. But for the majority of it, it is hot water, or in some of the northern areas, foam.
Sure. And then my last question is, can you confirm that in the information that was provided to local boards under Project Streetscape, there were a number of figures, amongst which was the figure for the combined methodology of $1,293 at that point in time, and now it's reduced to $1,050, a drop of approximately 19%. Have you had any explanation as to why that is the case? Because that was what you were consulted on and you gave feedback on before. Any explanation on that?
No, I'm surprised to see that the figures in today's report differ to what we were presented with.
So is it possible that there could be a substantial change in the budget, and maybe we need to know about that?
I've got no idea what the budget is, but you could be correct.
I have no idea either, but I'm sure the other councillors have no idea too. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Newman.
Chair, I just wonder, I know you're going to call a break shortly. In the report that we got coming up, I have to be in reliance of paras 45 and 46 and table 3 for a summary of local board feedback. Based on what I'm hearing today, I'm wondering if during the break a full summary or a full statement of what the local boards actually said to inform this table could be photocopied and circulated to all councils, or at least to me. I would like the information. I presume others would as well, but I would like to get a copy of that for my consideration of item 8. If that could be arranged during the break, I'd be grateful.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Member Wilcox.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Newman, I have been told that it was circulated to us at the workshop, but I'm asking if it can be done again before we have the item. Okay, cool. Member Wilcox, sorry.
So when we did the glyphosate thing, the chemical thing back in the 90s, wasn't it? Was it 90s? I know whānau from the coach and also from Beachhaven were quite involved in that. So are they still supportive of the hot water as opposed to the chemical? And I suppose, you know, what do Māori in general have said about that? Because they were quite supportive. I remember Auntie Pam and being quite supportive in that kaupapa at that time.
My understanding is yes, there's not an appetite to move. Of course, that's going to vary from person to person, but yes, my understanding is that there is a desire to stick with the hot water, or at least non-chemical method of weed removal from the road corridor.
Yes, so have you kind of talked to any of our whānau out there, or have we got any feedback from our whānau, or is this just kind of just being taken for granted? Because I know they did really support the hot water kaupapa. I'm just trying to understand, did they, at Kaipātiki, are they still in support, and have we tested that?
My understanding is that they're still in support, yes. I have not gone back to them recently to check that.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to pick your brains on your thoughts on this table here under paragraph 46. So, by my calculation, under this report, if this were to be adopted, 850,000 people in our city would have less glyphosate use, and 150,000 more would have no change, leading to a service level of about 1 million people in our city that have the same or less. So, what are your thoughts on that, and what should we do about it if we didn't adopt this report?
So my personal opinion is that council should find a method that is both cost effective, as we've heard there are cost effective methods, and to minimise the amount of glyphosate being used across Auckland in line with your weed management policy.
Sorry, and just to follow up, so you would accept that this report does or does not minimise glyphosate across the city?
There is a minor change to some areas, yes, but in the northern areas and the areas that we represent here, no, there would be an increase.
Thank you. No more questions. Oh, sorry.
Just a question of
No,
Victoria
Councillor-
Short.
No, Councillor Walker, you've already had your...
I was not asking the question of John Gillan, a very short question of Victoria Short, if I may.
Very short, but we are well over time.
So, in this report, is there any indication of the pathway for a local board to go glyphosate free? That is, how it would actually do it?
Not that I can see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Could I please have a mover for Councillor Collins, Councillor Fletcher? Happy to swap those names if that's okay, if you'd like to move. So Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Collins, all those in favour? Aye. And thank you very much, local board members, and you're welcome to stay as long as you like. We're going to have a...
Thank you.
Oh, so there's no extraordinary business? I don't need to move that, do I? No. Cool. Thank you. We're going to have a 5-minute break, so 12:01 we'll come back. Thank you. Have Kirk, Jenny, Rob so far, and just if there, if anyone could, if anyone else is brought up to the table to comment on anything, could you please introduce yourself before you speak? So, what we're going to do, members, because I'm assuming this could take a while, we'll do the presentation, then we'll do all the questions, any questions members of the committee have, and then we will move to lunch and then go back to the item to debate it. I want to give this full amount of time, so I don't want to end up trying to rush people or extend for the period over lunch, because our staff deserve a break before 2 or 3. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just very quick introduction, and Kirk's got a brief presentation just to touch on the main points in the report. I thought it'd be useful just to, before we got into it, just to recap the scope of this review, and particularly what it's not trying to do. So this is when Streetscapes was, when Council took over the management of the road corridors last year, it was agreed that there would be a review of the weed control operations, and that was really an acknowledgement that at the moment we do things very differently in different parts of the city, using different methodologies, all trying to get to the same end point but in different ways. So this review is very much looking at how we do it at the moment, what the options are for doing it in a more equitable way or a standardised way. It's certainly not and doesn't attempt to be an assessment of risks of agrochemicals or glyphosate, but it is very much looking at the existing methodologies we use and using them as the baseline on the assumption, I guess, that they are all acceptable methodologies to use, to continue to use. So there's been quite a lot of discussion about glyphosate and other issues. We make no attempt in this report to address a lot of those issues around risk assessment and safety. So if I just hand over to Kirk now, he'll take you through a quick presentation.
Thank you. And also to my right, Jenny Gargiulo, our Principal Environmental Specialist. So starting with a little bit of context around how we manage weeds in the road corridor and also how it's funded. Auckland Transport is the road corridor authority, so they have ultimate responsibility for weed management. They are funded both through Auckland Council and the New Zealand Transport Agency. And then Community Facilities carries out weed management in the road corridor on behalf of Auckland Transport. In terms of the purpose of meeting today and also next steps, we are seeking an endorsement of our recommendation from the committee. We can then seek a decision from Auckland Transport, being the road corridor authority, on that recommendation. And then from there we can confirm regional budget that's being allocated to weed management in the road corridor and what this will look like on a per kilometre basis for local board allocation. The challenge that we have at the moment is that weed management in the urban road corridor falls under the lump sum that we pay our contractors for streetscape maintenance. So once we have direction on standardisation, we can work with our contractors on how much of the streetscapes lump sum is being allocated to weed management in the urban road corridor, and then for how much budget is available for local boards. That also takes us to a point that we can consult further with mana whenua and local boards on their preferred local arrangements, and for mana whenua, that's consultation on their preferences for the local board's decision around their arrangements, and then from there we can look at options to fund any shortfall between the methodology that the local boards might want and the budget that they have to deliver this. The aim is to have this decision from Auckland Transport, the budget's confirmed and the confirmed budget arrangement in place for next year's annual plan, so that local boards can consult on targeted rates if needs be, with the new arrangements being implemented in FY 22-23. So in terms of Why do we manage weeds? Primarily it's around asset protection and making sure that we're not having premature damage to our roading assets, which can increase renewal costs. We've got several challenges in Auckland around managing weeds in the road corridor. One of them is the sheer size of the road corridor at over 5,000 kilometres in urban areas. The mild and wet climate that we have that allows weed growth all year round, and also the presence of kikuyu. In terms of how we manage weeds at the moment, we use glyphosate, and glyphosate's a systemic herbicide that kills plants to the root. It can be applied less often than both plant-based herbicides and thermal methods. It's important to note that we don't use POEA, which is an additive that's added to products like Roundup and increases the hazard rating of glyphosate. So we only use formulations without POEA, which means we don't use Roundup. We use plant-based herbicides, which are a fatty acid. They're a contact herbicide. It needs to cover the plant completely, and we need more herbicide than glyphosate, and it needs to be applied more frequently. We use thermal methodologies. Again, that's a contact herbicide. We need to cover the whole plant. It doesn't kill to the root, and it needs to be applied at a similar frequency to plant-based herbicide, and it's most effective on young plants. And these points are really important because they feed into the cost, in the sense that if we need the contact herbicides, because of their mode of action, need to be used more regularly. In addition, we have a no spray register, so anyone can register online to opt out of spraying on the road corridor or council property adjacent to their property. And also within our contracts for weed management, these are outcome based, so we have a consistent level of service across the region. We don't specify frequency within those contracts, just that weeds are managed well. And so contractors are paid a lump sum for that weed control, and can then decide within that how best they can apply that lump sum. In addition, we have KPIs related to agrochemical reduction and innovation, and this, along with the outcome-based contracts and the lump sum, create a really strong incentive for innovation. And so in relation to weed management, we've got a specific example of Ventia, one of our contractors, using foam stream, which is an alternative method to hot water and steam that they see has the potential to reduce water use, greenhouse gas emissions, and costs associated with other thermal methodologies. And that's something that they're doing now, and that's facilitated by the way our contracts are structured. So, as discussed, while we have the same level of service across the region, currently we specify the methodology that we use, which is either synthetic herbicides, so glyphosate, plant-based herbicides, for example biosafe, thermal methodologies, so hot water and steam, noting that glyphosate is used in those areas to control hard to manage weeds. And the areas, as we've heard, the different methodologies reflect the Legacy Council boundaries and practices. And so because the different methodologies have different costs associated with them, this has created inequity in funding for weed management. Those areas receiving thermal and plant-based treatment have more of the contracts lump sum allocated to them than those receiving glyphosate have. So in terms of costs, we supplied costings in the recommendations we put to local boards in September, which were estimates based on feedback we had from our contractors, and were primarily an indication of the differences in cost by methodology. Following our last environment and climate change workshop, we have worked on, following our weed management political advisory group, we worked on providing updated costings as a request from councillors. And so these costings that you're seeing here and that are in the report for today are the updated costings that they've received, that we've received. So the averages that these are averages based on what our contractors, what their costs are, and it's based on their experience in Auckland delivering these services, but also for City Care, their experience delivering the thermal methodologies in Christchurch. So importantly, it's worth mentioning that the cost of thermal can vary significantly based on frequency. If the frequency is lowered and is supplemented with herbicide, then the cost comes down. And this is the case for legacy contracts, and the pricing that has been included as an appendix to the report that came from the PwC report in 2015. So when we've been speaking to contractors that are external to the full facilities contractors at the moment, the pricing that's coming back from them, and also the pricing that we saw from Auckland Transport, is typically subcontractor pricing. It doesn't necessarily include traffic management, and which clearly increases the cost. It doesn't necessarily include the cost of supplementary glyphosate applications, and also it's based on a lower frequency of application. So this is why we're seeing differences between what our full facilities are quoting us and what external suppliers are providing. So in terms of the timeline, the regional review really started back in 2015 with an operational review which recommended standardising methodology. When Community Facilities took over weed management from Auckland Transport, we committed to reviewing this, and also it should be noted that Auckland Transport have agreed in principle with the idea of standardising methodologies. So initially we consulted with the Weed Management Political Advisory Group. We presented at the Infrastructure and Environmental Services Mana Whenua Hui. We consulted with Aucklanders via a People's Panel survey that we've received over 5,000 responses from, and also from our best practice reference group. That then forms recommendations in a report that went to local boards. We also presented this at the Mana Whenua South Central and North West iwi forums, and we had some specific contact with Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei in September, and provided them information about the South Central iwi forum. We've also consulted, of course, with the Weed Management Political Advisory Group. So in terms of, broadly speaking, the feedback that we've had is that we had 12 local boards that are currently receiving glyphosate supported the recommendations, with another 7 local boards not in support of the recommendations. We also had support for the recommendations from Mana Whenua. So we're now bringing these recommendations through to the Environment and Climate Change Committee to inform then decision making that needs to happen from Auckland Transport. Again, any future actions that we need to take at a local board level will need to be consulted on, and we will consult with Mana Whenua on those and whatever local arrangements get chosen. So in terms of the review itself, there are a number of things that we needed to consider as part of the review. In terms of the weed management policy, these were particularly in relation to best practice. So using a combination of weed management methodologies is really important for minimising resistance. We also took into account the imperative around protecting and enhancing the environment and providing value for money. We took into account Te Tariki a Tāwhiri and our ambition to reduce Council's greenhouse gas emissions, our water efficiency strategy, and again our ambition to reduce potable water use. The community feedback we received through the People's Panel, their preferences for us to focus on reducing glyphosate, and also their feedback that only 19% of people were willing to pay more for alternatives to glyphosate versus 36% who maybe would, and 42% who are not willing to pay for alternatives. And also the feedback that we had that 43% of those that responded used glyphosate within their own properties. We also consulted with the community through our consultation with local board, and as discussed with Mana Whenua through feedback from 3 hui, which fed into the recommendations, and then was in regards to the recommendations themselves. In regards to environmental impact and safety, primarily we've lent on the Environmental Protection Agency and their views on the herbicides that we use. We've also consulted with our weed management best practice reference group, both of those groups who say that herbicides we use are safe provided that the correct controls are used. So the recommendation that we made, and based on all of those considerations, is a standardised weed management in the urban road corridor to a methodology of plant-based herbicide and spot spraying of glyphosate for hard-to-manage weeds. So in doing this, we effectively standardise the budget for weed management and create equality around that. Around the way that we manage weeds in the urban road corridor. Within this recommendation, local boards can choose a custom methodology, but will need to fund the difference between the standard methodology and their custom methodology. The current contract framework will continue where contractors can adopt new technology where it's consistent with the weed management policy, doesn't increase emissions, water and glyphosate use, and also is within their existing budget. So we see innovations being fostered in a very similar way that they are now, and with the example of what Ventia has achieved. The benefits of doing this are that we equalise funding across the region. We enhance local boards' ability to make decisions in the sense that they'll be able to choose their own methodology, where currently they get legacy arrangements. The adoption of the methodology will result in a regional reduction in glyphosate use, which is estimated at around 3,000 litres a year across the region. Compared to the other standardised options, there'd be an estimated reduction, compared to the other options, there would be an estimated reduction in operational carbon emissions and water use. There would be an increase in the use of plant-based herbicide, but the reduction in glyphosate reflects community feedback, and the combination methodology will help manage herbicide resistance. So in terms of the next steps in the decision, it starts with the endorsement of the recommendation that we've put forward, and then getting a decision from Auckland Transport. We'll need to consult their funder and NZTA, and then we need to go to Mana Whenua and local boards around the targeted rates. Lastly, I just wanted to pick up on some of the points that were raised earlier. What we're talking about is the curb and channel and hard edges, and also what we're talking about is less than 1 litre of active ingredient of glyphosate per kilometre per year. We don't spray on playgrounds, we mechanically edge parks, and the recommended proposal will reduce glyphosate use across the region. This is in the urban area only, so it's not relevant to necessarily to all of those that have rainwater supply. The NZTA subsidy that we've talked about before isn't really relevant for this discussion. It forms part of the budget that Auckland Transport gets, but it doesn't affect the total budget envelope. It's merely a proportion of the budget. And so thanks everybody for your time. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Kirk and Rob and Jenny. We have 4 questions so far. Councillor Simpson, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I need to understand the use of glyphosate and its safety on human health, all right? So my question is, what is the difference between glyphosate with POEH and glyphosate without with regards to human health? And what evidence can you supply to confirm your information to me?
The main difference is that Roundup, for example, which has POEA in it, has a human health hazard rating. So that's something that needs to be declared on the product. The product that we use doesn't.
So the product that we use, the glyphosate product we're talking about, does not have a human health rating because it is not damaging to human health.
It's as long as we use it within the controls that are specified.
And we do, and you are
Yes.
suggesting we do. Okay.
Absolutely. So
And your evidence around that? How can I be sure that I'm doubting you, but
well, I can read a quote from the EPA. So, based on the balance of scientific evidence, we consider that provided users follow safety instructions on the labels of products containing glyphosate, it can be used safely to ensure no harm comes to people or the environment.
people and the environment. Okay, thank you for that. And my second question is just a confirmation statement about the NZTA's funding subsidy. Not that I think this is necessarily a funding debate, but is it true that the subsidy only applies in urban areas to medians and traffic islands? I know the answer if you don't, but I'm just asking you for confirmation for everybody else.
You might have the better answer than us. The answer is yes, but I think critically the NZTA subsidy might be a bit of a red herring. Essentially, that's a way that Auckland Transport funds the cost that they pay council to provide this service. From a council perspective, strictly as a provider of a service to to Auckland Transport, the NZTA subsidy is invisible to us effectively.
There, because I'm sure other people.
Thank you. I just thought I would put my recommendations. I had sent them around about 9 o'clock this morning to all members of the committee, and Councillor Coombe was second. I don't know if I want to read them now when we come to debating the item, but I just thought it would be cognizant to maybe be asking questions around those as well. Did anyone want me to read them out? Were you happy to? Cool. Councillor Sayers, question.
Yes, I'd just like to pick up on Councillor Simpson's question around the subsidy. I know it's not, I understand what you're saying in terms of but in terms of Auckland Transport, it's kind of important. So the question is, would alternative methods, i.e. hot water or foam, attract a subsidy from NZTA?
We'd have to confirm that with Auckland Transport.
Could you? Yeah, thank you.
I'll just add, my understanding is the subsidy is for the delivery of weed control, vegetation control in the road corridor. As long as that's being done effectively, then the subsidy is available.
Cool. Councillor Walker.
I'll just pick up first on some questions there. So I have a legoima that covers off the subsidy from NZTA to Auckland Transport. It quotes the amounts per year that are based on the invoice from Parks to Auckland Transport and then submitted to NZTA. And it's pretty clear to me that it certainly covers off weed management in the road corridor across a range of methodologies, and that NZTA is agnostic as to methodology, and they state that. I'd just like to confirm that, and I'd like to put this document on the public record because it is public. So can you confirm that?
Yes, as we just...
Okay, and then the other question that was asked of you was around Roundup and the formulations in it. Can you confirm also that EPA, who you quoted, did not make any comment specifying whether glyphosate had an adjunctive in it such as what you mentioned or not? I just want to be very clear on that because Councillor Simpson asked a question around that. In your answer, you said that EPA say it's safe to use so long as it meets certain requirements. But I just want to substantiate whether EPA actually make any particularised comment on these additives or not.
We haven't. I don't think we've looked whether that there was a specific comment. What we looked at was the difference in the human health rating, and the quote that I provided before was in relation to glyphosate in general.
Correct. So I just wanted to substantiate that, because that's at odds with your previous statement, and obviously that's on the public record and this is being recorded. The other question that I've got, because you mentioned budget, and in point 8 it mentions the approach is estimated to be achievable within existing region-wide operational budgets. That's in the report. So I've been requesting what actually is the current operational budget for weed management in the road corridor, and in particular weed management in the urban roads in the road corridor, which are the subject of this report. So can we have what the operational budget is, please? Do you know what it is?
The nature of the payment is that it's a lump sum payment for all the activities we undertake in the road corridor, which includes weed control, rubbish collection, cleaning. So there's what we pay is for a range of activities. There is no specific allocated budget for each of those specific activities. It forms part of a bigger budget.
Okay, so I distributed to councillors a copy of a contract. So can you substantiate that in all of the contracts on the part of all of the head contractors, there is a specification that covers off the number of kilometres of urban road and also the cost for delivering that contract, and also that you could request that information, and have you requested it to arrive at the operational budget for weed management in the road corridor for urban streets? Because I have it, for example, for one part of the region, so I know it's available. So have you asked for that?
No, because of our payment is for a lump sum for a suite of work. Any subsequent breakdown of that is the information might be available in certain shapes or forms that you can derive, but that's not what we pay for or what we buy.
But have you asked for it, given that the information is available? And in some of the Lagoima information, of course, this sort of information is available, and historical information around contracts is not commercially sensitive and is available, and I've obtained it. So did you ask for it to inform this process? Because there is actually no figure in here around an operational budget that we know is available to work with. Have you asked for it?
I think it's the same answer. I apologise, Councillor Walker, is that because of the nature of the contracts, we're delivering this as part of the lump sum. What we have asked for is for an indication and estimates of the per kilometre rates for different methodologies, so that we could see the difference between those methodologies and to give us an idea of the cost of delivering those.
Okay. My question is not around the estimates, because they can be up and down. Surely what we need to consider is what it's actually costing us now, and if we can get that, and I've shown you how you can get it, because it is available, can we get it to inform this process going forward?
I think with the legacy contracts where they were delivering that service specifically, then absolutely that's available. It's not something that, as we've said, it's included within the lump sum. So while in the next phase of the process, we do need to nail down exactly how much we have available. At the moment, we've focused on the per kilometre rates.
Just as an aside, I mean, this information, for example, would cover off other useful information that councillors might like, including renewals in the road corridor. And I can tell you that Auckland Transport has that information because they ask for it in the same way that we could have this information. So I'm just saying through you, Mr. Chair, that the information is available, that it can be obtained, and the public should have that, and the local boards should have that, because it is that amount of money that is going to be divvied up and allocated to the local boards. And right now, we don't know what it is. So I'll just put that to one side, but my question remains on the table. I'd certainly like to have it. Can you confirm that the actual cost in the Northwest contract that Metro Care operated was $852 per kilometre for weed management in the road corridor over a period of some years, that they did not have complaints, that the head contractor was satisfied, they met outcomes? Can you confirm that? And I understand that you did go to Metro Care, because that's communicated to me in information from procurement, and you did seek information from them, and I'm assuming that this information may well have been supplied. Thank you. Can you confirm that?
I think what we need to consider is the full contract cost, and we can't speak specifically about the pricing that we received from different suppliers when we went outside our full facilities suppliers. But what we did get back, the feedback, didn't include traffic management. It didn't include some of the other services that our contractors provide. It didn't necessarily include the supplemental glyphosate used, and it was a lower frequency. So it's very difficult to compare the pricing that we're getting from those external suppliers with our full facilities contractors.
Okay, so my question is, I've actually
last question, please, Councillor.
Well,
we've got about.
I have distributed the contract information to the councillors, and I can confirm that the cost does include all of those things you mentioned. So I have a real concern around the accuracy of information that we are being provided here. I'm doing the best I can to put information on the public record. I'm not talking about the estimates.
Councillor Walker,
I'm talking about the actual costs.
To speak. We're just on questions.
So the last question I've got just goes to the steps that you put up. Perhaps if you could put that slide up. The earlier one that goes 2 steps, that's the process of going through NZTA and so on. That's it? Okay. So in terms of arriving at an equitable situation, would not the first step around equity not be the issue of some form of standardised methodology, but would not the first step be arriving at what the budget is that is available, and then allocating that budget according to, let's say, kilometres of urban road across the various local boards? Should not that be the first principle in terms of equity, certainly as it goes to financial equity, rather than this process that could end up with less budget available to local boards?
So I think you've made a good point, and the Chair's recommendations respond to that as an alternative approach to a standardised methodology, is a standardised allocation of the available budget.
So, Councillor Walker, in my recommendations, I've listened to you and others, and I've tried to, despite 12 out of 19 local boards supporting a standard methodology, I've actually don't support that in my chairs. Doesn't mean people need to support it, but in my recommendations, it's the starting point is a standardised funding per kilometre, and then we need to negotiate with local boards, and I'm hoping contractors and things like that over the next year or so to get those real options for the local boards.
I understand, and that's wonderful, Mr. Chair. Right now, we're working off information supplied by council officers rather than information that's being supplied from other sources, unless it's been tabled. So would you agree then that that process that I'm suggesting is a fairer process for local boards, and from the perspective of financial equity also fairer, and would enable local boards to choose the methodology that they want?
Yes.
And my last question, Mr. Chair, because it's not in here, one very last question.
Councillor Walker, I'm going to go on to, we've got 10 people waiting. I'd like to get,
okay,
and then we can come back. Just switch your microphone off, thank you. Mayor Goff, thank you.
Thank you. I've got several questions. I'll try to keep each of them brief. The first thing has to be about safety, and we're working on the advice of the New Zealand Environmental Protection Authority. Can you explain to us why you are confident that their advice is science-based and not politically based, such as in the United States, and that they have done the work that they needed to do?
Look, I think it's fair to say that we haven't undertaken a review of the decision-making that the EPA has undergone. We have based our decision on that advice because that's their role. As I think some of the speakers earlier today, it is a big and complicated issue, the safety of glyphosate, and it doesn't take much reading into the available literature to discover how complex and how varied the research and findings is. So if there's a desire for council to have a more fundamental review about the safety of these methods, then that's a reasonably substantial piece of work.
No, sorry, I'm not asking that because I don't think we're set up to do it, and I don't think we have the expertise. I listened very carefully to all the presentations this morning. Some of them suggested that the EPA had sort of made this decision without doing any work on it, and I just wanted to know whether you were confident that, while they might not have done the work themselves, that they went through the process thoroughly of analysing the data on the safety of glyphosate used in the proper way.
So we haven't done an audit or review of the EPA process to form a view of whether that's appropriate or not. We assume it is because that's their job.
It absolutely is their job. Secondly, I just want to confirm costs. The difference between what you're proposing in the recommendations as amended by the Chair and what we would need to do if we use the same methodology as used on the North Shore, that would be another $10 to $11 million a year in expenditure. Are you confident that your costing is right?
So that's based on average estimates we have from our contractors. Now, there is, I think all of my colleagues would believe there's absolutely scope for further negotiation with contractors, further interrogation of their subcontracting price. So while that's based on the information we have, I think there's probably scope for a more cost-effective.
So on the status quo, the best estimate you've got is that we'd need another 10 to 11 million, but you might be able to negotiate that on the edges. Thank you. The third thing is, first time I'd heard the figure, the reduced use of glyphosate following your recommendations would be 3,000 litres a year. Is that correct? And how does that compare with the total amount of glyphosate used across the region each year?
Sorry, I can't give you the numbers in terms of the total amount of glyphosate used across the region, but the existing. Sorry, just give me a moment.
So, per kilometre, it's an average in the glyphosate only area of 2 litres.
Sure.
So that's where the reduction would come from, because if you introduce a plant-based, you're halving it.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So at the moment, in those at the moment. Sorry, I'll just check that this is the correct one I'm looking at. So it's this one. This one here.
That's an increase. So the combination would be a decrease.
Yeah, sure. But it's this one, face the one, the existing.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
Based on the maths of
Yeah. So it's 3,000 litre reduction on around 6,000.
So that's a 50% reduction we're talking about.
Yes.
That's significant. I'm a little bit bemused that we haven't highlighted that factor. That's what I thought when you said we use 1 litre per kilometre a year and we do 5,000 kilometres. But you're talking about your recommendations reducing glyphosate use by 50% a year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I just think that perhaps it went over my head. I don't know whether it went over everybody else's. Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I just ask another couple of quick ones?
Yes.
I listened with some concern about Andrew Brown from Ngāti Whātua saying they only heard about this a couple of days ago, but I heard you say that back in September you advised them of the consultation process where they could go to be part of the iwi consultation process, and you offered material to them about it. So I'm just trying to figure out where the miscommunication is if Andrew didn't think he'd heard anything about it, and you've told us actually you have dealt directly with Ngāti Whātua. They had the opportunity to attend a forum and they were offered information. I just want you to confirm that that is correct.
Yes, and I guess with respect to Andrew, we both work in big organisations, so yeah, these I'm sure these things happen, and you know, we're absolutely happy to and will engage with Andrew directly now that we've made the contact on the next phase as well in terms of local arrangements.
Okay, two more questions, if I may, Mr. Chair. The consultation, obviously, with the local boards, so I think you just gave us the figure, Mr. Chairman, 12 were for, and what you're recommending, 7 against. With Mana Whenua, how many people turned up at those consultations, and what was the balance of the views about the recommendations that you're making on that?
We've been trying to get more information on those hui in terms of all the exact people that attended and so on, and unfortunately we don't have that. We haven't been able to get it in time for the meeting.
But the balance of views of those who attended?
But the minutes in terms of the views were that they were positive about the recommendations and particularly about the focus on reducing glyphosate.
Thank you. My last question. I'm not sure whether I heard John Gillen correctly, but glyphosate is currently used on the North Shore for spot spraying, or is not used? I'm a little confused about that.
That's correct, it is.
So it's currently used?
Yes.
So, okay, it's not a case of none being used to us requiring a whole lot more glyphosate used. There'll be some increase in use in the shore, but the baseline is that some is used already for spot spraying.
Correct. If the local boards that currently have thermal choose to go with a combination methodology, then there would be an increase in glyphosate use.
Thank you. Member Karen Wilson.
Kia ora. I'm hoping to compress this so you know exactly where I'm going to go. And it's not going across. So, working off Mayor Goff's kōrero around Mana Whenua consultation, and I note in the report and also by way of the steps that were in the presentation what was considered, so not going over those, it's I'm sure you would agree because we've spent a lot of time here, it's a pretty complex and extensive concept that most would need to get their head around. If you have a submitter that's come here and said they didn't, then I guess there's the IMSB we would consider that they didn't as opposed to which hui. So from our perspective, the reality is this: we need to have, I thankfully by way of Councillor Newman, we have an understanding of the local boards and the kōrero they've had and the recommendations they've had, but I see no evidence whatsoever of any basis that says that Mana Whenua were engaged regularly and to such an extent that they could inform their own opinion and feedback. And if that is the case, unless you can tell me otherwise, then they have had no input in here, bar some that are kaitiaki in other forums that aren't acknowledged as the governance level, which it strikes at the heart of it here. It's not who you've spoken to over a period of time since 2019. It is that it's gone to the level where there's a full understanding, so the feedback can be. So it's a long-winded way of saying, how confident are you that the engagement or any engagement in terms of Mana Whenua that you've undertaken to date was sufficient for all of them to signal they wished consultation engagement, and more importantly, they were understanding of what this entailed and agreed?
So the consultation was guided by the advisors that we have in council. So we are confident that in the consultation that we've undertaken.
Okay, so that isn't an answer, if you know what I mean. So what structured process can you outline in the same way we have a document here from the local board recommendations and understanding? What have you got that clearly understands a similar process was undertaken with mana whenua?
So Karen, just to hopefully answer this, so the consultation was primarily through those established engagement hui, where there was where Jenny captured the feedback during the discussion of that meeting and provided that feedback back to the attendees to either confirm or add to their feedback. So in terms of your question about a formal approach to each iwi and an invitation for written feedback, it wasn't that. It was through discussion at that hui and review of the discussion notes.
Okay, so that's not the same thing clearly as consultation or engagement. You've held a series of hui and you've mooted, not necessarily this part, a part at some point in 2019, and I understand a hui with a different group in 2020. So it's not consultation or engagement. So I guess my question in terms of looking at the recommendations and what's missing from a mana whenua perspective, it's not after the fact, i.e. after we've voted. It should be before we make those significant votes, which, unless there's anything else there that includes, we would believe that there's a case for mana whenua to be involved in engagement and consultation so they understand the complexity of what we're trying to decide here. And that's just this part of the mana whenua as opposed to the other questions relate to the more technical. I'm hoping that I'm understood, and I'm hoping if that isn't the case, it may mean that we're not in favour of it because there is insufficient time for them to form a view.
Member Wilson, I put request further engagement with mana whenua. Would it strengthen that if I put before any changes are made? My resolutions say there'll be a long year-and-a-half process with local boards and mana whenua before any changes made.
It's not that we get, through the chair, my apologies, it's not that we get lost in the dross, but really that is what happens. You know, there's a series of recommendations there that are made. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is that there has been some substantial consultation engagement, but not with mana whenua. And I think it's unfair to think that we latterly can do that. I'm not sure of changes, and unless changes, there might be a means by which, in a break or whatever through the chair, that we could assist that, but I'm not confident, especially based on a submission that's been made before us today from mana whenua.
So that was more of a comment, or did you need more confidence from
Need more in a sense that there's lots of work to be covered to ensure that all mana whenua have rightly had the opportunity to feed into this. I know it has not occurred. Hui have happened, but it has not occurred, and then there's an expectation we may or may not support based on the lack of information to mana whenua. Then you would expect that to be addressed before you'd make some decision. In the lieu of that, which is the comment, we would see we couldn't support as IMSB.
So just to respond. So the nature of the chair's recommendations now are that seeking support from the committee to the principle of equitable funding allocation for this operation across the region, and then subsequent discussions around what the nature of the methodology that is undertaken to control weeds locally, and there is that opportunity in that subsequent discussion about methodology to have a much more structured engagement with mana whenua.
Just the complexity of this, what is equity? It means different things to different people, and the equitable is what I also would think that mana whenua hasn't had the opportunity to decide. What is important, what is equitable? So I'm confident through the chair, we always try and find ways that mesh this so we're able to, but I'm just signalling very strongly that right now that doesn't exist in terms of our ability to do that on behalf of mana whenua, Māori and the like.
Kia ora. Thank you, Member Wilson. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just getting confused around your statement that this will mean 50% less use of glyphosate. Is that right? Because your body language seemed to indicate that you weren't sure of that statement.
Oh, it's very small writing on the page. That was my problem. But yes, that's correct, and it's due to that number of local boards that predominantly use glyphosate at the moment, that under the recommended methodology would go to predominantly plant-based herbicide.
So if I could ask again, so we have 50% less use, but we're going to see an increase in the local boards that get this, an increase in some local board areas.
I just wonder if we could put up the map again, just it might help to explain the changes in a geographic sense. So quite a large area of the region is currently, weed control is currently undertaken purely through glyphosate application. If we find the map, so all the green areas on of the region, those areas are currently undertaken weed control purely with glyphosate. So the standardised that's proposed in the report would see those areas of the region, or the urban areas of those regions, change from a glyphosate-only approach to a plant-based herbicide approach with spot spraying control of glyphosate. So those areas would see a significant reduction in their amount of glyphosate use. And the areas that would see an increase would be the orange areas there, and the red. So there's some areas get less, some areas get a little bit more, but overall there's less.
And then I also wanted to ask, please, about community facilities and, you know, how it's outcome-based and that this is going to be under those maintenance contracts. Are we confident in how we're monitoring, you know, those outcome-based contracts? Because if we're looking at it, there are significant issues with our contractors and not achieving the outcomes. We have parks that are not mowed, litter that's not picked up properly. So how can we be assured that weed management is going to be monitored sufficiently to ensure the safety that the EPA recommends in terms of, you know, following all the rules around its use?
So I think the monitoring of performance of our contractors is an ongoing task for us, obviously. I think that it's a fair reflection that has its ups and downs across different parts of the regions. We're confident that overall our contractors are performing well, and as we audit their performance across the full range of things that they undertake for us, we're confident that the delivery is to specification and delivering on the outcomes. But that's an ongoing task for our staff and our contract managers to continue to monitor performance, to audit delivery of outcomes, and to take whatever actions, if necessary, through the contract controls.
Councillor Cooper.
Thanks. I've just got a couple of that's a bit easy. So first of all, so where we're at now with these recommendations, it means we've got a bit further to go in consulting one with Mana Whenua and we're going to go back to the boards, and also that each board can customise for this, so they can tailor make what they want for their area. That's right.
That's correct.
The other one is just on that, I've had a look at Councillor Walker's sort of quote thing that was sent through to him. I can't see any traffic management stuff. It's just this is basically the places they're going to spray. So that's what you said, that you didn't think that quote.
It was a general comment about all of the ones that we've received from external contractors on the basis that we can't really talk about individual contractors, but just that what we've seen coming in isn't necessarily like for like with what we're getting from our current full facilities contracts.
Okay, and
so it's difficult to compare prices.
And the other thing, because I just want to get clear, because it gets very mixed up with what you're using, et cetera, but the purpose of this is to standardise in terms of that in some places we're spending a lot less, and in other places for what they want we're spending a way more for the same outcome. So we're trying to get a bit more equality around what's spent in different places.
Yes, so just to retouch, the purpose of this review was to reflect that at the moment we do different methodologies in different parts of the region. Each of those methodologies has a different cost. So as a result, different parts of the region are having effectively more spent to deliver the outcome than other parts of the region.
Yeah, and quickly, just one more, and it comes down to actually the item here is, so we already have our contractors, we've got 10-year contracts with particular groups to do our different areas. So that means does that mean we can't just sort of go, oh, we're just going to pick this and chuck that one in, we're going to swap this around? We can only negotiate with the people we've got the current contract with for changes rather than suddenly switch to somebody else?
Yes, so we have our existing full facilities contractors. Contracts are 5-year contracts with a rolling 1-year contract extension up to 10 years. So we do have the ability within those contracts to work with those contractors and specify methodologies if that's.
But not hive off and go and get another group of contractors to do something. Okay.
So they would be able to go to other subcontractors to get special activities.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I was just looking at, now you've got me because I'm between pages, looking at the weed management best practice reference group. When did that last meet and how did it inform this paper?
So we had, there's been 2 meetings on the best practice reference group in regards to this paper. So the last time it met was like 2 weeks ago, and we do need to be recruiting to fill the positions. Mira Watts was in the group and she's now retired, and so is Joe Ritchie. But we had representatives from Massey University, Paul Champion from NIWA, and Trevor James from Ag Research. But before then, as part of the recommendations, we went to all in 2019, we had input from all the best practice reference group meetings, including Merrill, asked to submit their feedback on the different methodologies, and that included Jack Craw as well. So we had the full best practice membership group input into the review in an itemised way with comments and recommendations against the different methodologies.
So, thanks. So in this report, I might have missed it, in the report, is there a reference to their advice?
Not specifically in the report. It talks to around the political advisory group, the implementation of the weed management policy. So their advice, I can provide a summary of it, and it did differ between the different members as well. I can provide that.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the best practice reference group, not the political one.
So the best practice reference group, it isn't specifically referenced in the report. I can provide a summary of the recommendations against methodology by the different members for clarity. What has come out of the input from them originally and the 2 meetings that we've had is this benefit of having an integrated mix. Do you know, if you just use one product, say glyphosate, there will be, weeds that develop a resistance to it. If you just use a contact herbicide, there'll be a greater infestation of say, tap-rooted species. So that was their recommendations. Meryl, in her feedback, was quite clear on her position on glyphosate as well. But again, that's it was in the reflected about, there's clear direction from about not using glyphosate.
Okay, do you think, look, probably just a question, have we satisfied their brief that, so they were established to ensure that the weed management policy and all operational programs maintain international best practice, and there was a requirement to report to the governing body, which is this committee.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't recall the weed management best practice reference group ever reporting. I could be wrong. Have they ever reported to the governing body?
So the mechanism, and you've highlighted something that we can confirm, is previously that feedback had gone to the Weed Management Political Advisory Group from the Best Practice Reference Group in a report. But I can do that. Prepare a report on the previous meetings for the Political Advisory Group, and if appropriate, come up to this meeting.
Look, I'll just leave it there, thank you, because this is an operational program, but the way I'm reading that brief for that group, they should be reporting through a report or appearing, and there doesn't appear to be a record. So, look, I'm just highlighting that as a bit of a gap. Chair, can I just ask, and I'm not sure who I'd ask this of, I've been dealing a lot over the years with Waipuna, Biothermal, Metrocare, they're called now, or Metrocare New Zealand, they're called now. But they keep changing. Are they a trading company? Do they actually, who are they contracted to? Do they actually work in Auckland or New Zealand? And I ask that because I've just looked up on the Companies Office, and it appears the Companies Office are moving to remove them from the Companies Office. So my question is, are they actually a trading company?
I can't speak to that specifically. They have submitted a proposal in response to a request for information to procurement, and they would probably be the best unit to review the proposal, and I guess the company as well.
Okay, we don't know at this stage. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dalton coming in online.
Thank you, Chair. I just have 2 questions, clarification. The first one just regarding the budget. So the budget is bulk funding for the road corridor management. Is it Auckland Transport that allocates and prioritises the funding that goes to weed management?
So the outcomes have been agreed for the contract with Auckland Transport, and the budget that's available for that has been agreed, and we invoice them for that work.
And just to clarify, the outcome is based on weeds, but not on methodology?
Yes, the outcome's essentially to keep the weeds under control.
Thank you. My second question is, the Deputy Chair of the Hibiscus Coast and Bays mentioned safety for children walking to school, and they've been using the thermal method up there. So how comfortable are you that, can we confirm that when the spray is used, it's only used on the hard areas in the road corridor? It's not used, I heard someone say it's not used in playgrounds or parks, and that council's position is that it is safe for humans in that context of children walking to school.
Yes, so it is used on hard surfaces in the road corridor, and there is operational procedures around not applying chemical during at school when people are moving around, going to and from school, etc. So there's operational measures to mitigate, as far as possible, any risk of exposure.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Goff just wants to talk about a.
I'm sorry to break into the debate, but I've been contacted by Dr. Ashley Bloomfield half an hour ago, and you need to know the news. There has been another community transmission case here in Auckland involving the centre city. Somebody that was a student at AUT and worked in High Street. We don't know how she contracted the virus. She's not connected in any way to border protection, nor is she connected to any other case. So the advice given is they are not going into any form of lockdown at this stage. That would be totally premature. But they are giving the advice, one, if you're using public transport, please to wear a mask. And they are also giving the advice, please follow the earlier advice about using your COVID tracer. Hands up those who came in this morning. Wow, we're a well-behaved group of councillors. Councillor Sayers, you didn't put your hand up. So look, this is going to happen time and again, and we've been successful so far in containing it. But it is just the message from Dr. Bloomfield directly. Don't take anything for granted, be precautionary, and then we can keep ourselves safe. But I just thought you should have that advice. He was due to announce it about now. Thank you.
Through the chair, Richard Hills. It's Rod Sheridan speaking.
Oh, yes.
Just to add to the Mayor's comments, we are setting up 2 COVID testing stations in the city, one at Allan Melville Hall and one at Vic Park down by a drive-through one at Vic Park down by the skateboard rink in connection to obviously what the Mayor has just said. That's just for an information only.
Have you, and I'm not wanting to debate this now, but are they also thinking of doing it at AUT since it's an AUT student?
Fortunately, she had not attended classes after she was symptomatic or immediately before. But thank you. Yeah. But I think it's really important. Thank you for that advice, Rod. That again, the other piece of advice: if you have symptoms, please get tested.
Thank you for that, Rod, and thank you for that, Mayor Goff. Now we have 5 more questions, and we're going to have to go to lunch before we get into the debate, unfortunately. Councillor Newman.
Thank you. It is interesting. I actually had a couple of questions, Chair, of officers in relation to the substitute recommendations, which have become the substantive, with your indulgence, if that's okay. Because to me, the substantive recommendations are proposed recommendation D, E, G, H, I, and J. So I just want to confirm. So can I interpret D as confirmed support for the goal, etc., minimising glyphosate usage, that at an aggregated regional level that would be achieved under the proposed standardised model that has been mooted by officers? That's question 1. Yes, that's correct. In relation to E, endorsing standardising the funding per kilometre within the existing regional budget allocation, quote, to maintain service levels. To maintain service levels, I would interpret that if we're maintaining service levels at the current level that we're getting across the community, is that the current service level would be the use of glyphosate in 10 local board areas. Would that be reasonable to conclude?
So where we refer to service level, that's the outcome of control of weeds rather than the methodology that we undertake to do that.
G, support customised local methodologies within the standardised funding envelope. I'm a little unclear as to how you can customise something locally within a standardised envelope, unless the envelope was set for everybody, and within that envelope you could say, well, go for gold if you think you can do it cheaper. Is that how I should interpret that?
Yeah, so how I interpret that is we would look at the regional budget, allocate that to each local board on the basis of how much road they've got, essentially. So there'd be a rate per kilometre of road, work out how much road is in each local board area, that would form their budget envelope, and then there's a subsequent discussion about what appropriate methodologies they've got with that budget envelope as their starting point.
And my final, I think it's my final question for the moment, is in relation to proposed recommendation I. Requesting community facilities continue to investigate and prioritise weed management options that include non-agrochemical methodologies. That to me, the prioritisation of agrochemical methodologies appears to go beyond what is mooted in the proposed standardised methodology. Have I concluded that correctly, or have I misinterpreted?
Perhaps on behalf of the chair, if I can interpret that, I think that's a recognition that the end game we want to get to is continue to reduce agrochemical use to the fullest extent possible, and this is signalling the intention to keep working towards that goal.
Yeah, okay, so if I, as someone who probably, if my ward's part of the 10 that would have a positive change, I sort of interpret this as majority less, minority more. That's how I'm sort of interpreting this, as we're moving from synthetic herbicide glyphosate to plant-based herbicides, but not thermal combination. So am I to understand that the standardisation does not preclude further work to try and get to a more premium type of service standard delivery methodology that goes beyond what is proposed?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the intent. So within the budget envelopes that are available, we would look to work with our contractors and respond to local aspirations to try and find the best possible solution within those budget envelopes.
And Chair, with indulgence, one more please. I picked up from the discussion today a number of colleagues who are sceptical as to whether the negotiation with the contractors is achieving the kind of cut through that we'd want to achieve beyond the proposed standard. Is there an opportunity for some, I don't know, maybe a line of sight, Councillor Sayers and Councillor Watson through the Strategic Procurement Committee need to be part of this or something, but it seems to be that there needs to be something more, unfortunately more than just a reliance on the relationship that you have with your contractors. Is there a means to be able to address that?
I guess to answer it in a roundabout way, I think we need to be mindful that the prices that we've got from our contracts to date have in no way been driven hard to find creative methods. It's been basically what would it cost to do thermal, and they've come back with a cost to do thermal. So there's certainly plenty of scope for, we believe, working harder with those contractors to try and find and explore more cost-effective ways than perhaps the initial price they've given us. Whether there's a place for council oversight of that process and negotiation, I would have to defer to our procurement and people to understand what is able to be done within the contract.
Thank you, Councillor Newman, and probably thank you, Rob, for answering those questions. But obviously, I can talk about my resolutions later because that is my big focus: is how do we get to here. Those issues are not for this committee. I don't have $10 million. I'm not the finance chair, and I'm not part of the procurement committee at all. So for this, I'm hoping and I'm pushing through my resolutions that this will give the ability for officers to negotiate for those thermal technologies as we go forward, instead of locking ourselves right now into a standard. Councillor Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Thanks, Richard, and thank you for yours and Pippa's recommendations, and thank you for the staff for this work. I really like the part where you talked about innovation and technologies, and with the current systems that we're using, and using, what is that one that talks about support customised local methodologies, what Daniel was talking about, would that enable us to use what has been used in precision agricultural applications currently for both chemicals and non-chemicals, where it's using a camera to identify a particular weed and it spot sprays? That should be relatively adaptive into our contracts. It would probably take, well, I know in the ag sense it's dropped chemical requirement use, whether natural chemical or else synthetic, by up to 90% in some cases. So we could actually go from 600 to 300 to a hell of a lot less than that again, down to 30. But potentially, I don't know. But is that sort of system enabled by what you're trying to achieve here?
Yeah, all of those opportunities are absolutely on the table, and working with our contractors to achieve. If we're clear about the achieving, which we are already in the contracts about minimising agricultural use, we just need to be continuing to work with contractors to that goal.
Yeah, the tech already exists, so that's good.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Collins. Member Wilcox.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I've got a couple of questions, and sadly my brain must be a bit fuddled because I'm still trying to get through this. Are we reducing volume of glyphosate, first of all? So I'm guessing that we're using 6,000 litres, is that right, per year? Or how much are we using?
Just a little bit over 6,000 litres.
And using the new system where everybody comes on, the application rate would be what?
Well, then it would be a little bit over 3,000, yeah.
The application per litre would be what? Per kilometre?
Estimate, because we're... as an average and an estimate, because we would be alternating plant-based with glyphosate, then we're hoping to see per linear kilometre an average of approximately 2 litres per kilometre go to an average of approximately 1 litre per kilometre in those areas that are using glyphosate.
So I'm struggling a little bit here. If there's 9,000 kilometres in Auckland and we're using 6,000 now and we're going to go to a litre everywhere, 1 litre times 9,000 comes to 9,000 litres. I'm kind of struggling with this one.
Well, that's correct. If the whole region was using glyphosate, then it would be around, it would be around 9,000 litres. But the whole region isn't using glyphosate. It's just what we saw in the map before.
Yeah, but
so the figure's less than that.
But what I'm saying is, actually, we're going to include everybody in the new regime. I'm struggling to see how going from 6,000 to 9,000, if we're going to apply a litre per kilometre, how we're going to go from 6,000 to 9,000 is a reduction.
There's 5,000 linear metres in the urban road corridor.
So there's 5. So we're dropping 1,000 then, are we? If there's 5,000 kilometres and we're using a litre per kilometre, then we must be using 5,000. So we're dropping 1,000 litres. Is that right?
So in approximately 3,000 litres, so we've got 5,000 kilometres of road corridor. There's approximately 3,000 kilometres that is glyphosate, exclusively glyphosate. By including rounds of a plant-based herbicide, then we're looking at a reduction in that area of half, so the 3,000.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom. How many litres of glyphosate will we be buying next year if we go with the new system as opposed to right now? Because it's still not kind of registering with me. Sorry. So how much are we buying right now? 3,000 litres. Is that right? Correct?
So the estimate at the moment is just over 6,000 litres of glyphosate, and the impact of going to the combination of plant-based and glyphosate will halve that, so it will then be just over 3,000. Of glyphosate?
Of glyphosate?
Yeah.
but we'll be buying other herbicide instead. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, now I've got the understanding. The first part, sorry, Chair, it was clear as mud to me. The next one is goes to 48 in the Māori impact statement. One of the things that you say Mana Whenua did say to you was to go away and seek alternatives. Did you go away and seek alternatives and come back to them, or just say to them, we haven't sought alternatives, or we have not been able to find any? Did you respond to that?
That was the direction and the meeting, and I talked to it, was in regards to how our contractors and how, as an organisation, we want to continually to be seeking, alternatives to agrochemical. So I have included that in there as a direction at the meeting that was responded to, but also that ongoing intent, which has been reflected in the Chair's recommendations and Kirk's presentation.
Thank you. Okay, well, it would have been good to respond to them. Finally, sorry, Chair, I've got two more and I'll be really quick. Local boards, we've heard all these numbers thrown around, 800, 900. So the figure that we've given for the West Auckland kaupapa, which is because that's Waitakere started all that, is about $1,000. So if a board came up with 800, who gets the extra 150? I mean, if the board said we can do thermal for 850, and the Auckland Council can't, I'm kind of struggling a little bit here, because if they could come up with a better deal, why wouldn't we be going for it? And then who gets that extra 150? Is that a case? Or?
So part of the challenge of some of the prices we've heard about is we don't know, and we suspect the cases that they haven't necessarily met all the requirements that council would require of a contractor. So the way we would deliver any change of services would be through our full facilities contractors, and if there's other suppliers out there who can do something for $800, we would welcome them talking to our full facilities contractor. They may well be taken on as a subcontractor, and that lower cost would be provided to council through the contract.
Thank you. Yes, it sounds like someone's clipping a ticket along the scope up, but never mind. Look, finally, I just want to come to something that really is important to me. Taking out the dollar kaupapa, what would be the best method? If we didn't worry about the dollars, what would be the best method?
That's a very loaded question. So there's the best method it depends entirely on what measurement you use to determine what good looks like. If you say that good looks like minimum agrochemical use, then thermal methods or non-agricultural methods are good. If good looks like the most effective weed control with the minimum intervention, then agrochemical use is probably good. So there's no easy answer to the question of what is good. It depends entirely on what you're measuring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member, we've got Councillor Filipina. And then
thank you, Chair. Just three quick questions. Rob, can you explain why at the moment with the process we have that the southern boards are subsidising other local boards who use other methods, please? That's one question.
So as we talked earlier on, at the moment there's a region-wide lump sum paid to council to undertake weed control on the road corridor. That's done in different ways across the region in reflection of legacy council approaches that AT was doing up until last year when they handed over to us. As a result, some parts of the region get a greater portion of the lump sum spent to undertake weed control in their road corridors than other parts of the region. So those areas that get glyphosate only have the lowest proportion of the lump sum spent on weed control in their areas. Other areas that have more expensive methodologies have a greater proportion of the lump sum. So it's really a question of what proportion of the lump sum is allocated to different parts of the region.
Okay, thank you. Chair, just got two more questions. Rob, when you went out to the local board in Mana Whenua in regards to engagement, was the consultation about a regional approach and not about the use or not of glyphosate?
It was about a regional standardised methodology, and one of the considerations within that was around reducing glyphosate.
Okay, so yeah, no, that was one of the things I wanted to make sure everybody knew, that it was around the regional approach. Lastly, our policy about the reduction of glyphosate, would what the chair and deputy chair have put up as recommendations achieve the reduction of glyphosate across the region?
So on the assumption that that local boards, when they're looking at their localised methodologies, won't all decide to use glyphosate, then yes, we assume that boards will choose low or no glyphosate options, and as a result, collectively, we would reduce overall glyphosate use.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for taking us along from the starting point of standardising the budget, and so that we can continue moving towards implementing the weed management policy across the road corridor, because I think this is a good starting point. Just had two quick questions. In terms of our weed management policy, which currently applies to open spaces and parks, is this a clear enough signal to Auckland Transport and how we manage the road corridor that we want that to be done consistently with the policy?
Just to clarify, the policy explicitly includes the road corridor?
So the policy that's on the website that says it's for open spaces and parks.
That's the title. If you delve into the small print, it explicitly includes the road corridor.
Right. So this will make it so Auckland Transport's already. I guess that's another way of asking the question. They're already operating within this policy.
Auckland Transport were party to the development of this policy.
Okay, that's a good clarification. Thank you. And the second part is. It's really useful to see all the local board resolutions and to see that there are 12 who actually supported the officer recommendations, and I think that's quite instructive. So in terms of the approach that we're taking, that this is now an opportunity for a further conversation with the local boards, with Mana Whenua, to actually establish what happens locally. The local boards that have already said, yup, we're happy to do the methodology that's being proposed. Does that mean we can get that implemented as soon as possible? We don't have to wait for those outlier boards that might want to have a much more in-depth conversation about different methodologies.
We would still anticipate having those conversations with all boards, just to determine, reconfirm what they want to achieve within the budget that they've got available. We would also, in terms of implementation timeframe, we would need to just give some thought to our contractors in terms of any change in methodology, in terms of their gearing up and being ready to deliver, and it may well be easier, rather than picking off board by board, to do it in bulk. So there's the implementation timing will need a little bit of working through. So I guess we want to talk to all local boards. If there's opportunities to do change sooner rather than later, we would. But bearing in mind there are other things to think about in terms of that time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last questions from Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I just want to make that important point very clear. So as it stands, the resolution standardising the funding on a per kilometre basis, that treats every local board across Auckland equally, doesn't it? Total equity.
Yes, that's the intent.
Okay, so I think that's important, and I hope people recognise that. I'm still getting over a little bit, Rob, your response to Member Wilcox in terms of what good looks like. When I look at the objectives of the council weed management policy, which I assume is guiding this whole process, yes, correct? I mean, they're all about minimising agrochemical use, minimise non-target effects, ensure public health and safety, protect and enhance the environment. I think they tell us what good looks like, and it's all about public health and safety and minimising agrochemical use. Numbers, and I think that those wording has been chosen very specifically. Is there a difference between minimise, the meaning of minimise, and reduction?
No, I mean, I think you make your point well, that the policy does describe what good should look like. There's no, well, I guess the only difference between minimise and reduction is that eventually you might run out of runway to keep reducing, and you stop reducing and you are at the minimum. But it's
yeah, and I think we can be a bit more specific in that. Minimise means reduce something, especially something undesirable, to the smallest amount or degree. That's what minimise means. That's what's in our policy. That's what we're meant to be following. Now, the reduction, I can see how a reduction can occur because it's so bad in the south. That's where your reduction's coming from, because it is so bad in South Auckland and has been for time and eternity. When I go to table 3, however, when we look at the balance, which is roughly half of Auckland, in terms of minimise or reduce, 2 local boards, no change. So there's no reduction, there's no minimisation. Another 3 local boards, glyphosate is introduced. No minimisation, no reduction, an increase. 4 local boards, and we're getting up to 9 now, nearly half the load. The people on thermal, the glyphosate use has to increase there by definition. So we've got half of Auckland.
Councillor Watson, just make sure we form it to a question.
So the question is, based on this, is that it's a very uneven, it's not minimisation, let's be honest about that in terms of the definition and the objectives, and that for the balance of Auckland, there's a decrease, of course, where it can't do anything but it's so bad, but in the other half, it's actually static, but in the majority increasing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So that's an important point when we're talking about reduction. Now, the other point I just wanted to pursue in terms of the spot spraying of glyphosate, and I heard Jenny allude to it, that there'll be, under the methodology, the standard methodology proposed, and unfortunately that's not what's before us, is alternating plant-based with glyphosate usage. So that, I take that to mean that on any given application, one application is glyphosate, the next application is plant-based. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's a little bit different from going around spraying a little spot, isn't it? That whole application is glyphosate. And I can bring that to bear, Mr. Chair, because when one of my constituents who was in a no-spray zone who got sprayed, they were told there was spot spraying. I went to inspect. It wasn't spraying little spots. It was right up and down his street. So that's an important point to realise, I think. Finally, to the red herring, I think it was, of the NZTA subsidy, I just really need to understand this, and I understand the point about the overall budget. So what happens to the $4.4 million that was provided by NZTA to Auckland Transport and variation thereof over the years? What happens to that money? How does that relate to the budget?
So that is a source of income to to Auckland Transport, and alongside the budget that receives from council, and they pay for, effectively they're buying the service that council's providing from council, using both the NZTA subsidy money for that purpose and council money for that purpose.
So I take that to be relatively germane to the overall cost to the council family. My final question, Mr. Chair, goes to this cost. The quoted cost of $8.52 a kilometre, and there was other quoted cost around $1,200. My understanding is that the contractors did take into account traffic management that was included in their cost.
For the proposal procurement?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. Sorry, Kurt was referring to, apologies, was the rate that was quoted in the attachment to the report of the legacy one.
Okay.
So that was the misunderstanding.
So those figures quoted by Councillor Walker at that third or half include that traffic management, so that's worthy knowing. So I look forward to the debate, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
There are no more questions. I just have a few. I just want to reiterate my question around through this whole process is that if what people like Councillor Watson and Walker are asking, and I agree, is how could boards say work together or you know look at other contractors? I know we have these overarching contracts, but say at a time they rolled over or something. How much negotiation can we put in place to reduce that number, and maybe at some point have all of our local boards on thermal because we'll all work together on a contract that, you know, the size can reduce the amount per kilometre.
So, I mean, clearly there's a desire around the table to continue to reduce glyphosate use, and that's something that the 100%. Contracts enable us to do and are explicit about us doing. So that will happen. And we can continue to work with our contractors, and if there are other suppliers that have come up through councillors or others that we can draw our contractors' attention to and promote engagement with, then that all helps the conversation.
And will local boards have advice and transparent to obviously not commercially sensitive, but in a way to have that ability to reduce that cost and get, you know, on their way to thermal technologies around the same cost?
Yeah, so I think, look, we would be looking to provide all boards that opportunity. So I think what is clear from this discussion so far is that we need to spend more time with our contractors looking to sharpen their, what is at the moment just a bit of an estimate on cost, to really start to explore with them what is doable and deliverable and at what cost, so that we can provide much more concrete information to local boards to help the decision making.
Cool. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the information, and thank you to members of the committee for all those questions and conversations as well. We will break we have to break for lunch. We'll be back here at 2:10 to give everyone long enough to do that. So thank you very much. Sorry, we are just going to have the local board input from Waiheke Local Board Chair Kath Hanley based on item 11. So do we need to bring forward the item or can we just put... Okay, so this is, apologies, it's a bit round the other way, but I prefer Chair Hanley not to miss out on her speaking turn. So she's speaking to item 11. You've got 5 minutes, Kath, and sorry to switch you around. But thank you so much for coming in.
Kia ora koutou and many thanks, Mr Chair, for accommodating me. I didn't realise till yesterday afternoon that I was to be in here this morning, which has nothing to do with the staff here. It is to do with staff somewhere else. I just want, prior to you dealing with the hard plastics item in the submission, to raise an issue which is of concern to our board, which is about the value of this, not the price, compared to these. This is a light-proof milk bottle. We won't say who produces that. It's all the same milk. It's light blue. This is a competitor's brand. This milk comes in 3 different variations. Usually in a supermarket, there's a home brand. It's slightly opaque plastic. It'll come in the brand of the producer, which is 50-something. I just bought it at the supermarket. 51 cents dearer. And it comes in some brands, singular actually, light proof. When council picks this up from all of the households of Auckland, that all of this costs the same for you to get it from Te Visi and out the other end. But from there, these 2 bottles deliver a profit to council, each one of them. So you're making money on those. This one you're paying. All you get back on this one, because this is actually goes in with the coloured plastics, hard to recycle. Massive volumes of this. If you go into a dairy, you will see, except probably in an area, because this is all about socioeconomics as well, and price. So for those who only buy at supermarkets and they'll buy 5 litres or 2 litres, they'll buy the cheapest because that's actually all the family can afford. So this is a premium product. So the people of Auckland are actually buying this but subsidising this for the people who can afford it. Massive volumes, as you'll appreciate. So council fully pays for this all the way to getting it on a ship. The money you get back on that is the money of the freight cost, the shipping. It goes to a very small number of plants that will now take it across the world. I think when I visited Visi 18 months ago, they said 3 plants will take it, with the rest of the coloured plastics. But you'll appreciate that this has got to be the single biggest item in terms of volume in there. What I wanted to raise the issue with is the way I read this, that this one they're looking to phase out in 2025, which means that we as a council and we as the people of Auckland will continue to pay to subsidise the production, the use of this for the consumer, but actually for the manufacturer. I would like to see us take a stand in this process and seek very quick phasing out of this. It can be done very quickly because you appreciate it came in quite quickly because the same producer who can produce this produces this and produces this. They're different brands here because I didn't want to do the branding issue. But they can very readily move it, and you'll recognise that there is an argument that says something in this kind of a container is better for you because I think it might be vitamin E, but it's a vitamin that is not destroyed over several days in this container, but is in this one. So yeah, it's a real health benefit. Being able to afford it is a health benefit as well, I believe. I'm assuming that there is so much money in the margins that the distributors down in the supply chain that put it in the dairies and I've talked to dairies, I generally, on Waiheke, but it'll be different in different parts of Auckland, can't buy this in a dairy. And the reason is because the supply chain, presumably because of the margins, is making it more profitable. It's the only way this works. More profitable for everybody in the supply chain to be selling this. More profitable for everybody except for the ratepayers of Auckland. So I would very much like, on behalf of our board, to appeal to you to make sure, or have a review when you're looking at that, doing this afternoon, looking at that submission, that you look to phase this one out a hell of a lot faster than 2025, because I don't think Auckland Council is in a position to be subsidising the manufacturer and the consumer. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you. Chair Handley, there's very, very good points. I'm not sure if there are any questions, but I will say that the team are watching, and we will see if we can't get it specifically into this current submission, that we're keen to work on campaigns like our other campaigns on things like wet wipes and things, that we've been going on for a long time with the Food Council and other things.
And I guess that's right. If it can't happen in the submission, it can still happen, because the influence of council over behaviours is a really important one. The consumer doesn't know. I know that because every time I've said this to anybody, they've never had any idea. But I have checked back a couple of times with the manager of Vizzy since I first cracked this before I became a chair. So appreciate that. I'm going to leave this for council. Unless there's somebody around the table who'd like the milk, because I don't want to tote it all the way back to Waiheke. Sorry, I didn't. Is that questions?
Do you want me to put them in the fridge?
They're for you, Wayne. There we go.
Any questions? Member Wilcox.
So we all know who it is, because Fonterra is the only company that's allowed to collect the milk. So let's not beat around the bush. They have their head office in Auckland, and they have the big factory at Takanini. Have you approached them directly?
No, I haven't. But I did ask, and I don't want to, I think this is compromising of people's conversations, but I did ask Vizzy whether they knew of this, and the answer was yes, they've been out to Vizzy several times for meetings where this has been made abundantly clear. I didn't see this as something that I can, with respect, change single-handedly. I can do a lot of things, but I don't believe that Fonterra would do anything other than, redact that. I don't believe the manufacturer would necessarily do anything simply because I visited them. They are abundantly aware.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'm just wondering whether, in terms of getting the clout for that behavioural change, whether it should come through the Rural Advisory Panel or some formal process of council as well as this committee?
Sorry.
Penny Holson, I advocated to the Minister, Eugenie Sage, about that. 2 years ago, Richard, we were down there, was it? And we made this point exactly about the milk bottles. It really needs to be a nationwide direction, and it should be part of a product stewardship campaign.
Yes. And it should be part of this legislation. Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. Was there any more? Councillor Simpson? All right, thank you. Apologies, I thought I was still going for questions. Just last question, Councillor Walker.
Or whoever the appropriate person is, put out an edict to Auckland Council that we should be buying the right milk bottles, so that we actually walk the talk. Because I think if you look at some of our fridges, you may find that we aren't. So I just toss that in. I know it's in the fridge over in some of the fridges.
The ones on our floor are
so
clear.
the mayor you're up for that, Phil?
Thank you. But yes, no, we need to change our own business.
Ian has taken the message on board. I'm apparently not able to direct him operationally, but I think he's heard the message.
Yeah. They'll be milking it, I think. Cool, thank you, Kath. We've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? Aye. Those opposed?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just checking on the resolutions. Councillor Walker, you just want an addition?
A real simple one, you could action.
Yep. Note that Auckland oh, right. I don't know if they're subject to, so I just... Okay. So Councillor Walker just wants added to the current recommendations, and I'll just check with Councillor Coombe. Note that Auckland Transport is subject to the Auckland Council weed management policy. Yeah, so sorry, I did that a bit out of order. Thank you, members, for coming back after lunch. I'm going to open with my resolutions. I'm happy to read them out, but everyone has been sent them. There has been slight changes. H is now been in consult, and here Member Wilson has arrived. H has been worked on with Member Wilson, and it says, request as a matter of priority, engagement and consultation with all mana whenua, the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum and the Independent Māori Statutory Board for the consideration of this committee prior to Auckland Transport's consideration of the matter, which means that that will be done up front in a more thorough way as it should have been prior to this. So that is the addition. There was also an addition from Councillor Walker to D, which was just putting in ensuring public health and safety, which is part of our policy, and reducing carbon emissions. Otherwise, it would just say carbon emissions without what is going to happen to them. And now Councillor Walker has just... Sorry, this is kind of out of order, but I'm trying to get a willingness to do this collectively. Another addition to myself and Pippa Coombe, and I hope that Councillor Coombe is okay with that. The note that Auckland Transport is subject to the Auckland Council weed management, they were part of it, and they are actually, they've been part of that process. So that is already accepted, but it's better to spell it out. Weed management policy, sorry, Sandra. And you're happy with that, Councillor Coombe? Yeah. Cool. Oh, Councillor Philippine now. You've just got a question on H?
Yes, please, Chair. Look, my question is, firstly, I agree with H, but is the consultation, this is a point of clarification, is the consultation on the use of glyphosate and the pros and cons, or about the method that is now being put in as the substantive, namely the pricing across all local boards? Is that the consultation that it will be required?
Yes, it's focused on the paper, which is around the standardising funding and or methodologies and everything in between, not consulting on what is currently in place, as far as I... That's okay?
Yeah, can't wait.
Kia ora. I will speak briefly to the motions I put forward, and then I will speak more, have a right to reply at the end. So the position, in a high level, I oppose the use of glyphosate, always have. That's my personal view. And in the Kaipātiki Local Board, when we had a policy of standardising, I was one of the ones that put our own money into ensuring in the parks and open spaces that wouldn't be used. We would use mechanical edging, and I think that cost about $50-something thousand of our LDI at the time. A couple of years later, it was then standardised that all parks and open spaces had mechanical edging around playgrounds and around pathways and the main activities, basically where people were. So that was a good outcome. We're on the journey to that as well, and my personal view in the discussions we've had in workshops and the many political advisory group discussions and the discussions with local boards, I felt there was a range of views that I'm trying to, and myself and Pippa Coombe have worked really hard to try and get the range of views in these recommendations that are possible. I don't, as I spoke before, don't hold the purse strings. I can't just find $10 million based on the evidence we have to spread that love right across Auckland right now, but I feel there is a way, if we put this in place, not going straight to a methodology, we can work together as a city to reduce glyphosate and work on a way to have a contract that works for all the boards who want it to, and reduce that price, especially if boards are willing to work together on doing that. So this gives us time, this gives us direction, and I've also tried my best to listen to all the views and try and get as many of those views into this. It is not perfect, but that's where we're sitting at the moment. I will speak at the end about my further, but that's where those resolutions came from, and I hope that you'll support the general direction we're heading on Auckland Council's weed management in the road corridor. So thank you. Is it Councillor Filipani wants to speak first? No? Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak? Because at the moment, no. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, I wasn't going to raise this, Richard, but I think it's probably important putting my hat on as the chair of the strategic procurement, because if, as we start to implement any potential changes, that we do have contracts in with our preferred suppliers. They're on a 10-year time frame, 5 by 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. So I just want to share with my fellow councillors that if there's variations to those contracts, it can be quite an expensive exercise. If those contractors need to invest into plant themselves, that could change costings that have been shared today. If they want to subcontract to specialists, firms, and some of them have been kind of tabled today, those firms would have to meet the criteria that we have regionally. And I'm not sure if perhaps the quotes that we've been quoted today might incorporate everything that we now have in our conditions. So that may well change pricing as well. So I just wanted to signal that. So just further down the track, if there's changes required, there will be work required to fold them somehow into the delivery mechanisms through our regional contracts. So that was all, Mr. Chair. Just want to make people aware of that. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the work that you and Councillor Coombe have put into getting a set of recommendations, I think, that will encapsulate the views of most people around this table. I also want to thank officials. Officials come in for a lot of crap sometimes, and even this morning there was some comments made that were close to disparaging their professionalism and their impartiality. And I just want to say this is a controversial issue. We all hold our views and we hold them genuinely. And I don't judge other people for having different views from my own, and I don't expect our officials to be criticised either, or with the inferences made that they have not been professional. Safety is the most important issue in this debate, and I've got to say that we rely on an organisation like the Environmental Protection Authority to have done its job professionally and competently. They would not survive for 1 minute in their position if they did not do the homework necessary to check out before they make a statement such as they have, that used properly, glyphosate does not harm people and the environment. They are not the United States Environmental Protection Authority. They are not politically driven, they are science driven. And there may be different variations within the scientific community, but when they came with that recommendation for the country as a whole, you can guarantee that they did their work. Otherwise they'd be gone. They'd be gone, well and truly. Secondly, if it were to be the case that glyphosate wasn't safe, then there is no argument for saying, well, it's more important that the people on the shore should be safe than the people in South Auckland or West Auckland, our region. Nobody is a second-class citizen. And if I thought for a moment that it wasn't safe, used properly, then I'd be spending the money and I'd be spending it to protect the whole damn region, not part of the region. Now, the second thing is cost. And we've been given the costs, and that might vary a little bit, maybe $1 million up or $1 million down. But if we were to move from the recommendations for a dual system, then there's another $10 million to be found. And I'm sitting here right now worried as hell about what another lockdown might mean for our city with the spread of the community transmission of the virus. And that 10 million simply doesn't exist. I think what the headline should be for this debate, and I guarantee it won't be, but the headline should be Council makes decision to halve use of glyphosate across Auckland, because that's the implication of us implementing the recommendations that we have in front of us, halving it. I'm slightly amazed that that is not what we led the debate with, and that we discovered it in the course of the debate. I knew it was going to be reduced, but reducing glyphosate across the region, we're regional councils, not simply looking after one part as against another part of the region, halving the use of glyphosate is a fantastic achievement. In fact, I'd say to our officers, Ian, I'd really like you to do this more quickly if the impact is to halve it. The third issue is the equity one that I've mentioned already. If any board across the region feels fundamentally about this and feels that they have to be totally precautionary and they have to avoid the use of glyphosate in their region, they have the ability to do so, but they must meet the cost of doing it. They should not expect the people in South Auckland and West Auckland and East Auckland to pay for them to do it. So this does not take away from the local boards their ability to say this is so important that we will not invest, we will invest money in not using glyphosate at all. Can I say finally, I'm pleased with the recommendation H from Member Wilson. Again, I don't want to disparage officials because, you know, I accept what they've said, that they made the information available and they invited people to the hui, and if people didn't come to the hui, then actually the obligation is on people to take up the opportunity for consultation. But if there's any doubt about it, we've got time, we should go back and we should talk this through thoroughly. But we have consulted with the local boards, and by 12 to 7, they are in favour of these recommendations. So thank you, Mr Chair, for the work that you've put in and the blood, sweat and tears that have gone into it from your angle. And I think we've got recommendations that most of us around the table can and should agree to.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Councillor Walker.
I can go even better. Why don't we do what Germany's doing and move to ban glyphosate? And do what Scotland's doing, and do what France is doing, and so on. So that is the real challenge for us, and that's based on hard evidence that those countries received. And I've got every confidence in the Germans around that. But if I can speak to the amendments first, Mr Chair, I support them, and I think they offer an opportunity for flexibility going forward. I would suggest that if the officers really get behind them, we can achieve a situation where the southern local boards could be glyphosate free. I'm very confident of that. I would also suggest that on the basis of the information that I've described, that I table, and that is the information from a contractor that's able to supply zero carbon technology, and that is based on technology that is available, electric vehicles, electric boilers, non-potable water, solar technology, deals with organisations such as Vector. That is on the table. So it is entirely realistic for us to consider that. And if I also table the relevant information around the costing, the 51% subsidy, I think, from NZTA that covers off this. So if we're talking about budget, the actual cost, and Desley will be happy about this, is as much as half of what we're talking about. And that can be substantiated in the Lagoima information that some of us have sourced. The other incredibly important thing, and this goes to not just the situation around the southern boards, but all of Auckland, is, as Councillor Watson and others have said, we need to minimise the use of glyphosate. Minimise. And that's in the strategy. I was the lead councillor for that strategy together with Sandra Coney, so I'm intimately familiar with what was involved there, and people like Hannah and Mariel Watts were also constructive in putting it together. So there's a promise that we've made to the community that we need to follow through on. So in summary, I support what is here. The proof of the pudding is going to be in how we actually implement it through a contracting situation and circumstances where those contracts need to be renegotiated with leadership shown from the local board and officers in council. And I can tell you that there are some instances where the contractors would be more than happy to give their contract over to someone that wanted to pick it up and use hot water at a competitive price. So we've got a clear opportunity to actually have a city that is truly livable, that looks after people, that looks after the environment, that looks after bees, and in particular looks after our children, who are the people that are walking the streets that we are currently spraying. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you to you and Councillor Coombe for coming up with these resolutions. I think they're very pragmatic, and I think they address the central issue here, which is equity. So under these resolutions, everyone gets treated the same, whether you're in South Auckland or you're in North Auckland. You get funded on a per kilometre basis that applies to local boards. So I hope everyone realises that, and I hope my brothers and sisters in the South and the West realise that myself and the Hibiscus Coast is in exactly the same position as you, because we get sprayed with glyphosate too. So we're one family, bros. Remember that one. As far as some of the comments that have been made so far goes, I don't think there was anything too disparaging in the officers. I listened very carefully to the CCO review commentary when it came out, and I think the sort of oversight and questioning that occurred in a relatively mild manner, I might say, is exactly what we're meant to do, and that's what occurred today. I have got some outstanding concerns that go to emissions in the process with the local boards as it goes to the role of the NZTA subsidy. I have particular concerns going to the price that was quoted for the thermal technologies at $3,485 a kilometre, which would essentially take that option out for any uninformed local board member. That would just take that off the table, and that's pretty clear what's happened. Quite conversely, as it happens, the costs and the treatment times given by the specialist contractors in this are a half to a third of that quoted figure. So that is something that I certainly will be pursuing, because that's had a material bearing on the feedback from the local boards, even though the local boards as a whole have made it very clear that they support the move away from glyphosate. As far as the main concern that really raised by our submitters today was to do with health, and there was just the one sentence in there. There are members of the community that believe glyphosate should not be used by Auckland Council. By any recommendation or measure, that is woefully inadequate, and I think that has to be stated, Mr. Chair. There's no way avoiding that, particularly when we look at our own weed management policy that is meant to be guiding this whole process. It is all about public health and safety, minimise chemical use, minimise non-target effects, ensure public health and safety, protect and enhance the environment. It is all about public health and safety. That's what's meant to be driving it. As far as the analysis of the reduction or the headline standard for any newspaper, that's not the case at all. The reduction in the south and the far north is only so graphic because it's been so bad. You're starting from such an appalling base of total glyphosate use. So that's nothing to be proud of in those areas. They should have been addressed long before today. As far as the balance of Auckland goes, and this is about half of Auckland under the proposal as it was, not this one fortunately, they would be either the same or in the majority of cases worse off. That's no banner to be proud of. In fact, quite the opposite, and that's why we had such a response from people right across Auckland today, east, west, south and north. So, Mr. Chair, I think going forward, there is an element of hope here, I think, and firstly, actually abiding by our own policy that's been around by 2013. that would be nice. Secondly, in terms of coming across with an equitable funding regime that goes right across the board, I agree 100% with that, and I'm sure as glyphosate-strewn community up in the Hibiscus Coast, we'll be the first ones that will be taking advantage of that in terms of any options that come going forward. I think in terms of the numbers that are involved here, we consulted with the local boards on a budget of 6.53 million on a basis of 1293 per kilometre, with the NZTA subsidy effectively halving that, or very nearly halving that to 51%. That makes it, in the scheme of things, a very doable proposition. So why wouldn't you support it? We have equity across the board, and we give choice to the local boards. And what will inevitably involve from this is local board clusters that will be band together and will actually increase the value proposition for anyone that's involved in this. So in conclusion, I thank the people who turned up today, who have been battling away with this for decades. I thank the Chair and Deputy for this pragmatic way forward, and I thank my colleagues who I'm very hopeful will see that the equity issue has been addressed and that we can do better, not worse, as was going to be the case with the previous proposition. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Newman.
Well, thank you, Comrade Watson, for that reflection, which I think, the last speaker is a good friend and he is a good regional councillor. And I want to acknowledge Councillor Watson for his reflection. I also want to acknowledge the officers because, look, frankly, I don't think that this is a perfect outcome, because I think the perfect outcome that would please everyone is if the funding was available for everyone to have the premium gold standard of thermal for the management of weeds. And if we could have that in every local board area, I am sure that everybody would run for that. But the reality is that the funding isn't there. Mr. Chair, I think that this debate today is a replay of a very familiar theme. And I've just listed a couple of examples of that. My time here over 4 years, I mean, we spent 3 years arguing about a funding formula for Citizens Advice Bureau, with 3 years where it came down to $300,000 required to ensure a no disadvantage outcome across the region, even though there was an inequitable allocation of funding. How many times have we had to debate about the allocation of funding for the benefits of public transport to extend choice to those who have choice, rather than to provide services to those who don't? Had that debate before. That's another equity one, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about weed management, where I think that there is a dogged determination from some to avoid any change from the standards that they currently enjoy. Whether they are prepared to pay the actual price of that moving forward is another matter, but we can look at the price. And of course, the real nugget, the Gary Pemberton report, equitable funding for ABS, asset-based services across local boards, where I'm sure that many will conclude, politically they will conclude, that it's easier to entrench an equitable outcome for the poorest communities than it is to transition so that everybody takes a haircut to address equity, which doesn't exist and hasn't existed for 10 years, and it's too bloody hard politically to get on top of it. So, you know, this is the same manifestation of the same issue about equity, and you can dress it up how you want, but I would hope that in transitioning here, there could be some reflection about how hard some communities do have it, and what we have tried to do here, imperfectly I would suggest, is to try and overcome that. So, Mr. Chair, I think that you have tried to thread the camel through the eye of a needle here. And congratulations to you for what I think is a good attempt.
but I don't expect that local boards will be universally thrilled with this, because I think this is going to be very hard to achieve. But you are the chair, and I think that you will hear more from local boards about this conversation, because I think that in reality this is going to be a rather expensive proposition if people want to move from a regional standard. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Coombe, Deputy Chair.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'd like to very much speak in support of the Chair's recommendations. And in supporting these resolutions, I think this really does put us in a good starting point for the management of weeds in the road corridor by setting a clear direction on the outcome rather than prescribing the one-size-fits-all methodology, which was the original kind of decision that was being brought to us. But I don't think we can delay any further standardising the budget that's available, the funding across the region. That was inherited from the legacy councils, and so I think it's really good that today we are actually going to finally endorse standardising that budget so that local boards can look at how they can customise the methodology within their local board area, within those budgets that we've got. And it's important to highlight that this doesn't cut the budget. I know it's been a difficult conversation around the maintenance budget, but this isn't an exercise of trying to reduce the budget that's going to for weed management. And it sets a really clear direction on our goals in terms of minimising the use of glyphosate, ensuring public health and safety, reducing carbon emissions. And also we must not lose sight of the fact that the weed management policy is also about controlling the adverse effects of weeds. And there are actually a whole lot of negative impacts of weeds in our environment in Auckland, and that goes to the health impact. A lot of people, especially this time of year in the spring, are really suffering from the weeds that we've got across our region. I think we're the most weediest country or city in the world. And we've got the negative impact on health, on our sports fields, on our assets, and on our native vegetation. So in terms of setting the goals today, it is about reconfirming that we're committed to our weed management policy. And I know that there was a desire perhaps to relitigate what's in that policy, but I think it is very sound and it's heading us in the right direction. And I did just want to note at this point, in terms of having come from the Waitemata local board, we were a local board absolutely committed to minimising glyphosate use. And personally, I would like to see it banned. But this is, thank you, Councillor Watson, for using the words pragmatic. I love hearing that. I love being pragmatic and finding a way forward, because this does allow for local decision making, and say for Waitemata, they can now have a conversation with higher service levels in other boards. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your acknowledgements in terms of the work that staff have done on this proposal. It is really difficult to deal with a really controversial topic. So I think I do want to acknowledge staff for also embracing the approach that we've asked to take forward rather than the original recommendation. So they've really come on board to say, yes, we can make this work. So that's been great to hear that. Thank you for that whole team, because this is going to be really important to establish the relationships and going forward to actually be able to have those conversations to deliver this on the ground. It's not going to be easy, but I think this sets a clear direction. And thank you to all those who did present, really the passionate groups and individuals who really want to see the best for our street environments and the health of our communities. So ngā mihi. And I think it's also great that we're endorsing that we can look at new methodologies and implement them as they develop, because we're seeing lots of exciting things out there, and this provides us with that way forward. So really good to hear the support around the table. Thank you, colleagues. it's been a good process, and I've appreciated the conversation we've been able to have on this, and I really would like to commend the recommendations to you today. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I spoke too soon. Councillor Filipaina.
Yeah, my apologies about that, Chair. But to you and Deputy Chair, congratulations on finding that medium that we do now have as our substantive. But look, I just wanted to also just make a small comment around the devil's in the detail in regards to the work that the staff are going to do. One is around any variations, as Councillor Sayer was talking about, with the contracts and whether that in fact will happen. Because as Councillor Sayer, as Chair of Procurement, that's going to be an issue if in fact it heads that way. Others is around the old contractor, Metro, who was there and the details that they have. So the devil's going to be the detail when we start working it through. My last comment, Chair, is to Jenny. Jenny, I want to acknowledge you in the work, even last term with the Environmental and Community Committee. You ended up getting quite a bit of crap from people over the last 3 years, even before then. So I just want to acknowledge your work right through this, stay in the course and staying true to your principles. So just want to acknowledge you and the staff. So thank you, Chair.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor, and I hope you're feeling better and have a rest after sticking to this meeting. And last member, Member Wilson.
Kia ora. I'm going to repeat because I think this is the significance of the recommendations can't be underscored, and then the necessity for us to work together. I too was impressed by the expertise and knowledge, the professionalism of those that presented to us, and it was very well put together in terms of the seamless nature of the expertise shown by each. So I appreciated that. It went a long way for understanding. I also am singularly impressed by the council laws, that this is clearly a passion, including Councillor Walker in that vein, in terms of disparaging comments. It's all in the style, and I myself get accused on occasion for my style as opposed to what it is I'm saying. So the passion that went into that, I agree with that nature, although it came out as an interrogating type process. I'm always in favour of those sorts of things, but not to the detriment of our staff. I agree with that. I especially liked the fact that our Mayor Goff, actually got to the point before I even had a chance to press my button to talk about the consultation. Appreciate that very much, bearing in mind that I hopefully at some point in time don't need to say that anymore because somebody else will bring that up. So thank you, Mayor. And then to our staff, our officials that do the very best that they can, I'm wondering what support we can provide to them, knowing this was going to be an issue that would generate a lot of kōrero. And I felt that support wasn't necessarily provided to give them the expertise to answer every question without looking, as Councillor Bartley said, do you agree with that or not? So I would absolutely suggest they did a good job. However, what other support can we provide in matters such as this, where there is such a diversity of knowledge, interest and the like, and from the public? But I also applaud the pragmatism that's already been outlined from our Chair and our Deputy Chair. Appreciate that, and at some point in time I'm looking forward to not saying the same thing around the consultation and engagement process. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Member Wilson. And I see Councillor Simpson has to leave, so I won't say all I needed to say, as I think everyone has said enough. But, you know, my view again, when I saw this come across the table, I felt an instant kind of pain down my spine that we had to go through this situation. But after 10 years of trying, we finally, I think, have made a decision, especially around the equity of funding, which is a step forward. I do not want glyphosate on our streets, but I'm aware there's a process to come, and this, you know, my panacea is a moving forward to a low emissions, low potable water use, and steam or hot water only process for the whole city. So we do not need to use chemicals. Whether the EPA says they're good or not, I think chemicals in our streets is somewhere we continue to need to continue to move across. So the resolutions stand on their own. Thank you so much to the staff for all the work on this. It has been complicated. I've asked 1,000 questions and been grumpy sometimes as well. And thank you especially to the people who presented and constantly have advocated on this issue for many, many years. And thank you to you all for respecting this process and trying to get to a good place together. So thank you very much. We've got I moved, Councillor Coombe has second, and all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. I'm going to abstain.
And Councillor Mulholland would like to abstain. Is there anyone who is opposed? Perfect. Thank you very much and have a good day, Councillor Simpson. Okay, have a good hour, Councillor Simpson. Thank you very much. We will move on to the next item 9, achieving better outcomes for the Manukau Harbour. Thank you very much. John Turner, sorry. I forgot we have John Turner, the chair of the Manukau Harbour Forum, and Alan Cole is the deputy chair now.
Move it.
Apologies, team. And Coombe can second. Kia ora and congratulations on your new roles as chair and deputy chair of the forum, and just have a bit of order around the table, and we'll give you 5 minutes to present on what you'd like to talk about in the forum. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Pukewiwi te maunga, te runei taku nākou, ko Wairaki te awa, e mahia nei aku maharahara, no Puki tāpapa ahau. E mema o te pauari arohi o Puki tāpapa. Ko John Turner ahau, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone, and thank you for having both Alan and I here today. I'm honoured to represent the Manukau Harbour Forum in my role as newly elected chair, as in on Friday, and to bring you our thoughts on the report that's going to be discussed today. A little bit of background, the Harbour Forum is made up of the 9 local boards that surround the harbour. It was established in 2010 to provide for advocacy and support of the harbour and to urge for restoration and sustainable management of the harbour. When the tide's out in the Manukau, the water is very cloudy and murky, but on an incoming tide, the Tasman Sea races into the channel and the water becomes a beautiful blue-green. Over the past century, the Manukau has at times seemed to be at a permanent metaphorical low tide. Some of my earliest memories are on the Manukau Harbour at Huia, where my family had a batch. We'd drive out there on weekends, swim and boat around. However, the beach far closer to home, Waikowhai, was not somewhere anyone would swim. In the 60s, turned into a rubbish dump, sewage pumped into the inner harbour, cutting people off from kai and recreation. I'd like to think, though, we're now at the beginning of an incoming tide. There's literally clear water in the Manukau. So on this incoming tide, it's one the harbour's focused on again, and all parties are working for the betterment of it. There's an awful lot of work that needs to be done, and it's vital that the governing body plays a significant role in the management of the harbour. In regards to the report, the Forum supports the recommendations made to the committee with the potential addition of an increase in funding from the governing body, especially to support items 5 and 6 under B. The good work the Forum has done in the past has all been funded by local boards. With the recent budget crunch, we're lucky enough to be able to carry over funding from previous years. However, in the next financial year, this won't be the case, and local boards are keen to see some support by governing body in the running of the forum. I look at the Waitemata Harbour with the $300,000 budget for the Hauraki Gulf Forum and the positive that has sprung with that. Contrast it with the $58,000 that the local boards are allocating towards the forum. Aha kaua e hiti e pōnamu. Although it's small, it's precious, but imagine how much more we could do with that additional support. We're not looking for hundreds of thousands of dollars, but a contribution to recognise the role both governing body and local boards have to play. It was gratifying to see the high-level stocktake of activities, which is attachment A to the report, even if the local board activities were limited only to those under I, E and S. There are many more activities taking place under local board LDI that affect the harbour, under different work streams. And so for the future updates, I'd ask that staff include these in the stocktake. For one example, in the Puki Tāpapa local board, there's at least $100,000 in LDI spend that isn't captured in this iteration of the stocktake, which benefits the harbour. I realise there's been a lot of work to put the stocktake together, but I'd encourage staff to work with us to make sure we're capturing all the things that are going on. We really look forward to the State of the Harbour report in early 2021, as that was one of the main recommendations of the report. But I would like to point out there's a lack of any mention of the hydrodynamic model in the report that you have. In 2016, Watercare commissioned NIWA to undertake the task of constructing a hydrodynamic model of the Manukau Harbour. And it was hoped that this would allow Council to identify nutrient streams and create a response to them. It was scheduled to be completed in June 2019. The time has come and passed, and we haven't seen it. We've been told it's sitting with Watercare, and what reason is there not to share that model with us? Finally, in regards to governance and structure, the value of mana whenua in supporting and restoring this taonga is vital. We're very pleased to see the recommendation in the report of a collaborative approach with mana whenua. We support the move to explore a new approach to governance with mana whenua and understand the need to do this separate of the Harbour Forum. We'd like to formally invite members of the committee to attend forum business meetings and workshops, particularly chair or deputy chair, while the mahi is going on to create that co-governance structure. We highly support item 44, which is that the committee takes a greater role in holding the council group accountable for Manukau Harbour outcomes. We believe the release of the hydrodynamic model by Watercare would be a great first step towards achieving this. To finish, I'd like to thank the community group, the Manukau Harbour Restoration Society, who've worked tirelessly to improve outcomes on the harbour. And I'm not just saying that because my auntie's on it. I'd also like to acknowledge previous iterations of the forum for all their hard work, and finally to acknowledge mana whenua who have lived by and cared for the Manukau. Mā whero, mā pango, ka oti ai te mahi. With red and black, the work will be complete. I look forward to working with governing body, mana whenua and the community as we move forward to our shared goal of protecting and restoring the Manukau Harbour. Kia ora.
Kia ora, John. Thank you very much. And Alan, is there anything you wanted to add?
I think John covered all those, but like our concern is about the hydrodynamic model that hasn't been reported. We've actually heard back, and whether this is true or not, it does not actually take into account all contaminants that are entering the harbour.
We can definitely ask about that for sure. Are there any other questions? Oh, sorry, is that Member Wilson?
Kia ora, some very good spirited kōrero there. I guess my my overriding question is, in looking for funding and acknowledging the significance for mana whenua, how would you see as a priority mana whenua would be privy to funding in opposition to what the forum is doing? What's the significance for mana whenua in the forum, and therefore coming here looking for funding streams?
Kia ora. So one of the recommendations of the Bailey review was for the forum to be working with mana whenua, and for that, it was part of that was funding to ensure that we're not adding to the load without supplying for it. And so that's part of the reason why that funding would be really important. It's to help with that working with mana whenua towards the co-governance model and to get that feedback on the activities we have going on and that we'd like to see happening as well. Hopefully that answers your question.
Through the chair. So what if the view was that mana whenua would like to lead the kaupapa, because it is of significance as has already been outlined in your presentation and the report. What then, in terms of their place?
Through the chair, I think that's what this report leads to, is that mana whenua need to be leading any further leadership around what happens around the harbour. And the forum plays a role more of advocacy from local boards. But we need to also be engaging with mana whenua that live around there, that are in our boards, that are doing lots of mahi in the Manukau Harbour. And so that, I think, is the recommendation from within the Bailey report that would go towards that.
One more, and then I'll leave the rest for when we do discuss the item. So I guess that's probably something I can't, and I appreciate, you're new to the role, and there have been your predecessors there where this same question has been posed over a long period of time on many occasions. What do you bring that will assure mana whenua that in fact they will be able to lead? Because it, currently, as it sits after a long period of time, it's in opposition necessarily when you're saying we collaborate. And it's not that I want to get into an argument about this, I'm just sort of posing, what do you bring, basically, as the chair for the forum that hasn't been done in the past?
Good question. Well, as you said, I'm new to the role. I'd like to think I'm... No, I better not say anything like that. It's a good question. I mean, I think that the co-governance needs to happen. The Manukau Harbour is a taonga that has been not looked after very well, and I think mana whenua need to be leading that, and I think that's very well expressed within this report. So your question on what do I bring that's different is possibly hard to quantify now, but I'd just like to say that I would like to be part of those conversations as they go forward.
Kia ora. Councillor Mulholland.
Kia ora. May I acknowledge you, Chair, John and Ellen. Nice to see you again. Just different seats, but it's great to see you here. And I really want to acknowledge the staff for your work on this. I was on the Manukau Harbour Forum, and I am too of the belief that this is an outstanding taonga, and I have to acknowledge that I do live in Green Bay, so right on the edge of it, and I fully support the forum. I believe I was the person that also suggested we increase at a local board level the funding for these. I do want to acknowledge Glenn Boyd, who is a staff member of Auckland Council, who worked tirelessly to assist and aid the outcomes of the forum. Also, I'd like to acknowledge from my perspective the Restoration Society, because it does take a whānau and community to pursue better outcomes. So I fully endorse this, and I've asked to move it. I feel passionately about it. So I do hope you're able to do more. I would like to actually see more funding from this, and it might cause a bit of a upset around the table, but I think we should be putting money into a project like this so that we can protect that waterway. There has been a lot of work done. My question to you too is, because I have to pose a question, just how's everything going in terms of the new forum? I'm learning myself, by the way, nice. So there you go, there's the question.
Well, we've been in hiatus until this report came to you guys, actually. So we only got appointed as chair and deputy chair on Friday. So we acknowledge Councillor Hill and Councillor Papacoon coming to us, and that was really appreciated. But yeah, we understand you're really busy people, but I think one of the things going forward is if we could have maybe a member turn up to our workshops and our meetings going forward. And, if we've got a councillor who's happy to put their hand up and do that on a regular basis, we try and meet on a Friday, so that would be really appreciated, so we can work more collaboratively together going forward.
But thank you, Chair.
Oh, no worries. Member Wilcox, and then we've got Councillor Cooper and Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is regarding mana whenua. And my experience comes from the Kaipara Harbour settlement. So are you working towards settlement of Y8 or are you working in isolation from Y8? I mean, Ngāni Koe and them put that kaupapa together quite a long time ago, and, you know, my concern is actually that we'll go off on a little tangent and then, hello, here comes settlement, government dumps $100 million and says let's go, and then my email gets full of people I never even knew were doing anything about the kaipara suddenly emailing me, you know, I'm going, well, what's all this about? But this is the concern I have, is that in the kaipara it was led by iwi and controlled by iwi, and the concern I have is that we're going to go off and do this little kaupapa, and it's all great we have these little things going. I mean, every little bit helps, but my concern is that we're going to kind of get lost and then crump. Here comes settlement, and it's all kind of going south really fast.
I can
So
do
that
my,
was the question is there is, you know, I'm really concerned about why it should be at the forefront of this kaupapa and the settlements that are going around.
So I think John Sutton will probably talk to that when the report comes up. He came out to a meeting and talked both about the kaipara experience and this. So he would be able to assay your fears probably a lot better than I would be. But we are very, you know, Y8 is foremost in thoughts, and this doesn't preclude that would be the best I could say. I think Richard's probably got a better answer.
Yeah, I guess Member Wilcox is probably a more fuller answer to instead of the new chair and deputy of the local board, Manukau Harbour Forum, where we're moving to, and that space will be part of the report, and the officers will probably have a more fuller answer there of what we discussed at the workshop a few months ago.
One more question, and then are you seeking funds? Because I'm just wondering, is this the committee to be saying, well, I mean, I'm trying to get the gist of this. I mean, I thought you would have just gone to the Fish and Parkour Committee and got the, you know, and just got the money from them, as opposed to coming to us. I mean, it is an environment issue, but I thought, well, if you're seeking funds, that's the company.
Yeah. So yeah, I possibly misspoke in seeking funds. The way that the board is run is that the forum is run as the local boards put LDI funding into it, and so for now we should just be talking about the report rather than me coming in with my hand out, I guess. But just to see that the governing body and the local bodies working together, I think, is really important in the future.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. It's my questions are along the same lines as Glenn, because we've been on the Kaipara Moana Working Party for years, and now with the new government working towards a co-governance model, but it was led through the treaty settlement process, and that's why I'm a little bit uncomfortable about this approach. And I guess I wondered, my question was, because I know that Councillor Crum/Lee was on the forum, and then I think Councillor Josephine Bartley was on, and now it's just a local board thing, where clearly it's not just a local board thing because there's so many local boards. It is regional. And so my question is, are you keen on having members, councillor members whose wards are on the Manukau? That's the thing that I'm interested in, and not having the meetings on days we have meetings. But I think when you talk about working together in a true co-governance and a true partnership as a council family, I'd be really interested if that's where you were heading.
So
So are you interested in that?
Yeah, I guess it seems backwards, but the right thing to do is have the members of the forum to speak first. All of that is part of the workshop we had that largely I felt at the time, the workshop, both IMSB and councillors, was very focused on if we were to move to a co-governance, not that we can say that because we haven't spoken to mana whenua and they may or may not want that. That's why the resolution is around building relationships, including potential for co-governance, was the fact that the Manukau Harbour Forum would stay as a local board advocacy while the process went on, going forward for the mayor to go to mana whenua and say what next, and hopefully we would have a future where there was mana whenua and council and local board as the two partners, not three partners. But this is way too early.
Yeah,
The
I
issue
guess I'm
is
asking
that,
the
yeah.
question because Manukau Harbour, the Maitamata Forum and Kaipara Moana was a mix of local board and councillors.
Yeah, so
and this isn't, and that's why I don't understand it.
Because that they started like that. This has started as a local
No, they
board.
didn't. They had councillors on there.
Yeah, so the Manukau Harbour Forum has never officially had councillors. Councillors went to the forum, but there was not a official.
That's the question. But anyway, we'll find that out. I mean, I haven't actually heard from. You've been answering for these people. Sorry, and I wasn't sure who you were at the beginning, but because it wasn't introduced properly. But now I've worked out who you are, and good on you for taking it on.
Kia ora, thank you. I mean, Richard basically covered it. The original Bailey report did have council governing body on it as well, but we believe that the way that this report lays it out and lays out steps towards, not resolution, but steps towards the future is sufficient. Yep. Yeah.
Councillor Casey.
I don't have a question, Richard, but I want to answer Karen's question because I think that that John's too humble. If I may, I just take 2 minutes. What does he bring to the board, you ask, Karen? Thanks, John. I've known John for all the time he's been on the Puki Tāpapa local board and probably a year before that. What he does is walk the talk. He's a young, progressive environmentalist. He traps pests on the Waikowhai coast. He did a heritage tour as part of Heritage Week on the Waikowhai coast. I went on it with another 20 or so people. So that's what he does. He's out there. His heart is in the Manukau. That's where he grew up. So it's his passion that's led him to take this role up, and he will be absolutely sensational in the role. And I am absolutely sure the partnership will be instant.
Thank you.
That was great. Councillor Bartley, last question, and then we'll move to the item which we'll be able to get a lot more information.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add what I can see already from John that he brings to the role is he is talking about the collective. And I haven't heard that before since my time on the Manukau Harbour Forum as a local board chair and then as an observer as a governing body member. So, you know, mentioning the Restoration Society, mana whenua, what the community's doing, local boards, and what council is already doing, I think is a good start for the narrative from the chair of the forum. I was going as an unofficial, informal observer, and I wouldn't mind still continuing with that, but I stopped going because I stopped getting the notification, so it's as simple as that. I do agree that we do need to work together in this stage before any particular process has been developed in terms of how this co-governance will work. Hopefully, if it does work, because I've been at meetings at the forum where mana whenua have been sitting in the public gallery wanting to be involved. And so, you know, we do need something where there's all of us around the table, and also where we have that regional focus, which was the whole point of the research that Glenn was doing. And I acknowledge Glenn because he's been doing this off his own bat. But yeah, it was like, how come there's water quality rate focused on the Central Isthmus, you know, the Central whatever, Waitemata side, and nothing for the Manukau. And now we've got this focus on the Kaipara, again, nothing on the Manukau. So how do you get that focus from council, from the regional, onto the Manukau Harbour? So definitely agree we need more regional, more local working together on this. Yeah, thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Bartley. And had moved Councillor Mulholland, and second, did you want to, Councillor Bartley, the move of thanks to the forum?
Oh, no, they're speaking at the item.
Oh, speaking at, well, I will put a motion within the item. Sorry, it's been a long day. So is it fine for both of you to move the recommendations? Now we'll move into the item and get the officers to come forward. Thank you. But we will thank you in the resolutions, but thank you for talking to us. So, thanks, Dave and Setse. If you want to just take us through the presentation and put any other of the background of what's been going on in the last few months into the arena as well. So thank you both.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon, councillors and members. I appreciate the opportunity today to basically give you an overview of the work that's been undertaken over the last year since the September 2019 resolution of the Environment and Community Committee to basically seek an evaluation of an external review report on the Manukau Harbour Forum and its operational model, and to basically provide a report back to you on next steps. And I guess part of that whole exercise is to really evaluate where's the added value, where is the opportunity for the council to make some good progress in this whole arena that we've got here in front of us in terms of the harbour outcomes that we're trying to achieve. And so there's a distinction between harbour outcomes and the vehicles that may be used to achieve those outcomes, and it's a very important distinction that we'd like to make in this whole process. So we have a presentation which is about 6 or 7 slides. I'll just sort of open and close and set, so we'll do a bit of the evaluation that we've undertaken. So firstly, as you've heard, the harbour is a tonga, very important water body for Māori. It has high ecological values, and it has similarly amenity, recreation values, and it really connects people to nature. I can also acknowledge that I grew up around the harbour edge as well, so I'm also quite familiar with the harbour. So one of the things, though, that we've recognised, everyone's recognised over many years, is that the overall water quality and ecological health for the Māori of the harbour is not in a good state. Now, of course, it has improved when you think about it in the longer term in terms of, say, the 50s and 60s and 70s, but it's still got certainly, lots of improvements that are required to get it to a much more desired outcome or state. So, as I mentioned, what we were trying to do with this particular paper was to simply, at the request of the Environment and Community Committee, to provide some advice back to you about this external review report and some of the issues that were encompassed by it, and to highlight some of the opportunity to sort of speak to that kind of collective understanding as to how we should move forward as a council, and to particularly make an effort to do a bit of a stock take of what initiatives were being undertaken across the entire area, and to provide that to you so that you recognise that national, regionally and locally there are a number of activities that actually need to be better integrated. And at the moment, one of the things we observed is that there wasn't necessarily the transparency that all parties might like to actually understand, what is happening in these various levels. And we've talked about, or acknowledged even just now, that local boards were operating with a lack of understanding perhaps about some of the things that were happening maybe at a national or a regional level that might have a bearing on some of their activities. And that's a fair enough comment, and you could equally say that regionally and nationally some of us may not have known what might have been happening at the local level. So this is about saying, doing a stock take, giving you a nice piece of paper to work from, a basis to work from, a foundation, is actually the better way to approach identifying a future direction for the Auckland Council group. So the intent of this is to provide you with an overview as to what that direction might look like, and then of course to identify the opportunity that presents, particularly with firstly getting Auckland Council Group's house in order, but also then putting you in a better position to how you might want to improve your engagement with mana whenua, with communities and others. So I guess that's sort of the overall context for why we have provided this advice to you. Sets, I'll just hand over to you.
Good afternoon, councillors and committee members. Yeah, a really important slide here to acknowledge what Dave just said, that outcomes for the harbour, they can be achieved by initiatives at national, regional and local levels. So this slide lays out some of those vehicles to achieve those outcomes at the different levels, and also shows some of the agencies and parties that are responsible for delivering those outcomes. So for example, MFE, MPI and DOC, they've got responsibilities to deliver, to manage the fisheries, conservation areas, threatened species, marine mammals. They've got clear responsibilities in that space. And these agencies, they also prepare national directions, strategies and policies that influence management in the regions, including the Auckland region. And they provide, for example, guidance and national directions on management of freshwater, biodiversity and waste. Looking at Auckland Council's got statutory responsibilities to manage activities that are controlled under the RMA, and they're responsible for delivering outcomes under the Local Government Act and the four well-beings that are in there. Decisions made by the governing body and supporting committees in Auckland Council, like the Planning Committee, but specifically for environmental issues, Environment and Climate Change Committee, they can help to deliver environmental outcomes for the harbour. And what they also do is they can direct the work programs and initiatives of council departments and council-controlled organisations. The Manukau Harbour Forum, there was the external review report. Manukau Harbour Forum is outlined in this diagram, was established, like I explained before, in 2010 to increase collaboration between the different local boards and increase efficiency of the initiatives they undertake. So they're sitting basically at the they actually are combined efforts for the different local boards to achieve local improvements and guide local initiatives. So basically that they are active at the local level. Maybe next slide. Oh, maybe what I should say, to come back to the previous one, Mana Whenua is there as well. It's hard to put Mana Whenua. It is Mana Whenua sitting in a box, but what the report clearly does acknowledge is that partnerships, collaborations and engagement with Mana Whenua, there are opportunities to to have those collaborations at these different levels, at the national levels, at the regional levels and at the local levels. So Mana Whenua, there's opportunities for collaboration and partnerships at all those different levels. Then to identify what it is that Auckland Council Group can do to try and improve the outcomes for the harbour. Staff have been working with the Manukau Harbour Forum Coordinator on pulling together a stock take that really looks at those, what is happening at the different levels. So national directions, national strategies, policies, regional strategies and policies, regionally funded initiatives and locally funded initiatives. So we pulled together that stock take, and that's attached to your committee report today. Here's just some examples that are included in that stock take. Maybe the next one. Then the original resolution was asking for some advice on the external review report. Well, the way we've done that is we've considered the different responsibilities and different kind of levers at the different levels. We looked at the different initiatives that are already happening, and then we looked at the recommendations in the report, looking at the 6 themes that are outlined on this diagram, on this slide. We came up with some recommendations which are included in the report, and we've tested some of those recommendations with Manukau Harbour Forum members in February, June and October, and we also had a workshop with ENCC members where we outlined our thinking to date.
Okay, so as we've said, we've got some recommendations in the agenda report. They do provide, in a very high-level way, a sense of direction going forward in terms of what Auckland Council staff are recommending to you. One of the key things we're trying to do is to say what are the building blocks that are now available to you to actually get a common understanding as to how you can move forward. And we feel that if you look at the Auckland Council group activities, they're extensive. And there's really a need to identify some of those key outcomes across all of the different themes that we're involved with. Some of them may conflict with some of the activities and impacts on the environment. We need to actually look at some of those gaps and some of those conflicts and actually ask the question, how are we going to reconcile some of those initiatives? Council will need to obviously start to pin down what the priorities actually are. Obviously, you're very mindful of the budget that you're operating under now, so there's a real need to start to look at the funding mechanisms that might be available to you and how they might be leveraged or prioritised as well. And clearly throughout this whole process, you need to consider how you involve different people through this whole exercise, looking ahead in terms of how you actually set a direction for the harbour. One of the things that is in the report, and as mentioned by the Manukau Harbour Forum Chair and Deputy Chair just before, was that they supported, and I think Councillor Bartley also made the observation, a greater role for the ECC committee to have a bit of oversight in the Council's group's overall approach, and that's sort of really speaking to that point about providing a more collective understanding as to what's going on and how these various activities that you're involved with are actually delivering on the outcomes that are sought. And we have also heard about some of the CCO activities that we need to perhaps get a better handle on sort of the progress of some of those. And there is perhaps one or two outstanding items that we have just heard about. There is work going on in that space in terms of the water care model that NIWA is doing for water care. I understand it's a complex piece of work and it's been broken down into some smaller chunks to make it actually complete. I don't have it on top of my head when that is going to be complete, but it's something that we can follow up, as just a matter beyond this committee. But the key thing here is to say that initiative, as one example, is just one source of information to help inform you as to how you are going to set your direction and priorities. And so we need to look at all those tools and bring them together and actually give you some advice as to kind of how you might then make some clear decisions about what are the key outcomes you would like to see. So and I guess the other thing is that when you have that sort of landscape painted for you a little bit in terms of the priorities and the outcomes that you seek, you can then perhaps look at how you can use that information in your council group activities, including the possibility of how you have discussions with mana whenua and how you look at working with mana whenua to acquire a shared vision for how this might be something that you wish to progress. Bearing in mind, of course, that there's some longer term expectations of treaty settlement. This is about how can Auckland Council perhaps position itself well with mana whenua leading up to any treaty settlement between the Crown and mana whenua. And I think that's kind of just another observation to note, is that this is about putting you in the best position possible before you get to that next stage of the treaty settlement and actually having an understanding as to the kinds of activities that you're doing before that point. So the actual resolutions that we have put there speak to the need for the Manukau Harbour Forum to continue its focus and its collaborative purpose to ensure that there's increased visibility as to all the different activities that are going on in the Auckland Council group through things like stock takes and annual reviews and updates of those stock takes, to recognise that next February you should have a State of the Environment report coming out which will identify a range of information sources and states as to what is actually happening within the harbour, and that there'll be REMU, Research and Evaluation Unit, have agreed to providing a bit of a synthesis of information that relates to the harbour specifically. So that's actually going to be a couple of months after the February general Auckland region-wide State of the Environment report. There's existing projects and programs that are been undertaken with mana whenua and council departments. Those need to continue, and there's opportunity obviously for strengthening of those as we proceed. And also, lastly, there's the opportunity to say that there may be some further initiatives or avenues to explore the development of new projects where there are gaps that we might be able to identify, or funding opportunities from central government, and that's something that's a possibility in the near future. And lastly, the resolution there about what we'd like the committee to consider is making the statement here about building better relationships with Council and Mana Whenua around the harbour in a more strategic way, trying to get a better overview of the range of activities that are happening at that scale, and that would possibly include a discussion about how you might approach governance going forward in terms of how Mana Whenua might see that in terms of their relationship to central government, but also how they might want to look at their relationship with Council in this particular harbour. So that's a bit of an overview of the review we've done. As mentioned, we were hoping to bring this review to you perhaps 6 months ago, but COVID sort of came along, and then we sort of had a lot of difficulty getting workshops together. We wanted to just touch base with the forum because of their direct interest in this, given that they commissioned the work. We had a very positive meeting with the forum where Councillor Coombe and Hills were there about a month ago. And I think the workshop from the 2nd of September with ECC committee was also quite useful in terms of getting an indication as to how we should proceed in a stepwise basis going forward. So I think I'll leave it there, Richard.
Kia ora. Thank you. We have a few questions, and we might also at one point maybe need John Hutton to maybe come to the table if we just end up discussing the potential for future co-governance. Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to officers. I apologise for not being available on the 16th of October. That was the day after my mother died, so I've been a bit absent from this conversation for several months, but I have a number of questions regarding this report and earlier variations of it. If I were to request a copy of an earlier draft through my CSA or through a Lagoima, what would the draft recommendations say, and how would they differ from what's in this final report?
So this one of the points that I think you're probably interested in is where we look at exploring the co-governance angle, and I guess what we're saying there is that we want to basically ensure that we've got a good understanding of how the council can prepare itself for any discussions in that light, and what we're trying to say is that there's actually a lot of work in-house for Auckland Council to do to actually get us in a good position to do that, but we're also recognising that one way to make that a more general statement is to say that there's a desire to build better relationships with Mana Whenua, and that we haven't expressed exactly how that might occur in this particular paper, because we need to have that discussion with Mana Whenua, and I guess we're just seeking the support of the committee in that for that direction.
Okay, so that to me says that there has been a change in relation to a recommendation to Mana Whenua. That's interesting. What can you just give me a sort of a précis of what would be that work internally that we would need to do to be sort of fit and ready for that conversation?
So I think we need to firstly understand, as Auckland Council needs to understand firstly what programs of work it is actually undertaking, what are some of the background statements that sort of would give our councillors an understanding as to the state of the environment, and equally the relationships that we might also need to form or to pursue to actually have a conversation with Mana Whenua. We've obviously had some discussions with Mana Whenua over the years about particular initiatives, but we would need to build on the work we've done here in terms of a stock take and sort of understanding the lay of the land and what the opportunities might be to actually engage in some of that discussion.
Okay, I think there's quite a bit of knowledge and capacity in this space.
Sure.
I mean, reflecting on what I've learned about the Kaipara Moana remediation, I need to reflect to the Mayor and Councillor Cooper, because on reflection, she needs to be part of that, not me. because there's a lot of experience and history. I want to talk to her about that. But if based on what I have observed in terms of the success of these sorts of partnerships and discussions in that context, it seems to be a lot more confident than this. This seems pretty timid. It seems very, very early, and I think that there would be quite an interest if we were to explore this with mana whenua for quite an expansive relationship. And I think we should celebrate that, not be afraid of it. So what's the timing for this?
Yes, I'll just make the observation about the kaipara and that we had, or I personally was obviously, doing some preliminary work to help set up some of that process subsequently. So there was a bit of a staged process there, and I'm just sort of saying that there's an opportunity here as well with the Manukau. But I just, what the timing-wise, what we're looking at is possibly looking over the next few months to start to bring together some of the staff involved with this area and look at how we might approach this going forward.
One final question with your indulgence, Chair. So there's actually quite a few things that are happening from a council perspective in relation to the harbour, and there's quite a few other things that could happen. I think you've got some strong support politically. I'm very supportive of extending that water quality target rate and actually ramping it up, because it's time for the good people of St Heliers to refund the people of the Manukau for all the poos and wees we've been taking for generations. You've got some support. You've got some support, and there's quite a lot of work that has been undertaken. The problem that I'm seeing is that with what I think is quite a slow and early process here, in order to inform what I think is going to be a difficult discussion through the 10-year plan, I worry that actually we're going to miss some of this, or we're going to come into it quite shallow, because actually we haven't been able to progress all the work that we need to do to inform what would a blueprint for improvements on that harbour look like, with or without a settlement. Because we need to do something, not just sit around waiting for a settlement process between mana whenua and the Crown.
Yes, so I'm not suggesting we sit around and do nothing in that sense. I guess the key thing is, there's a whole lot of work to be done to actually understand what we are doing now and how some of the initiatives that are being discussed in terms of moving forward, how are they going to be adequately covered off. So there's a little bit of analysis and evaluation from an environmental strategy point of view in terms of what we're doing. But there's a separate sort of issue about how we might look at our relationship with mana whenua and how best to progress that, given that we haven't had that discussion with mana whenua. So.
Yeah, and is there any more discussion on this? Because I agree, Councillor Newman, I was a bit gung-ho, and my original thoughts with this would be the paper that sets up co-governance, but I was quickly told that that's not exactly how this, we don't just project what we want to happen as the outcome. It's the conversation first. So I guess, and I'm not putting words in Councillor Newman's mouth, but I guess for my thoughts, how do we ensure that what we know we want to be asking is can happen, and it doesn't just drag for, because obviously better relationships is great, and now we've got part of the resolution thankfully saying exploring a new approach to governance, but I guess what does that look like?
Thank you. If I can make a couple of observations. I think Resolution C is an important one because it provides a mandate to progress a conversation, and that hasn't been present yet. The difference with the Manukau to the kaipara is that the Crown hasn't marched in yet in the Manukau and started a treaty settlement conversation. So there is a preliminary phase here which I think is quite important for the Council to initiate a conversation with mana whenua and say, is this actually even the appropriate time to look at this? And I don't want to presume any views that would be made there, but I think that preliminarily walking before we run step is quite important. The resolution here gives us that. And in practical terms, my view is that if you are going to start that kind of conversation, it needs to come at at a senior political level in the first instance, and staff can work and work closely with the political representation here around the table, provide advice, and get the ball rolling on that front. So if this resolution is passed, we can get that kind of work underway, and we can work collaboratively across the council family between the different departments who've got expertise and skills here.
Cool. Thank you very much. Member Wilcox.
Yeah. So, like I said earlier, the kaupapa was led by Te Uri o Hau through IKHMG. We don't seem to have anything similar. It seems to be like a lot of organisations around it trying to make this kind of corridor happen, if this thing happen. And I'm just trying to understand this shared vision. I thought mana whenua have already made that shared vision pretty clear in Y8, what they wanted. So, I mean, the reality is, no matter what our vision is, our first response is to respond to their shared vision, to their vision. And you know, there's nothing in there that kind of makes me weird or anything. It's just, I'm just kind of trying to ask this question. Isn't their vision already there in Y8? That's the first.
Yes, so there's certainly some very clear statements in Y8 as to certain outcomes that are expected. I think the other thing is that central government, through all their different policy instruments, have got some visionary statements as well. And so there's going to be a need to sort of just, you know, bring all those together. And then, like, how do you think about that in the context of the Auckland Council operation? And so really what we're saying here is that, you know, we're at that kind of very foundational level in terms of drawing those visionary statements together, some of the statutory obligations that we're required to adhere to, and having that corridor around like, so how does that then how do you translate that into this particular harbour and the issues there?
My next question really, and I suppose it's still based on this corridor of where's the government in all of this. So, you know, the reality is the government will make the decision through their Settlement Act for Y8. And I go back to the corridor of Chris Finlayson. I make the decision and Cabinet puts a stamp on it, and councils will just do what they're told. So I'm guessing that it's going to be a lot much smoother now, but all the same, you know, this is the issue is that we actually don't have the government in the box. So where is the approach from this level?
If I can take that one. The situation's interesting here because until the Crown commits its resource to starting a treaty settlement negotiation, effectively we have a void. And the challenge for the council is that a satisfactory situation right now? And if we're looking at 2-3 years or potentially longer. In the Kaipara, we had the fortunate coming together of a treaty settlement conversation that brought people around the table, built trust, built understanding. Then we were able to run a separate matter around seeking funding for environmental remediation. But the outcome of the Kaipara is still, the treaty settlement negotiation has not been concluded. It may be concluded in the first 6 months of next year. It then has about 18 months to run before legislation is passed. But in the intervening time, we have formed a collaborative mechanism, a governance mechanism under the Local Government Act to run what we need to run. So the question would be, and this is where we genuinely don't know where this should go, and we don't want to, our advice would not be to rock up to mana whenua and say, here, we think this is the solution. And that's why this, you know, let's take some steps to start with before we go to an end game. So here we've got that gap. There's no treaty settlement negotiation, but there are good, strong relationships in Auckland that have been built up over time, and that there's a pretty good understanding at a local level what the mana whenua desires and interests are here. So the idea is step forward, see if there is an opportunity here, that Mana Whenua will be able to bring a better understanding of what the Crown's timetable might be. And of course, we can talk to the Crown too, but it's bringing those things together in a careful, stepped out way that I think's what's required.
So my final question is, and it's a bit of a statement, but at the workshop, you know, I'm going to go to this kōrero, te kai o te rangatira ko te kōrero. And actually, you know, if we want to move it, we're playing with the big boys here. Actually, the big boys are iwi leaders and our mayor, not us little people in the room. We're little rangatira, but they're the big rangatira. And in that way, Karen mightn't be, she's one of those big ones. But, yeah, but, you know, I suggested at that time that actually if we wanted to move forward with this kaupapa in a definitive way with Mana Whenua, we first we needed that discussion with the mayor's office or the mayoral route first. I'm not saying that I'm telling the mayor what to do, but it was a suggestion that was a way we could kind of break this deadlock where we're not talking to Mana Whenua, and it's talking rangatira to rangatira first, because if we don't get that governance thing is Mana Whenua still sit in that box out there somewhere, and we're just not going to be there. And the reality is the governance thing is actually going to be, you know, from the way I see in Kaipara, is that it's going to be it's going to be the council and the Mana Whenua. So, I mean, unless we get that buy-in right at the start, Mana Whenua are going to just temo in, you know, just pick in and pick out where they want to go. And I don't think that won't even happen, you know, and I think that's the concern, because the Mana Whenua are always fixated, sadly, on getting our settlements through, because, you know, the oceans are our last taonga. We lost the land and we're getting a little bit back, but it's only a percentage, but we still feel that we still have control over our oceans and our water. So it's really important for us that be occurring at a high level. So I just wondered, did you make the approaches to the mayor's office and get a response?
Do you want me to comment on that?
I did.
Thanks, Glenn. Yeah, look, I understand that Mana Whenua wanted on a rangatira ki rangatira basis, and I'm more than happy to meet with representatives of the iwi. I think we have 12 on the Manukau, and we've got 9 local boards, but if we think that's hard, when I was Minister for the Environment back in the 1980s and working with Nanako Minhinnick, we had 29 local councils, and one of the impossibilities was actually getting people together to begin to do something. I think we should take great heart from what happened up in the Kaipara, and you and I were both there to enjoy that sense of making history there. And if we and the local boards and the local communities and in partnership with Mana Whenua work together, then our case as a united group with clear objectives becomes much stronger in terms of our advocacy through to central government. What we were able to do up the Kaipara was predominantly on the basis of 100 million that we got out of central government. And I think where the treaty settlement may come in really, really helpful is that is a form of leverage by Mana Whenua to start to remediate a century and a half of damage to the Manukau. And we should all feel quite passionate about that. I, at various times in my life, have lived on the edge of the Manukau, and I know how degraded it is. And I know that we took second step. I'm not going to blame Ōrākei because Desley's getting sensitive about it. I'm going to blame St Mary's Bay and Herne Bay. You know, nobody would have put landfills on those places. Nobody would have put transmission lines across them. Nobody would have built a motorway across them. Nobody would have put landfills like Waikowhai and Pikes Point on them. So we've got a really strong case. There's been so much damage done. What we need to be is clear-minded and united as to how we prioritise the changes that need to be made. And one of the interesting things about this paper is actually we didn't even have a very good stock take of what was happening. because we didn't know always what the local boards were doing, or mana whenua didn't know what we were doing, or we didn't know what mana whenua was doing. So a joined up approach, I think, is really important. And in terms of the next step, I think probably sometime early in the new year, we need to organise a hui with mana whenua and sort out where priorities are and how we can best work together to achieve the objectives that I'm sure that we'll share. So hopefully that's helpful in answering your question.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to move an extension of time. Then I have Member Wilson. Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. And then I have Member Wilson and Councillor Cooper. Member Wilson, Councillor Cooper on questions, and then we'll... Member Wilson.
I'm actually glad I've come in this part of the order because I'd hate to be accused of disparaging comments, to be fair. There's a lot in there that the kōrero, as I'm looking at the recommendations, isn't really giving me any sense of understanding. For instance, the continuation of the Manukau Harbour Forum. What has that to do with the kōrero that's been expressed about concerns for mana whenua? So how does the continuation of the Manukau Harbour Forum, when it's been acknowledged that the membership is local board focus, how that, and there will be investment to ensure there's a continuation. So I'm going to try and be as pragmatic as I can and not get into really what I want to say, because I think that's unhelpful, although John's there, and when I do get to those points, I'll be expecting him to answer those. So what I'm wanting to understand, if the kōrero that I'm hearing, specifically from Mayor Goff, acknowledges that a key component of this around not the harbour, the taonga, that is for mana whenua, but that's down at quite a way down, and I don't understand how specifically by way of all of these that is a good segue or launch into a partnership with mana whenua. It doesn't express that at all. Is it that there's a handoff approach because the treaties are in line? You talked about a stock take, and Aroha, I haven't been to the workshops in order to get to the detail. It doesn't in any way, shape or form reflect anything that talks to the key partnership or relationship with mana whenua. It talks to the continuation of the forum, talks to increased visibility of the council initiatives and all those sorts of things. How's that relevant to Y8, to the Manukau, which is the taonga, the harbour, the increased emphasis on mana whenua support? Where is that emphasised as a priority is really my first question.
So just to reiterate that the report or the review that we've provided here reflects the themes and recommendations that were contained within the external review report. So it talks about a range of things, including the currency of the forum, what funding support is necessary for the forum to operate, what is the council in a broader sense doing. So the nature of the recommendations in this report reflect that broader range of considerations that we needed to report back on. Certainly the issue about how we look at governance arrangements in terms of, for example, the suggestion that councillors should be somehow on the forum was one thing that we considered. The other thing we considered was the relationships with mana whenua, which was a key element in that external review report. So I guess what I'm saying is that the themes that came through in this agenda report here reflect the full range of issues that were canvassed by the external review report. And what we're attempting to do with this review report is to highlight in C particularly, as well as the B5, the importance of the relationship with mana whenua, both in terms of existing programs and projects, but secondly to actually look at how do we more strategically think about the future and our relationship with mana whenua, and that opens that discussion about things like Y8 and what other things do you want to bring onto the table when we have that conversation, or council has that conversation.
I'd have to say, Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing that this is going to the heart of what, I get what you're saying, but literally it's, as we've heard from the presentation that was given by the chair for the Manukau Harbour Forum, this is in support of that, even though they have little understanding of this. So the confidence I guess I would have in supporting the continuation hasn't been allayed by way of the rest of the recommendations you're making. So you've looked at the continuation of the forum. We did have a presentation that indicated, I'm going to do my, supported by Councillor Casey. I know the measure of the people, the measure of the man, but I know not at all what it is that the forum will be doing, given that it hasn't been completed over many years. What am I doing supporting this with new heads that gives me assurance that money will be well spent in terms of the support of that forum? And then we go on to the more lower level things, which are initiatives, because it's about Auckland Council, I understand the state of the environment, and then further down, strength and collaboration, and you're almost seeming to imply that that will come by way of, I don't know, is it the forum or someone's going to, when we're sitting here, I don't understand any of that and why that would form part of a recommendation when we spend a lot of the time as IMSB talking about ongoing engagement and consultation with mana whenua. It does not feature anywhere here to demonstrate where that would occur or why even. Can you explain that to me? John, you might be able to better understand the point I'm trying to get to.
If I may try and interrupt a little bit. Member Wilson, we don't need to support the continuation of the Manukau Harbour Forum because it's not up to us. It's a local board forum set up by local boards and funded by local boards. I guess the report was that we would support them being in an advocacy role at this stage because we could not disband them if we wanted to. But the overall goal and what the workshop was that with a Manukau Harbour Forum existing in its current way or not, the workshop of this committee said that the overall goal was co-governance. I would love if it was written in there more prescript, but I've been told it's not right to jump to the solution as myself, and that we need to go to mana whenua and ask what they would want.
But it was still through the chair, it is in the advocacy that I'm still referencing, whether it be we can't disband them. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about using in the advocacy role when there isn't one currently, I guess is really what I'm referencing, and to provide some support in that manner. So we got, John, I'm hoping, if I can through the chair, I'm hoping that you will hit the points that I'm trying to get, and I'm big one there, John, but I'm confident that you understand the priorities, the passion. You name all of these things that this is going to be viewed in terms of the Manukau Harbour, and then in the context of how Auckland Council, so rather than relying on a more technical approach, I'm expecting you to somehow meld those views and those wants together to express.
Kia ora, Karen, I might just have to resign. I don't know if I can get to that point. Look, humour aside, this report's serving a function as part of a longer conversation triggered by the Manukau Harbour Forum when they commissioned an independent review of themselves. And so there's a whakapapa here that takes us to where this report is right now. And I think what's happening is we've got a bit of confusion between that genealogy up to now and this opening a discussion around what is the future of the governance space around the Manukau. Now, what we've got is an uneven landscape that's been developing in Auckland, where we have a Hauraki Golf Forum, it's a statutory body. We've got fair bit of progress now on the kaipara, although no statutory body is yet created. We know that the Crown is committed through the Tamaki Makaurau, Mana Whenua Tamaki Makaurau Collective Redress Act and the deed there. The Crown has committed to provide treaty settlement redress over the Manukau. But that commitment was made in 2013, 2014, aroha mai. And since then, there's been a hiatus on that conversation. And I'm aware that the Crown has reached out a few times to Mana Whenua and said, hey, we know that this is a conversation we need to have, but it hasn't really been happening, to be frank. In the meantime, we have a harbour that the consciousness around both this table and the wider community has really been growing about issues of water quality, and there seems to be a request at a political level to make sure that a focus and a lens can be brought on it. We have, as council, we have not started a conversation with Mana Whenua about governance on these matters, and we haven't had a mandate to really do that. What the resolution does here today is it provides a committee of the whole level mandate to start that conversation, which I think is a positive move, and as His Worship the Mayor has spoken, he's prepared to start that conversation. Now, I've in the advice that we're giving, we've been very reluctant to, because we basically, it never works out well if a council or anybody rocks up to a collective of iwi leaders and says, here, we've got the solution for you. And then just lay out that kind of thing. What we want to make sure we do here very carefully is start a conversation and make sure that we're able to not prejudge anything as we walk into the room. So again, this is what I think this resolution does. And if it's passed, it'll allow those kind of steps to be taken. All of this does, of course, recognise, and I hope I'm now getting to the heart of the passion here. It does recognise the long-standing interests, passion, the connection of Mana Whenua to the Manukau, and the acknowledgement that things there need to be better. Kia ora.
Thank you, John. You won't need to resign. My kōrero to you, the Chair, I guess what I find missing specifically is the significance of that co-governance. As I'm reading here, it's wrapped in and around some of the, because it's talking to the report clearly, and how those would be talked to. It's talking about more lower level technical matters that can be addressed by way of passing the resolution, but it doesn't actually hit exactly what you're talking about, John. And this has been an issue of some standing for some time that is significant, but it gets lost other than by way of C, if you're not. So how do you ensure that that's front and centre of what will be potentially a really strong collaborative relationship or not for Auckland Council if it isn't looked at in the right manner, in the right context, in the right level of priority? That's probably, because right now it focuses on that one in terms of the bullet points there. So as long as, if you're not here, I would have railed against it because it's not reflecting accurately what the concerns would be for Mana Whenua, as opposed to having you there and explaining it in that context. I can see it now, but not in the way that it's been written up, if you understand my meaning. So as long as that is made clear, you might have to record what you just said, John, then I guess we're a lot more confident as IMSB to ensure that if that is the means that needs to happen to get this piece of work, then okay. But make sure it's clear as to what it is that we're supporting or not.
If there are additional words to add, or do you feel confident at this stage that to the resolution? Or, I mean, the discussions, I feel this is where we're going prior to this, but I just want to ensure we get the wording. Member Wilcox.
Yes, Chair. Look, I think C needs to be right at the start, or under A, because we're just receiving the report. I think C is the bottom line, We need to get into the big world now, and B, it kind of plays around the edges, but C is where we really are going.
Is it okay, Sandra, to move C up to the top? Perfect. Do we have any more questions? And otherwise we can go into speaking to the resolutions. Okay. Councillor Mulholland, and you are the mover. Did you just want to? Yep.
Thanks, Chair. And I really appreciate the feedback from IMSB, because when I sat on the forum, very clearly I heard some views and opinions, and it was only one term of mana whenua, and I was really concerned, and I want to tutuka what Josephine said. She was there, I was a chair, new to her, and I was really proud to have Josephine sit there, and I've actually got a nice photo of us both at the forum. So when I was there, and now here, that's fine, but I understood this was the principle of what the forum were wanting to achieve, is so that mana whenua could have a voice and would have a strong voice, because there was a lot of upset in that room many times, and it was embarrassing because mana whenua felt they didn't have a voice. So I thought this would bring about that process, and I understand, and I just want clarity again, that this is 9 local boards. They are like the friends of the Manukau Harbour. They are one party, and they are asked, but I thought because we funded this report when I was there, that this was about bringing together parties so that everyone was involved. There was that level of co-governance. So I've also been told today, just so that it's very clear too, after moving this, that, because I was, well, why can we not have a councillor sit there? Because I can see 2 councillors who are really keenly interested to sit alongside IMSB. So I've been told that's not this process, of which, I'm not overly happy about, but I get it. I just think it just sort of seems like and listening to what's been said, did this really achieve the outcomes of what was wanted? Because when I sat there, I felt it was very clear as the chair of the Whāluka Board, who contributed, who asked for more money to go to it, that it would come to Auckland Council governing body so that it could have a stronger voice, and there would be that co-governance. So happy to support that, but I'm only happy to support that on the terms that IMSB are okay with what's in front of them, because if they're not, because I thought it was just like a small group really of boards that contributed a small amount of funding, and it didn't have the weighting we wanted it to have. So long as you're happy with that, otherwise I'll withdraw moving it, because I think it's important that we have a shared relationship, because I don't ever want to sit in a room like that again and watch the pain that and the suffering. I felt that there wasn't a voice, and there was meant to be a very strong voice at the table in the forum. So happy to take thoughts on that. If you're comfortable with me moving that, I'm fine, but otherwise I'm happy to withdraw it. Yeah, and that's a very fair point. Thanks, Councillor Cooper. So I'd really appreciate, is it okay for me to, and I would like to ask Director IMSB if that's right. Are you comfortable with me moving it?
Well, everyone's got their speaking turn now, so we've stopped the questions. So if you had moved it, Councillor Mulholland, so you've spoken to it. Councillor Cooper, did you want to speak to the resolution?
I did actually, because I just think there's 2 separate conversations going on here. One is about that conversation that begins the relationship between Auckland Council, the Crown and mana whenua to create some sort of co-governance model eventually, a la Kaipara. And the pathway to that was quite different from what's being proposed here. And I also thought that, so for me, this is mixing it up too much. Because for the local boards, originally it was about advocating, but it was also about, my understanding, streamlining all the projects that they had to know what each other was doing, which is really important because you can maximise your resources, you can be complementary, you can, you know, get good bang for your bucks, and you can get a picture of what are we doing as a council at local board level, but also what we've sort of been missing is putting that together with what we're doing at a regional level. And some people have said we've done nothing. I mean, yes, absolutely a huge chunk of the water quality targeted rate is going to the central interceptor at the moment because it has to, and that's the most important thing at the moment. But there are quite a lot of projects, especially on the northern part of the Manukau, down in Titirangi or Waitakere Ranges area, where we're looking at stormwater overflows and bad plumbing, et cetera, that's really affecting positively the outflows from that northern part of Manukau. So what I see is that, I mean, if you look at the IKMG, which is the, hang on, I have to always get the letters mixed up, Integrated Kaipara Harbour Management Group, that Kaipara Harbour conversation and where we've got to now was started with that, and that was really mana whenua, Crown agencies, community groups and other parties and sponsors got together and then started to lead that. Mana whenua are involved. And so for me, having this group, local boards have got very good, I get where you're coming from, and it's really that we need to know what they're all doing. That's important so we can see where our resources are going. But to then step up to, now we want to be the advocate, because it says that the purpose was to advocate. Well, to whom? This is what I'm not understanding. I don't think it's appropriate for this group to be advocating to the Crown, to the treaty settlements. That is, I completely support what Glenn and Karen are saying. That's a rangatira to rangatira conversation, which is outside of this conversation. There's common support from the Manukau Harbour Forum, of course, but having sat around the table and standing on the shoulders of the good work that Councillor Penny Webster did, and then working with Councillor Sayers and Brenda Steele from Rodney, along with the Kaipara Uri, that's where those conversations happen, not at a project base, and that sort of happened with the Kaipara work. IKHM sat to the side, kept on doing their projects, and then will be involved with that remediation money. So then that's a really good forum for that, to be overseeing projects, all of that sort of thing. Advocating is part of us, but I just see that we're going to mix it up too much, and then when we get to that point where we want to be actually starting those conversations with mana whenua when they're ready, we're going to trip over ourselves. We're going to have the poor old Manukau Harbour Forum going, oh no, we're not in that, but oh no, what's happening now? It needs to be really clear where we're going. I support the Manukau Harbour Forum and what they're doing, and I absolutely support the fact that we're going to be reported back, because there's so much information goes one way and not the other in this family, as we don't know half the projects that are happening, but the local boards know everything we're doing. And so I think this is a really good coming back so we can understand what's happening. And if we think something's really useful and it fits in with part of our regional program, we can bolster it. And so I think that's a really good way of doing that. But I don't want to see these two conversations coming back to a committee together anymore. One is Manukau Harbour Forum. The other one is any efforts we decide to make as this committee in a whole different report, with probably John backing it and Dave and the people. You know, it's a different kind of thing. So I'm really passionate about, and I hate that word, I'm very firm about that. I am. I actually think we're going to trip over ourselves, and I don't want us to do that, because when we get to the level of these really important conversations with mana whenua, backing up the Y8 rulings from the Waitangi Tribunal, we've got to be really clear about what we do, and we need to be working in partnership, but also led by mana whenua. So that's where I'm at with this. So I'm happy with this as long as we are very clear that this is not mixed up next time we see it. And that is not the role, for me, I don't support that as the role of the Manukau Harbour Forum, advocating. They can be advocating to the council, but not to treaty settlements, that sort of stuff. They're a project group as far as I'm concerned. That's how I see it.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Cooper. And this is probably a good lesson for me as a chair that I should have moved it and then I could have explained. So this...
I just think, that I think we have an option to move. It doesn't just fall to you as a chair because you're chairing. So I think we will have an option to move if we like. Sorry.
No, well, this is my speaking turn then. So this all has come through the process of, I'll take right back. So the review that the Manukau Harbour Forum paid for themselves out of their money, this is the findings that we were asked to report from last term. We had a workshop, it was during lockdown, so it was difficult, but and I made sure that I felt like I got the room behind what I was, myself and Councillor Coombe were taking to the Manukau Harbour Forum. And it was clear to me that the voices around the room were the Manukau Harbour Forum is in charge of their own destiny. We don't control that. They are, and I'm not saying they're advocating to government or mana whenua, but they will. All the resolutions in here are responding because we were required to respond to the review, and all of these parts, including the stock take and all of that, is responding to the review. What also came out of the last workshop was the strong will of the room, including IMSB members, Daniel Newman, everyone around the table was very clear that we needed to start a new process that was a co-governance type model, much like or similar to Hauraki Golf or Kaipara Moana, but those are very different as they are. So the issue that Councillor Coombe and I then took, once we'd spoken to staff, was we went to the Manukau Harbour Forum and they said, we would like to continue as a group together, working on the Manukau Harbour together, especially because this could be years before a purposeful system is set up for the, or a co-governance role is set up. So this is not meant to be mashed up together. There is no confusion. Well, when I went to the Manukau Harbour Forum, there was no confusion about the roles. The mayor will go to mana whenua, and mana whenua will be in charge of the destiny of the governance over the Manukau Harbour. And then the Manukau Harbour Forum stays in its role because they want to be a collective of local boards, as you say, doing projects, keeping us honest, making sure that Healthy Waters is updating them as the local version of that. Potentially, once we have a co-governance model, if that is the direction, the members of that forum will be part of the co-governance, much like there are councillors and local board members on the Hauraki Golf Forum. No, but this is what, again, this is what we've...
Point of
Okay.
order, Mr. Chair, you're making a speech. You shouldn't be getting interrupted like that.
Yeah, so this has been a very complicated situation, but Councillor Coombe and I have tried our best to get everyone's views again into what we are doing. This is not, from a staff perspective, confusing, and the Manukau Harbour Forum are together. So this is not about the Manukau Harbour Forum going to mana whenua to do that work. That is the mayor who will be doing that role, and then whatever happens into the future. So I guess maybe we should have had a second workshop after the findings were all together, but there was no time for that, unfortunately. So, Councillor Newman.
Chair, I want to thank you for the good work that you're doing and for the, I think, your sincere effort to try and facilitate a complex issue. Members of the governing body and mana whenua are not ex officio members of the Manukau Harbour Forum. It is their product, and I thank the local boards for their commitment in relation to their advocacy and for projects that they want to advocate for the betterment of the harbour. I think that the challenge now is to decouple that conversation with the need to advance, and look, they're not wholly separate, but there is a different stream of work now, and that is a stream of work that starts with what is the council doing on the harbour, and what can the council do in partnership with mana whenua and with central government and with landowners to improve water quality and to improve the health of the harbour. And secondly, at a political level, what steps will be taken to facilitate that outcome, and it will almost certainly be led by the Mayor. As the portfolio lead for this harbour, I would like to have a line of sight to that. And there are people sitting around this table who I'm sure who need to input. I mean, Councillor Cooper and Councillor Dalton and Councillor Filipaina, 3 names spring to mind. And that is a conversation which is urgent, with a need to facilitate a collaborative, co-designed model with mana whenua, which may in the future have the benefit of being a model for co-governance if a settlement process were to be successfully concluded. Concurrent to that, Chair, there is clearly a need to settle some of the issues that we have in relation to regional funding, partnered funding with central government and with planning and with consenting and with landowner stewardship in relation to the harbour. And I'd like to think that the Mayor will be an active partner in that process, working alongside councillors and officers to ensure that we can advance that, and that this will be synchronised as part of a work stream which will be happening very shortly. That's how I interpret it, Chair. And if that's the purpose of these resolutions, then fine. But the key challenge will be to ensure that the Mayor can represent us as part of that mana whenua relationship and how we design that relationship in Resolution B, which I do think is very urgent.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Coon. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak in support of this and recognise that it is in 2 parts. It is the management, the Auckland Council management, and what we're doing to improve the Manukau Harbour and what visibility we have over our work programme. And the other part is the moving to co-governance. And I think we might be getting a bit teachy, but we're all actually agreeing each other and heading in the right direction, and also have got the same heart. I think our heart is all in the right place. And how I know this is because when we had the workshop, Matua Glenn gave us a really, really clear talking to and basically said that we can't do any tinkering with the Manukau Harbour Forum. We can't add on councillors or think of co-governance in terms of local boards and governing body, or add on mana whenua, because that isn't co-governance. It's not a true model of how we should be working towards going forward in terms of treaty settlements, in terms of the aspirations of mana whenua. So I hope I've understood that was correct what you said to us at the workshop. And it was really awesome that you said it too, because what I thought was amazing, and it was one of our online workshops, I think it was in the second lockdown, so we were all online, so you couldn't read any body language, but no one disagreed. And that was quite a game changer, that we've come so far that we can talk about co-governance and everyone got it. So then I think it was useful that the Chair has given us a bit of the background of where we got to, because we were then able to go to the Manukau Harbour Forum, and I totally acknowledge Alan and John, awesome to have you here with us in the room, because I know that Manukau Harbour Forum has been looking for recognition, doing a whole lot of the hard work behind the scenes. They are basically, they are like the friends of the Manukau Harbour when there were no friends within council, and in terms of that council relationship with the harbour. And they have really just kept that going, and they were looking for more support from us as governing body, more input from IMSB. But because we had a really clear direction from that workshop, we were able to go to them with our council support team and really explain the kaupapa and talk it through, and we all landed in a great place in terms of understanding that there was a role for the continuation of the Manukau Harbour Forum as a group of local boards doing the mahi. There was a role for us to be focusing our work programs as a council on what we were going to do for the Manukau Harbour. And then there was the co-governance, which, as has been said, is really urgent, and the process that it has to follow in terms of rangatira ki rangatira. So it's great that the Mayor's keen to take that up. I think we've had really clear direction, IMSB members. I hope you feel that that is taking us to the right place. I would like B to have been written in stronger language, but I think we all understand, and we've heard from John Hutton, that this is giving a mandate to be able to basically start that conversation so that we're not coming from a point of presuming what the end game should be. So I also just wanted to speak to support this in terms of my role as co-chair of the Hauraki Golf Forum, and that is a statutory body, and we've just become a co-governance forum. It took 20 years. We've done it despite the legislation, and that's taken us a long way. And co-governance there is a tangata whenua co-chair with myself as the co-chair representing all the members. And so it's not a perfect structure, but it's totally in support of trying to make co-governance work. And that might be the end point for the Manukau Harbour Forum in terms of whether it's a legislative body or whether it's done from our own council resources or however it's done, but I don't think we should preempt that. And it's just fantastic to see what has been happening and what's possible up in Kaipara and the models that we can learn from. So this is a good starting point, and I hope that we can get behind this in terms of the ongoing management and being a far more focused work program to restore the Manukau Harbour, support the Manukau Harbour Forum in their good work, and then get the co-governance space, the co-governance underway with discussions with mana whenua. So kia ora, thank you for that, and I'd like to commend the recommendations to everybody.
Kia ora, thank you, Deputy Chair. Mayor Goff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my apologies, I'm going to have to go and get an update on the community transmission case, so I'll just speak very briefly. It's important that we understand the genesis of the report we're looking at, and Karen, you might not have been involved at the time, but as the Chair has pointed out, this was a response to a review report commissioned by the Manukau Harbour Forum. So it started off from its own perspective of the local boards and their concern. And then it has evolved from that as a result of the last workshop into a very clear realisation that to resolve and to remediate the problems of the Manukau, we need to have a collective response, and critical to that response is the partnership between this body and the mana whenua, the iwi. So that's where it's come from. We're not about to tell the Manukau Harbour Forum what it should do and how it should do it. It's an independent body and it makes its own decisions. Equally, we're not about to try to intervene in the process between iwi and the Crown over Y8. That's solely for you to work out with the Crown. But what we are here to do is to say that if we all work separately from each other, then we will be much weaker in achieving our shared objectives than if we come together. And that's exactly what we're trying to do as a result of this paper. The Manukau is a taonga, but it's a degraded I should say, and damaged taonga. For 150 years, we have just added insult after insult to that harbour and the damage that's been done. And people are rightly saying, well, you know, Waitemata gets a lot of attention. It's in the centre of the city. Kaipara has suddenly got attention. Probably most Aucklanders don't know much about the Kaipara, but with what the Crown has done working with us and what we've done working with iwi and all the local authorities has been to make a huge transformational step forward for that harbour. And it'd be great if we were able to do the same thing for the Manukau. working together, understanding each other's perspectives, coming together to say, these are our goals, these are our priorities, this is what we want to do and how we want to do it, I think is incredibly important to actually making the transformation of the Manukau that we all want. So the next step arising out of this, and the important step, because this is the continuum of what we're doing today, is to have a meeting with the mana whenua and to share those views and hear from mana whenua to understand where we're coming from and to work out the best way forward. So I endorse the recommendations set out in the report, and I thank the Chair and the Vice Chair for the work that they've done on it.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mayor Goff. And there are no more people wanting to speak. Cool. Well, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Perfect. Thank you very much, members. And we can have, we'll go straight on to item 10, but maybe stand up, grab a... We'll have a 2-minute break just to collect ourselves. Now we have item 10, the Auckland Water Strategy Forward Work Programme. Toby, Ali and Megan, thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, with me I have Toby and Ali, who you all know. This is a report coming back to you from the last meeting and the number of workshops we've held with the governing body over the past few months, particularly around the supply and demand work. So look, this is a scope for the water strategy work. It's being led by my team and I from the CPO. This is a long-term strategy which will have implications on our investment long-term and our actions. We are holding the pen, and it builds on the work, as I've said, that we've been doing with you through the workshops on supply and demand. It also feeds through into a lot of other work that you'll be aware of, national policy statements around freshwater management, our too much water policy that you will have seen CAT do. So there's a number of areas in this, a number of pieces of work in this area that is going on, particularly coming from central government, and so it will tie all of those things together. It will be directive. It will have targets, it will have issues, outcomes and measures, and we will need to monitor and evaluate that. It will be based on evidence and data, and that is what you've asked for, and that is what we're doing. You'll also see that we propose a multi-stage approach, which allows us to come to you at various times during the process, and with our mana whenua partners and others, as opposed to just coming once towards the end to see what you think of the whole product. So it just allows us to get your direction and your thoughts through the process. And like with the supply and demand work, we will be working very closely with departments and staff across the group, so council and its CCOs, because water does touch so much of what we do. Mr. Chair, we want to leave it there. You have the recommendations before you. You'll see that in terms of mana whenua engagement, that is a huge part of how this will progress. Because we were unable to go to Hui last month, because that was cancelled for a number of reasons, we will be going to that mana whenua kaitaki forum next week. So you'll see that the resolutions reflect that, and that we will update both you and the Deputy Chair, but also the committee as to how that may change the process. But we'll work with the forum and the IMSB around that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, if no one's moved or seconded, I'm happy to do one or the other. Yeah. But I do want to ask some questions around the financial implications, because I think that's really important in the setting of expectation around this. I'm very supportive of it, but I'm also very mindful that you create an expectation, and then I just don't want to be the big bad wolf. So the first thing is around the paper itself, and I just want to confirm that that's actually staff time you're talking about, which I must admit will be obviously considerable, but there is no cost to that. And then, thank you. And then the second point around that is, so yeah, then how does this play out then relative to the financial decisions or that will go parallel to that as part of the LTP process?
I'll start, and you guys can leap in if you need to. In terms of this LTP process you're going through, that was really the purpose of doing that supply and demand work in particular, doing it early, and that would have an implication then on, say, the asset management plans, whether it's for healthy waters or water care in particular. So you will be seeing that and hearing that through this long-term plan process. We don't necessarily think there will be a lot of other things that this strategy will impact on for this LTP, but it will then in future annual plans, and let's say the next long-term plan in 3 years' time. It's really that supply and demand in particular for this LTP. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
If I can just pick up on the last point, I would make the suggestion that it will impact on the LTP, and it will impact positively. Because if you actually make better use of water and you conserve, you actually save money. So if we put up some business cases for this, I'm sure that akin to other cities, they will be positive. So that goes some way to addressing the issue that Councillor Simpson raised. I think there are significant savings that we can make, both in terms of Auckland Council directly, but also the city. So if I just speak to a couple of things.
We're just on questions at the moment.
Well, I was just going to jump to
Yep, so are there any...
A suggestion, save time.
Yep, so we can come back to Councillor Walker. We've got Member Wilson and then Member Wilcox.
I can phrase it as a question. Your choice.
Mine is clarity that I'm just seeking at this stage. So well done in terms of the next steps, including the Kaitiaki Forum. And verbally, I didn't hear, Megan, also including the individual iwi chairs. So I'm just ensuring that that's also
Absolutely
the plan
right.
as
Correct.
written.
My fault.
Member Wilcox.
This is an Auckland strategy, isn't it? It's not just downtown Victoria Park or something.
No, whole of Auckland.
So we're talking about Tāporapora as well as Waiuku. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper.
Just in terms of working with the CCO and Healthy Waters, of course, just finding the program, what sort of conversations or work have you been doing with Watercare and Healthy Waters alongside? Are we just evolving our policy before we talk to them? I'm sure we're not.
Through the Chair, thank you for that question, Councillor Cooper. So as you know, I suppose the first bit of work that we've been doing before bringing this forward work program paper to this committee is an element of the supply and demand work stream. So we've got those 6 work streams, one of them is supply and demand, and there's an element of that that's largely been focused on demand for potable water and strategies to reduce demand, think about supply, and think through an element of non-potable use as well. So that work's been largely undertaken between our team and Watercares, and there's some work underway as well in the healthy water space. And then as we progress those work streams and think about an evidence base to drive the targets and approaches that we want to develop and bring through to the committee via those workshops, and then each of those meetings in the new year, we'll be working across the council group to make sure that that evidence base is well-founded, well-integrated, and what you see is a council story for a council strategy.
Following the CCO review recommendation.
Yes, yes, very much so.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Any more questions? Councillor Darby.
One of the things that sort of brought the water discussion, from what was it last year, sort of unstuck was something we found out about pretty late, which was there wasn't a real honesty between different parts of the water organisation, and there was information that wasn't conveyed when it should have been conveyed, access to data, etc. So I guess the curly question right now, Megan and others, is are we confident that the channels are now fully open and that all parts of the wider organisation are opening their book on data to inform these various stages of work? Because it just seemed a pretty fundamental gap, and I probably want to know if we're going into this with a lot of hope that we're going to deliver a strategy this time as opposed to a talking event, that we can be confident that when we get to the end and we ask this question, did you get all the data, all the information that you required to inform the strategy that you are now presenting to us to confirm? So have we got those channels open? Is everybody, including the strategy team, the Healthy Waters team, the Watercare team, and whoever else, are the channels open?
Through the chair, the channels are open, but I do think there is still work to do on that. But I am confident that it will entirely open, and we will get a strategy at the end of this, which will be useful and will direct investment and enable you to make the decisions you need to make. It is a complicated area, as you're aware, and I'm not going to sit here and say that everybody knows everything, but we will get there.
Thank you.
Councillor Darby. Any more questions before we go back to Wayne for speaking? No? Okay, so closing off questions. Wayne, this is your speaking turn.
I had a question. Deal with it first, and essentially it follows on directly from Chris's question. And I'm looking at page 65, which covers off scope. And the question I'd ask by way of a suggestion is, can governance be expanded to include integration, which covers off Councillor Darby's issue, and best practice? Because those things are fundamental. We might think that they're implicit in governance, but they're not. So governance, integration, and best practice.
Through the chair on that. Absolutely. I think if you look at page 73, where we're talking about the issues for discussion direction in the strategy, our intention would be that those issues would be covered. We talk about the roles and responsibilities across the council group. Integration is a key part of that. So looking at the water space, the water system, how it works. So absolutely. And best practice across all areas, I think, actually.
Great stuff. And the other question is just to follow on one around best practice. So if we were to look, for example, at the water sensitive cities network around the planet, that arguably we should join. Many other cities are, and we could tie in Auckland University in with that. We could just leapfrog so much stuff because it's all there. It's all there, and certainly the strategies that cities like Melbourne have got are already there. They're populated with examples, case studies, costings, implementation plans. So I guess my suggestion by way of a question is, can we just take that stuff on, and following on from that, can we circulate some material to councillors and the like so that they're up with it? Because it's really good stuff. I mean, I've visited the Water Sensitive Cities unit in Monash University, for example. Fantastic team. They would just open their arms and embrace us and assist us if we were to join with them.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Does anyone else want to speak on? Yes, Councillor Darby.
I probably just want to take this short speaking turn to reiterate the point that I was making in the question. Is we had a workshop recently, and that's in confidential, so I won't identify who it was, but I did ask this question of another part of this organisation, not the strategy unit, it was another part, about the working together with the core council. And the answer was, well, Councillor Darby, yes, there is probably room for improvement. I've heard that reply when I've posed that question on other occasions over the last 6-9 months, repeatedly. It appears there's always room for improvement. We need to close the gap right now on the room for improvement. And so I really do emphasise that there are some barriers that need to be broken down here. There's some old behaviours and cultures that need to be turned on their head in the water space. Otherwise, we are not going to get the strategy that we expect, because we will find out later that there are information gaps and people have not contributed honestly. Now, I'm speaking there to our wider organisation, not the political arm. I'm talking to the management arm here. That this has to change. This is not healthy for Auckland.
Thank you, Councillor Darby.
Look, I can't help but follow that and say, if there's ever a time for Team Auckland to do the very best that it can do, this is a perfect opportunity for you to do that. You know, we've started this politically with the local boards, but this is everybody, isn't it? Mana whenua, CCOs, local boards, everybody. And it's up to you to lead the way, take the cudgel, take the baton, and do a great job, and I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Kia ora. And I'll just close up the conversation. Thank you very much, officers. Amazing work done so far, and I know there's a heap more work to do, and thank you for keeping everyone together on this, and I think, as you've heard quite clearly from around the table, that we want everyone even closer together and having those same goals, priorities, and obviously funding and everything else that comes with that. So this, might not seem like it, but it is one of the most important strategies and pathways that this council has to have, and we've seen that over the last year around our water space, how much we need to be aligned and also be telling that story to the public. So thank you very much. We've got Councillor Simpson who moved, Councillor Walker who seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone against? No? Thank you. And we'll move quickly to item...
Thank you.
Item 11. Just the one change we made to the resolutions in the agenda was to add the deputy and an IMSB member to sign off any minor changes. It doesn't, IMSB decides, yeah. Oh. So, I'll second. Cool, so, okay, everyone, can we just chill? Briar and Sarah, thank you very much for all the work you've done on this. Is there anything you want to add at this stage?
Kia ora, Chair, Deputy Chair and members of the committee. I was going to come back with a follow-up to the comments from Member Hanley, but for time, I don't know whether I could just circulate that via email, or would you like to, and then...
I think we'd like to hear that, if you've got
you would
some
like to hear?
answer. Yes.
No. So...
we can go through your presentation if that's okay.
I was going to pass on to Briar. Briar was
Okay.
going to speak to the submission and the presentation, and I was just going to preface that with a response and just some information for members around the milk bottles.
Yeah,
that I
thank
thought
you,
might be
Sarah.
of interest. So, as I say, we thank Member Handley for bringing this to the attention of the committee. It's just to let you know that Council has been working closely with Fonterra around their packaging issues as they develop alternative packaging that can be more easily recycled and particularly recycled on shore. 2 points in particular that I'd like to bring to the attention of the committee. First, in relation to the light-proof bottles, so those are those opaque bottles, Waste Solutions has been working together both with Fonterra and with Visi to create a solution whereby these bottles can be separated at the Visi plant, and we'll be releasing more details about this very, very soon. So, and then secondly, in terms of the particular issue that raised by Member Handley, members may be aware that Fonterra announced at the beginning of October that it's moving some of its range from the conventional fossil-based plastic to non-biodegradable high-density polyethylene, so bio-HPDE. It's a recyclable plant-based plastic made from ethanol that's derived from sugar cane. It can be recycled and repurposed in the same way as any other natural HPD bottle. It's already available in the North Island in the Anchor's 2-litre blue range in some retail outlets. It's an advert for Fonterra, it's just bringing up-to-date facts. And in the submission, we have actually covered light-proof bottles in broad terms by supporting the mandatory phase-out of further hard-to-recycle plastics beyond those in the consultation document. So Brian can highlight specific paragraphs if members would find that useful, but otherwise I'll hand over to Brian.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Cool. Thank you, Briar, for got the presentation.
Kia ora. You have actually seen the presentation before because we have been to committee on this item before. The timeline's then changed and we promised we would bring it back to you for further consideration, so here we are. If the slides appear, I'll talk through them. Or I can just talk. Shall I just talk? Will that be quicker? I'll just talk.
We have seen them before, but we'll put them up in there. Yeah.
Great, okay, sweet. So, without seeing the order that the slides are in, I believe it probably starts with the Auckland Council position. So as you all know, the consultation is looking at a phase out of hard-to-recycle plastics and single-use plastic items. The Auckland Council position remains after consultation with the Disability Advisory Panel, the local boards and internal stakeholders to support a mandatory phase-out in legislation of hard-to-recycle plastics, so that's PVC and polystyrene, and a list of single-use plastic items. The main changes are that we want to take plastic straws off the list of single-use items that we would support a mandatory phase-out of, and we want to add plastic-containing flushable wet wipes and add single-use plastic-lined coffee cups to that list. There are also some changes in terms of the strategies that we refer to in the document. So the original document lacked reference to the issues of Māori significance. That has now been added to the submission. And we are also working on some points around equity that will be signed off by the Chair, Deputy Chair and IMSB rep the 24th of November, hopefully. I can take questions.
Cool, thank you so much. Are there questions of the officers? Councillor Cooper.
Around I know I said something about the plastic straws before. So with your conversations with the people with disabilities community, why are you now saying take that off the list when there are paper straws and other straws that you can use, metal straws, bamboo straws? You did just say you were going to take that off the list.
Yes, we are taking single-use plastic straws off the list. The reason for that is that in conversation with the Disability Advisory Panel, it's been determined that the alternatives that are currently available are not sufficient for all members of the disability community. So for metal or bamboo straws, the rigidity is an issue, and that can cause risk for people with mobility or disorders that affect control. And then reusable types that are silicone or other sorts of flexible reusable straws are difficult to sterilise and clean. So for people who are additionally vulnerable to infection, they're a hygiene risk. So right now there's no alternative that is approved by the disability community for use by the disability community. Therefore, they would like us to refrain from supporting a phase out of plastic straws until there is an approved item available.
Okay, thank you.
Which we have noted in the submission.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Do you have any more questions? Or?
I'm just seeing if you
sorry.
can get, because I don't know, sorry, it's all right. I know that I've used paper concertina straws before, so I just don't, unless people stopped making them, but because that's what we should be supporting if that is available here. That's my view. If they can be purchased in New Zealand, paper bendy straws, then we should be supporting taking out plastic straws. But I'm just gonna Google it.
Through the chair, I can respond. They are available, but the issue with paper straws in specific is that for people with disabilities that might require a longer time to consume a beverage, the plastic straws go sodden and liquid stops being able to come up through it with the force that's available. So the options were very closely considered.
Guess that, though, having been a nurse and understanding infection control, if it's sitting around for that long, it should be swapped out anyway. So anyway, that's just, I think we're giving way too easily on that. I actually think if it's available, you just put another one in if that happens, because it's, something like a straw is so easily swallowable by our marine mammals. It's not a big item, it can just go in and it's really damaging and sharp, and that's my concern. Anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cooper. Definitely take the position on that, but I guess Councillor, Member Wilcox.
Sorry, what was that?
We're putting wet wipes in now.
Yes. Yes, plastic containing flushable wet wipes. So the types that are marketed to be flushed down the toilet, we've asked to be added to the list of phase-out items. Yes.
Yeah. So if you remember when we did the submission, I said, so what about the tea bags? What's the difference? The reason is, I've got no issue with plastic wet wipes because there are environmental solutions to that. There's the paper ones and all the rest, but I've got to say, when you're wiping the baby down, the wet wipe is the one. So, so I've got to say, I'm all for us writing them off, but are there alternatives? Or do you just have to use the rag or the toilet paper soaked up?
Through the chair, we believe there are reasonable alternatives. I would draw attention to the fact that we are only requesting a phase out of items that are marketed as flushable, so the ones that are sold as being able to be flushed down the toilet, so ones that have proper disposal guidance on the packaging will not be subject to the phase out. In terms of tea bags, it's not intended to be an exhaustive list, so this is the first list of items that will be phased out under this regulation, but we have said in our submission that we would like to continue to see that list grow. These are the sort of, I guess, lowest hanging fruits and biggest problems. So for wet wipes, they're a huge blockage for our water systems in Auckland, whereas tea bags pose less of a volume risk at this point in time.
Okay, well, straws do actually pose a volume risk. I've been down to the oxidation ponds and seen all the straws and plastic earwigs, plastic ear things floating in the top. So, no, I'm not. I'm hearing what you're saying about the disability. But if Linda said there are alternatives, well, I'm just wondering why we're not advocating for those in a way that the disability community can use. Because all they said, from my gathering, is what they said was that there was no suitable alternative, or they had not discussed a suitable alternative. Is that right? Because if they haven't discussed it, means that there may be, but they don't know about them. But Linda's just suggested one straight away.
Through the chair, it is absolutely not that they haven't discussed. There is expert guidance that they've given us, so the options have been closely considered, and we're taking the guidance from the Disability Advisory Panel, from their lived expertise on the topic. But they've definitely considered all the options that are currently available in Aotearoa.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the liaison councillor for the Disability Advisory Panel, can I just say thank you for taking on board their comments and their perspective. They did debate it for a significant amount of time in their panel meeting, so they did look at the different options. So thank you for that. I also wanted to know not just our submission, but we're still carrying on our work in council about banning plastic bags and things like that, noting that I'm pretty sure it was my local board that started it off with the ban the plastic bag campaign, I think. I'm pretty sure it was, yeah.
Through the chair, yes, internal work continues, so this is just one small part of it, and we do have dedicated resource in Waste Solutions and other parts of council who look at reducing internal council and operational waste as well. And obviously plastic bags have now been banned in Aotearoa, so congratulations to your board.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Darby, last question on this.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just trying to find a way forward on the plastic straws question. I'm wondering if it's just the wording and how it is framed, because I tend to, I have some sympathy for Councillor Cooper's point. I look at the beachfront and you see those little the little straws out of those small Tetra packs, and they are just everywhere. So I'm just wondering, and I hear the disability panel's caveat, I'm just wondering if it's, rather than an exclusion, it's an inclusion when the technology and design of some kind of waxed straw comes into being. It's just about the words. So to include it rather than exclude it, and then you put a qualifier on the inclusion.
Through the chair, if you look at points 92 and 93 in the submission, you will find a note around including plastic straws in the ban when an alternative that is made available, and requesting funding for developing those alternatives.
Okay, that's okay, because on your presentation it's different.
Yeah, so you take it out.
Yeah.
Through the chair, we are taking out of the current list in this consultation, so it's not on it's excluded from the first 7 items that would be banned, which I've alluded to as not an exhaustive list. So as we develop alternatives, that list could grow, and we would expect plastic straws to be included at a time when there are reasonable alternatives available.
Okay, that's good. And just a question, why are there stickers on just about every apple, pear I eat these days? What is on What is on that sticker other than the name? Is there some kind of code?
Batch number, I think.
Is it got a little
number,
Is there some kind of code?
Batch number, I think.
Is it got a little microchip taking a photo of me biting the apple or something?
Through the chair, I believe they are country of origin stickers generally, but they are included in this consultation.
Me, I'm a New Zealander, yeah.
Of the fruit.
Brandy, not a fruit. Brandy.
But they are included in the consultation and we have supported their ban.
Thank you. Last question from Councillor.
Well, actually, I can respond to Councillor Darby because I was involved when we first had to put stickers on, and it was actually so that we could make sure that the apples, at that time I was doing oranges, that the oranges could be traced in case of an issue with a health issue. So that's why we started putting the stickers on. They used to be paper, you're right, they used to be paper, but then they became plastic. I didn't realise that until I'd eaten a few and realised, oh, hello, what's this?
Thank you. Yeah, it's moved in second. Thank you very much. There's a lot of work gone into that submission, so thank you very, very much. So I think we've still got a forum. So we've got item 12, summary of information.
Item 11, you haven't completed yet?
Oh, we didn't? Yeah, we did.
You didn't
Oh,
move second.
sorry.
All those in
We need to vote on item 11. All those in favour? Those against? Perfect. Item 12, we have Kathy Casey and Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Anyone opposed? And that's all, folks. Thank you very, very, very much. Jags! Oh, just everyone.